This is a famous shot from Sherwood Itso. Here is ambient CO2. He took a little seedling, grew it in 350 parts per million. By a certain time, it had grown to the size of about up to his belt buckle. One growing at 500 parts per million had grown up to sort of the middle of his chest. One growing in 650 parts per million had grown to about the top of his neck, and one growing at about 800 parts per million are essentially grown to about the size of him. So more carbon dioxide provides more building blocks, and we know that plants therefore tend to grow more.
I'm an atmospheric physicist. I've published more than 200 scientific papers. For 30 years I taught at MIT, during which time the climate has changed remarkably little. But the cry of global warming has grown ever more shrill. In fact, it seems that the less the climate changes, the louder the voices of the climate alarmists get. So let's clear the air and create a more accurate picture of where we really stand on the issue of global warming, or, as it is now called, climate change. There are basically three groups of people dealing with this issue. Groups 1 and 2 are scientists. Group 3 consists mostly at its core of politicians, environmentalists, and media. Group 1 is associated with the scientific part of the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC Working Group 1. These are scientists who mostly believe that recent climate change is primarily due to man's burning of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas. This releases CO2, carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere, and they believe this might eventually dangerously heat the planet. Group 2 is made up of scientists who don't see this as an especially serious problem. This is the group I belong to. We're usually referred to as skeptics. We note that there are many reasons why the climate changes: the sun, clouds, oceans, the orbital variations of the Earth, as well as a myriad of other inputs. None of these is fully understood, and there is no evidence that CO2 emissions are the dominant factor. But actually, there is much agreement between both groups of scientists. The following are such points of agreement. 1. The climate is always changing. 2. CO2 is a greenhouse gas without which life on Earth is not possible, but adding it to the atmosphere should lead to some warming. 3. Atmospheric levels of CO2 have been increasing since the end of the Little Ice Age in the 19th century. 4. Over this period, past 2 centuries, the global mean temperature has increased slightly and erratically by about 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. But only since the 1960s have man's greenhouse emissions been sufficient to play a role. 5. Given the complexity of climate, no confident prediction about future global mean temperature or its impact can be made. The IPCC acknowledged in its own 2007 report that, quote, the long-term prediction of future climate states is not possible, end quote. Most importantly, the scenario that the burning of fossil fuels leads to catastrophe isn't part of what either group asserts. So why are so many people worried, indeed panic-stricken, about this issue? Here's where Group 3 comes in: the politicians, environmentalists, and media. Global warming alarmism provides them, more than any other issue, with the things they most want. For politicians, it's money and power. For environmentalists, it's money for their organizations and confirmation of their near religious devotion to the idea that man is a destructive force acting upon nature. And for the media, it's ideology, money, and headlines. Doomsday scenarios sell. Meanwhile, over the last decade, scientists outside of climate physics have jumped on the bandwagon, publishing papers blaming global warming for everything from acne to the Syrian civil war. And crony capitalists have eagerly grabbed for the subsidies that governments have so lavishly provided. Unfortunately, Group 3 is winning the argument because they have drowned out the serious debate that should be going on. But while politicians, environmentalists, and media types can waste a lot of money and scare a lot of people, they won't be able to bury the truth. The climate will have the final word on that. I'm Richard Lindzen, Emeritus Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at MIT.
Headlines doubling down their climate change attacks. The Nation saying climate change denialism is literally killing us. And another from The Outline, climate change denial should be a crime. Well, that's new.
British-based corporations are some of the worst climate criminals on the planet.
It is a common prejudice that scientists who do not agree with the theory of man-made global warming must be being paid by private industry to tell lies.
I get it all the time. You must be in the pay of the multinationals. Sadly, like most of the scientists you will talk to, I haven't seen a penny from the multinationals.
I'm always accused of being paid by the oil and gas companies. I've never received a nickel from the oil and gas companies. I joke about I wish they would pay me, then I could afford their product.
Whenever anybody says that I'm in the pay of an oil company, I say my bank manager would wish.
Hello, I'm John Coleman, and the name of this presentation is There Is No Significant Global Warming. And I'm the guy that is just doggone sure of that. Now, you may think that I'm just a paid-off shill, big oil, or something of that sort. No. They've never given me a nickel. I'm a television weathercaster with 60 years experience, a meteorologist. I was the first weatherman on Good Morning America. I'm the man who founded the Weather Channel, and this is my accomplishment. Broadcast Meteorologist of the Year from the American Meteorological Society, of which I was a professional member for many years. I finally quit the AMS when it became very clear to me that the politics had gotten in the way of the science, and it was time to talk about something else. Now, did we have a winter or what in 2013-14? Oh, man, did we ever. When I called for my brother in Ohio, his wife said he wasn't coming in from shoveling the snow to talk to some guy in California. Oh, man, how could you tout global warming when it was the coldest, snowiest, bitterest winter in 30 years, which it was across the United States? And it would take a lot of gall to put out a statement, as our NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency, did, claiming that it was 2013 was the warmest year. I mean, it's sheer silliness. It is manipulation of the data. Now look, let's get something clear right from the beginning. I love this planet Earth. I've been a citizen of this Earth now for darn near 80 years, and it's all I got. If I thought that we, mankind, were damaging this beautiful little sphere, this blue marble on which we live, I would be terrified and give every ounce of energy I had to stop what we were doing. But I have studied the issues of so-called global warming, or now they call it climate change since the warming has stopped. I have studied the issues carefully and completely as a good scientist can, and reached an absolute firm conclusion that there is no global warming. Now this Earth, it's spinning around the sun at 17,000 miles per hour. It is traveling with the sun in our little spiral off the Milky Way galaxy at over 100,000 miles an hour. And that galaxy is flying out in the universe as the Big Bang continues to expand the universe. And we are all traveling very, very fast. And what a ride. The Earth has been traveling for 4.5 billion years. And as best I can tell, it's going to stay just fine for another 4 billion years. But wait a minute. During that period, we have had ice ages, and we have had interglacial periods, and we're going to continue to have those natural variations in climate. But man-made climate change, I'm sure it's not going to happen. That's why I sent out this tweet today. This tweet went out to Al Gore. It went out to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change of the United Nations, to the Sierra Club, to the Democratic Party National Committee. And what it said is, where is your so-called global warming? Because if you chart the temperatures, you can go back into the 70s and come up to today, and there's almost no warming. I mean, less than 1 degree warming since 1978, and absolutely no warming since 1998. What kind of deal is that? Well, I'll tell you what kind of deal it is. It's the kind of deal that's full of silliness if you're promoting climate change and global warming. We are in one of the most stable and beautiful periods of Earth's climate you could hope for. And look at the stark contrast between the spaghetti of the many models of atmospheric warming created by various people who have gotten tens of millions of dollars of federal grant money and worked for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and there's the average of all their models, and then here's the real temperatures as measured both on Earth and with our satellites. And folks, it's just not happening. That's why I posted on Facebook this memo today to the scientists and organizations that take that $4.7 billion a year of tax money to continue your so-called global warming research, and I say to them, it's bad science. Ladies and gentlemen, please cease and desist the global warming and climate change scare campaign. It's harmful to the continued advancement of our civilization. The government actions to counter so-called carbon pollution have already raised the cost of fuel, electricity, and food by an average of $1,000 a year for the average American family of 4. And the $4.7 billion of our tax money a year being issued to you and your organizations is funding a wide range of meaningless studies based on this bad science that says that carbon dioxide radiative forcing is causing warming. That money could be productively spent on energy research, including graphene and thorium and other new energy sources. Your manipulated climate computer models have dramatically failed both in temperature predictions and their predicted warming signatures. Please admit your errors. It's time to put principle and that above personal wealth and status and help restore basic scientific principles to climate research. So I posted the memo and I sent the tweet. But you know, I know that you are highly skeptical of what I'm saying. How can you believe me when you see this constant stream of global warming news reports day after day, year after year, printed on the internet sites, in all the newspapers? They still print with ink on paper and roll it up and throw it in your driveway and send it in a magazine. And it's full of this stuff. I mean, it's just full of it. Even our government, our National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency of the federal government, has established websites to promote climate change. And of course, the New York Times, it's been leading that all along. And that's the power of money. That $4.7 billion a year is buying all of this bogus research that is leading to all of these bogus reports. So let me just give you the hard, cold facts. I showed you this when I tweeted it. There isn't any warming going on. There hasn't been. Nothing significant is happening. Oh, we have extreme natural variations in temperature. That's a hard, cold fact. But this recent warming, it's no different than the warming that has occurred many times before naturally. We had a medieval optimum when the Roman Empire flourished, and we had the little ice age when times were very tough. This little warming we have now, gosh, that's no big deal. That's just no big deal. Now, you want to talk about big deals. This is a hard, cold fact. From the ice cores, we have determined that we have vacillated on Earth between extreme ice ages and these beautiful interglacial periods of warming weather. And we live in the most recent of these interglacial periods. We've been in it for 12,000 years. Probably have another 10, 12,000 years to go before the next ice age comes on naturally. And can we cope with that? Now, you hear about the ice melting at the North Pole. What ice melted at the North Pole? Well, it got pretty low in 2007, but this is the last bunch of years since we've had satellite observation. We've had it for about 35 years. And here's where the ice is now, and it's no big deal. And those polar bears, there are more polar bears living today than have been alive any time since we've been counting them. And they are living all around the North Pole in 19 populations. They're doing just fine. That's a hard, cold fact. How about the South Pole? Well, our South Pole is, as I record this, is in summertime, so the ice melt is near the peak for the season, but you notice, well, more ice there than above average. It's near an all-time high. Oh, but the water is rising along the coast. Oh, is that right? Well, it's rising at the rate of about 6 inches per 100 years as part of this interglacial period. I mean, when the North America was covered in a 400-foot thick ice core at the end of the last ice age, the oceans were low, and then as that ice melted, of course, the oceans have risen, but that rise has been gentle and is not important. And then, superstorms. We didn't have a hurricane hit the U.S. in 2013. The year before, only a meager effort. And that so-called Superstorm Sandy, it was no big deal as hurricanes go. Didn't compare with Katrina, didn't compare with Andrew, and neither of those compared with the Galveston hurricane of 1900, long before man had any influence on climate. Oh, but tornadoes. How about those tornadoes? Well, here's the chart of tornadoes. Strong tornadoes have been diminishing. I mean, we now have so many good radars, and everybody's taking pictures with their phone. We see every tornado, it seems, that forms. But folks, there are fewer and less strong. Oh, and drought. Well, we had a big drought in Texas. It vanished. Now we have a big drought in California, getting a lot of publicity. If you look at the records, California falls into drought about once every 11, 12 years. And then we get an El Nino, and California gets the rain, comes out of the drought. I mean, we got 40 million people living in a desert. Of course they're going to have a water problem. So what? It's natural. It's not man-made. And it comes and it goes. It takes care of itself. Heat waves? What heat waves? We haven't had a killer heat wave since the 50s. So I've plotted all these hard, cold facts and presented them to you. And then I compare them to what you read in the press, what you hear on the air, what the networks tout. And you say, man, what a difference between reality and what's there. Does Coleman know his reality? You bet I do, folks. I study it every day.
But if CO2 doesn't drive Earth's climate, what does? The common belief that carbon dioxide is driving climate change is at odds with much of the available scientific data. Data from weather balloons and satellites, from ice core surveys, and from the historical temperature records. But if CO2 isn't driving climate, what is?
Isn't it bizarre to think that it's humans, you know, when we're filling up our car, turning on our lights, that we are the ones controlling climate? Just look in the sky. Look at that massive thing, the sun. Even humans at our present 6.5 billion are minute relative to that.
In the late 1980s, solar physicist Piers Corbyn decided to try a radically new way of forecasting the weather. Despite the huge resources of the official Met Office, Corbyn's new technique consistently produced more accurate results. He was hailed in the national press as a super weatherman. The secret of his success was the sun.
The origin of our solar weather technique of long-range forecasting came originally from study of sunspots and a desire to predict those. And then I realised it was actually much more interesting to use the sun to predict the weather.
Sunspots, we now know, are intense magnetic fields which appear at times of higher solar activity. But for many hundreds of years, long before this was properly understood, astronomers around the world used to count the number of sunspots in the belief that more spots heralded warmer weather. In 1893, the British astronomer Edward Maunder observed that during the Little Ice Age, there were barely any spots visible on the Sun, a period of solar inactivity which became known as the Maunder minimum. But how reliable are sunspots as an indicator of the weather?
Okay, boy.
I decided to test it by gambling on the weather through William Hill against what the Met Office said was a normal expectation. And I won money month after month after month after month. Last winter the Met Office said it could be or would be an exceptionally cold winter. We said, no, that is nonsense, it's going to be very close to normal. And we specifically said when it would be cold, i.e. after Christmas and February. We were right, they were wrong.
In 1991, senior scientists at the Danish Meteorological Institute decided to compile a record of sunspots in the 20th century and compare it with the temperature record. What they found was an incredibly close correlation between what the sun was doing and changes in temperature on Earth. Solar activity, they found, rose sharply to 1940, fell back for 4 decades until the 1970s, and then rose again after that.
When we saw this correlation between the temperature and solar activity or sunspot cycle lengths, then people said to us, okay, it can be just a coincidence. So how can we prove that it's not just a coincidence? Well, one obvious thing is to have a longer time series or different time series. Then we went back in time.
So Professor Friis Christiansen and his colleagues examined 400 years of astronomical records to compare sunspot activity against temperature variation. Once again, they found that variations in solar activity were intimately linked to temperature variation on Earth. It was the sun, it seemed, not carbon dioxide or anything else, that was driving changes in the climate. In a way, it's not surprising. The sun affects us directly, of course, when it sends down its heat. But we now know the sun also affects us indirectly through clouds. Clouds have a powerful cooling effect, but how are they formed? In the early 20th century, scientists discovered that the Earth was constantly being bombarded by subatomic particles. These particles, which they called cosmic rays, originated, it was believed, from exploding supernovae far beyond our solar system. When the particles coming down meet water vapor rising up from the sea, they form water droplets and make clouds. But when the sun is more active and the solar wind is strong, fewer particles get through and fewer clouds are formed. Just how powerful this effect was became clear only recently, when an astrophysicist, Professor Nir Shaviv, decided to compare his own record of cloud-forming cosmic rays with the temperature record created by a geologist, Professor Jan Weitzer, going back 600 million years. What they found was that when cosmic rays went up, the temperature went down. When cosmic rays went down, the temperature went up. Clouds and the Earth's climate were very closely linked. To see how close, you just flip the lines.
We just compared the graphs, just put them one upon the other, and it was just amazing. Jan Weitzer looked at me and says, we have very explosive data here.
I've never seen such vastly different records coming together so beautifully to show really what was happening over that long period of time.
The climate was controlled by the clouds. The clouds were controlled by cosmic rays. And the cosmic rays were controlled by the sun. It all came down to the sun.
If you had X-ray eyes, what appears as a nice, friendly yellow ball would appear like a raging tiger. The sun is an incredibly violent beast, and it's throwing out great explosions and puffs of gas an endless solar wind that's forever rushing past the Earth. We're, in a certain sense, inside the atmosphere of the Sun. The intensity of its magnetic field more than doubled during the 20th century.
In 2005, astrophysicists from Harvard University published the following graph in the official journal of the American Geophysical Union. The blue line represents temperature change in the Arctic over the past 100 years. And here is the rise in carbon dioxide over the same period. The two are not obviously connected. But now look again at the temperature record and at this red line, which depicts variations in solar activity over the past century as recorded independently by scientists from NASA and America's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Solar activity over the last 100 years, over the last several hundred years, correlates very nicely on a decadal basis with sea ice and Arctic temperatures.
To the Harvard astrophysicists and many other scientists, the conclusion is inescapable.
The sun is driving climate change. CO2 is irrelevant.
The only constant is change. That's true about life, and it's true about the climate. The climate has been constantly changing since the Earth was formed 4.6 billion years ago. For example, in just the past 2,000 years, we have seen the Roman warm period, when it was warmer than today. Then came the cooler Dark Ages, followed by the medieval warm period, when it was at least as warm as today. Then we had the Little Ice Age that drove the Vikings out of Greenland, and most recently, a gradual 300-year warming to the present day. That's a lot of changes, and of course, not one of them was caused by humans. During the past 400,000 years, there have been 4 major periods of glaciation, meaning that vast sheets of ice covered a good part of the globe, interrupted by brief interglacial periods. We are in one of those periods right now. This is all part of the Pleistocene Ice Age, which began in earnest 2.5 million years ago. It's still going on, which means that we are still living in an ice age. That's the reason there's so much ice at the poles. 30 million years ago, the Earth had no ice on it at all. So then what about carbon dioxide, the great villain of the global warming alarmists? Where does that fit into this picture? Not as neatly as you might think. Temperatures and carbon dioxide levels do not show a strong correlation. In fact, over very long time spans, periods of hundreds of millions of years, they are often completely out of sync with one another. Over and over again, within virtually any time frame, we find the climate changing, for reasons we do not fully understand. But we do know there are many more factors in play than simply the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. Factors such as the shape and size of the Earth's elliptical orbit around the Sun, activity from the Sun, and the amount of wobble or tilt in the Earth's axis, among many others. Even the relatively short 300-year period from the peak of the Little Ice Age to the present has not been steady. The latest trend has been a warming one, but it began nearly a century before there were significant carbon dioxide emissions from burning fossil fuels. And there has been no significant warming trend in the 21st century. Contrary to media headlines, the trend over the past couple of decades has been essentially flat. Meanwhile, human-caused CO2 emissions are higher than ever. About 25% of all the CO2 emissions from human sources have occurred during this period of no net warming. So what are we in for next? Will the temperature resume an upward trend? Will it remain flat for a lengthy period? Or will it begin to drop? No one knows, not even the biggest, fastest computers. All the information I've presented, the increases, decreases, and plateaus in temperature over the ages and into the last centuries, is available to anyone who wants to seek it out. Yet to state these simple facts is to risk being called a climate change denier. Not only is that absurd, it's mean-spirited. It's absurd because no one, not even the most fervent skeptic, denies that the climate is changing. And it's mean-spirited because to call someone a climate change denier is to intentionally link them to people who deny the Holocaust. So maybe it's time to stop the name-calling. Predicting the climate, one of the most complex systems on Earth, with thousands of inputs, many of which we don't understand, isn't an exact science or anything close to it. Maybe it's just a tad arrogant to suggest that we can predict the weather or the climate or just about anything 60 years from now. The science is not settled. The debate is not over. The climate is always changing, it always has, and it always will. I'm Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace for Prager University.
When people say we don't believe in global warming, I say, no, I believe in global warming. I don't believe that human CO2 is causing that warming.
A few years ago, if you would ask me, I would tell you it's CO2. Why? Because just like everyone else in the public, I listened to what the media had to say.
Each day, the news reports grow more fantastically apocalyptic. Politicians no longer dare to express any doubt about climate change.
There is such intolerance of any dissenting voice.
Are some of the worst climate criminals on the planet.
This is the most politically incorrect thing possible, is to doubt this climate change orthodoxy.
Global warming has gone beyond politics. It is a new kind of morality.
Now, the Prime Minister's back from his holidays, unrepentant and unembarrassed about yet another long-haul destination.
Yet, as the frenzy over man-made global warming grows shriller, many senior climate scientists say the actual scientific basis for the theory is crumbling.
There were periods, for example, in Earth's history when we had 3 times as much CO2 as we have today, or periods when we had 10 times as much CO2 as we have today. And if CO2 has a large effect on climate, then you should see it in the temperature reconstruction.
If we look at climate through the geological time frame, we would never suspect CO2 as a major climate driver.
None of the major climate changes in the last 1,000 years can be explained by CO2.
We can't say that CO2 will drive climate. It certainly never did in the past.
I've often heard it said that there is a consensus of thousands of scientists on the global warming issue and that humans are causing a catastrophic change to the climate system. Well, I am one scientist, and there are many that simply think that is not true.
One of the hottest years on record is among the hottest years recorded.
The hottest year on record.
Another hot year. Global warming. What will we do about that? Politicians from most every country promised to deal with it by signing something called the Paris Climate Agreement.
A historic climate agreement in Paris.
But when President Trump took office, he said,
the United States will withdraw.
What? We will withdraw? We alone?
President Trump isolated the United States with his reckless and indefensible decision.
My neighbors in New York agree with that. And so do most of the media.
A lot at stake, potentially, for the planet.
Really? I bet they don't even know what was in the agreement. I didn't.
Paris Accord was somewhere between a farce and a fraud.
Manhattan Institute senior fellow Oren Cass is one of the few people who've actually read the Paris Agreement and also the commitment sent in by every country.
You don't even have to mention greenhouse gases in your commitment if you don't want to. You send in any piece of paper you want. We're going to staple them all together, and we're going to call that the Paris Accord. Everyone sent in a piece of paper, and they stapled it together and held it up and said, this is amazing.
China has made a major commitment.
So what's in the commitments that every country made?
India has ratified the Paris Climate Accord, committing the world's fastest growing economy to limit carbon dioxide emissions.
What you find is they either pledged to do exactly what they were already going to do anyway, or pledged even less than that. China, for instance, said, we pledge to reach peak emissions by about 2030. Well, the United States government had already done a study to guess when Chinese emissions would peak, and their guess was about 2030.
Peak doesn't mean stop, it just means stop increasing.
That's right. So in fact, China promised they will continue increasing their emissions for some time to come.
And yet,
China was actually one of the better pledges. India made no pledge to limit their emissions at all. They pledged only to become more efficient, but they proposed to become efficient less quickly than they're already becoming more efficient. So their pledge was to slow down. You know, my favorite was Pakistan, whose pledge was to reach a peak at some point, after which to begin reducing emissions. And so you can staple those together and you can say we now have a global agreement, but what you have is an agreement to do nothing. And if anything, you've gone backwards, because whereas in the past you could have criticized countries and said, hey, why aren't you doing anything? Now we have an agreement that says, in fact, we will applaud you for doing nothing.
We came together around the strong agreement the world needed.
Obviously, President Obama got a lot of political mileage out of that, but the climate didn't get much at all. The one country that showed up in Paris with a very costly, ambitious target was the United States. So President Obama took all the zero commitments from everybody else, but threw in a really expensive one for us.
Super expensive. Obama pledged to reduce American emissions by a quarter. Of course, it's true that the United States produces twice as much greenhouse gas per person as China and India. So isn't it on us to do more?
Even if we zeroed out our emissions tomorrow, the future of climate change is still a question of what happens in China and India.
We're getting out.
When Trump said he was leaving the Paris Accord, he was trashed by politicians across the world.
I'm dismayed at the US decision to pull out of the Paris Agreement.
President Obama said this administration joins a handful of nations that reject the future.
If the future is worthless climate agreements that everyone goes to Paris to talk about, then first of all, that's a very sad future, and it's one that we should be proud to reject.
The Earth is warming. Man may well be increasing that. But the solution isn't to waste billions by forcing emissions cuts here while other countries do nothing, while pretending to make cuts. Trump was right to repudiate this phony treaty. Most of us didn't even know how phony it was. But now we do.
Man-made global warming is no ordinary scientific theory.
This morning, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, made up of...
It is presented in the media as having the stamp of authority of an impressive international organization.
From the IPCC,
the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC.
The IPCC, like any UN body, is political. The final conclusions are politically driven.
This claim that the IPCC is the world's top 1,500 or 2,500 scientists, you look at the bibliographies of the people and it's simply not true. There are quite a number of non-scientists.
And to build the number up to 2,500, they have to start taking reviewers and government people and so on, anyone who ever came close to them. And none of them are asked to agree. Many of them disagree.
Those people who are specialists but don't agree with the polemic and resign, and there have been a number that I know of, they are simply put on the author list and become part of this 2,500 of the world's top scientists.
People have decided you have to convince other people that since no scientist disagrees, you shouldn't disagree either. But that, whenever you hear that in science, that's pure propaganda.
And I'm going to be giving the Voice of Reason Award to Art Robinson. Art Robinson is the reason many of us are in this room. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here. Way back, 1997, 1998, when the Kyoto Protocol was first being proposed, Art Robinson was one of those pioneers who saw that the science had been hijacked by the left, that people were being lied to, and that real scientists all across the country, all across the world, were being ignored. That the fact that most scientists didn't believe that climate change was either man-made or was going to be a problem was being ignored and hidden by a small group of politically oriented scientists. So Dr. Robinson didn't just sit on the sidelines. He made a critical decision. He said, let's organize a petition that we can ask scientists to sign that says that we don't believe global warming is a crisis. And he hatched the petition project. It's a very short statement, and I'm going to read it to you in full. It says, we urge the United States government to reject the global warming agreement that was written in Kyoto, Japan in December 1997, and any other similar proposals. The proposed limits on greenhouse gases would harm the environment, hinder the advance of science and technology, and damage the health and welfare of mankind, there is no convincing scientific evidence that human release of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases is causing or will in the foreseeable future cause catastrophic heating of the Earth's atmosphere and disruption of Earth's climate. Moreover, there is substantial scientific evidence that increases in atmospheric carbon dioxide produce many beneficial effects upon the natural plant and animal environments of the Earth. Period. Signed by 31,000 scientists, over 9,000 of whom have PhDs.
Petitions. The biggest one for sure is called the Oregon Petition. Over 31,000 signatures, including over 9,000 PhDs. They all have formal education in fields of specialization that relate to understanding research data on climate. And here's the statement they made. Okay, remember, over 30,000 people signed this. There is no convincing scientific evidence that human release of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases is causing or will in the foreseeable future cause catastrophic heating of the Earth's atmosphere and disruption of the Earth's climate system. Moreover, there is substantial scientific evidence that increases in atmospheric carbon dioxide produce many beneficial effects upon the natural plant and animal environments of the Earth. And again, I point people back to the Climate Change Reconsidered site, look up biological impacts, and you'll see a lot of support for that statement.
This is a story of how a theory about climate turned into a political ideology.
See, I don't even like to call it the environmental movement anymore, because really it is a political activist movement, and they have become hugely influential at a global level.
It is the story of the distortion of a whole area of science.
Climate scientists need there to be a problem in order to get funding.
We have a vested interest in creating panic, because then money will flow to climate science.
There's one thing you shouldn't say, and that is, this might not be a problem.
It is the story of how a political campaign turned into a bureaucratic bandwagon.
Fact of the matter is that tens of thousands of jobs depend upon global warming right now. It's a big business.
It's become a great industry in itself. And if the whole global warming farrago collapsed, there'd be an awful lot of people out of jobs and looking for work.
What are two of the dirtiest words in the English language? Well, if you're concerned with global warming, as so many people are these days, the answer is obvious. The two words are carbon dioxide, or as it is known by its chemical symbol, CO2. One atom of carbon and two atoms of oxygen. If we pump much more of it into the atmosphere, the argument goes, we're going to alter the climate, catastrophically. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, CO2 emissions from fossil fuels, which constitute 85% of our energy use, must be reduced to zero by 2100. If we don't save ourselves from ourselves, we're toast. That's the claim. Here's what's strange, though. All life is carbon-based, and the carbon for all that life originates from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. All of the carbon in the fossil fuels we are burning for energy today was once in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide before it was consumed by plankton in the sea and plants on the land. Coal, oil, and natural gas are the remains of those plankton and plants that have been transformed by heat and pressure deep in the Earth's crust. In other words, fossil fuels are 100% organic and were produced with solar energy. Sounds positively green. If there were no carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth would be a dead planet, period. Talk about catastrophic climate change. Take away CO2 and you'd have it. And yet the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has deemed this essential ingredient for life a pollutant. But how can something that makes life possible be bad? Before I deal with that question, let's get clear on our terms.
It has become common to refer to the emissions from burning fossil fuels for energy as carbon emissions. That is entirely misleading. Carbon dioxide is not carbon. Carbon dioxide is a colorless, odorless, tasteless gas which is an indispensable food for all living things. Can you have too much of it? In theory, yes. That's what climate alarmists say is happening now. CO2 levels are getting too high. Are they right? Well, if we look at the big picture, we find something surprising. For most of the history of life on Earth, carbon dioxide has been present in the atmosphere at much higher levels than it is today. During the Cambrian explosion, when multicellular life first came on the scene, CO2 levels were as much as 10 times higher than they are today. From a big picture perspective, we're actually living in a low carbon dioxide era. The optimum level of CO2 for plant growth, for example, is 4 to 5 times what is currently found in our atmosphere. That's why greenhouse growers worldwide actually inject additional CO2 into their greenhouses. They want to promote plant growth. Likewise, higher CO2 levels in the global atmosphere will boost food and forest productivity. That will come in handy, since by mid-century we will have to feed 8 to 10 billion people. In fact, we're already seeing the positive effects of increased carbon dioxide now. Satellite measurements have noted the greening of the Earth as crops and forests grow due to our higher levels of CO2. It turns out that carbon dioxide are not dirty words after all. We should celebrate CO2 as the giver of life that it is.
Of course, every prediction about the climate has been spectacularly wrong. Here's our top 5. Number 5. In 2006, Gore said we had 10 years to save the planet. It's now 2018 and the planet is not doomed. Number 4. Gore said the Arctic would be ice-free by the summer of 2014. Not even close. Number 3. The flow of the Gulf Stream would slow down, leading to climate catastrophe. That was part of the ridiculous plot of the sci-fi flick The Day After Tomorrow, but it's completely wrong. NASA data shows that the Gulf Stream current may actually be speeding up. Number 2. Polar bears were in danger of extinction. Wrong again. Polar bear populations are at an all-time high. And number 1, Gore said in 2006 that sea levels would rise by as much as 20 feet, quote, in the near future. Well, sea level rise for decades has not deviated from its pace of about 3 millimeters a year. That's about the height of 2 dimes.
Around 1,000 years ago, the Earth, whose temperature couldn't have been influenced by human activity, was actually warmer than it is today, and agriculture flourished. Fast forward to around 250 years ago, when the Industrial Revolution allowed human prosperity to take off like a rocket, and it has been improving ever since. But people who oppose technology and the human prosperity it brings with it have been looking for any excuse to slow or even turn off the engine of the world. In the 1980s, they found it: global warming. Since then, environmentalists, the media, and Hollywood have worked to frighten the American people into accepting laws that restrict access to energy and raise its price. Fear of technology and an uncertain future created today's global warming movement, but real science and experience reveal the fear was unjustified. Temperature records show the Earth hasn't warmed during the past 18 years. Sea ice has been expanding in the Antarctic Ocean, making up for small losses in the Arctic Ocean. There's been no increase in severe or violent weather, droughts, or floods attributable to global warming. The truth is, the world is becoming a cleaner and safer place thanks to technology and affordable energy.
But all these statements of alarm are based not on the views of the expert members of the societies involved, but on the views of a small cadre of politically active executives on the governing board or council of the organisation. It's a political consensus, it's a faux consensus, it is not a scientific consensus. Again, back off and think how serious this is. We used to trust these academies more than any other bodies in society. We now have complete politicization of scientific academies worldwide. Jorn Lomborg recently was offered a $3 million inducement, not personally, but to run part of his Copenhagen Consensus Centre at the University of Western Australia by the federal government in Australia. There was an enormous eruption of protests from the staff of the University of Western Australia. About 50 staff were turned away from the meeting, and it says here it was like a Rolling Stones concert to be in there. And as a result of staff pressure, the university withdrew the invitation. This is the betrayal of every value that a university stands for, and it's an appalling transgression on freedom of speech. And it's happened because of activism by the university staff themselves and students. Okay, corruption of government science. This says CSIRO, that's Australia's Commonwealth Scientific Industrial Research Organisation. Could just as easily read NASA or NOAA or NSERC. This is the former Prime Minister, and she's saying, just wondering if you guys could find some supporting evidence for man-made climate change, Cam. Well, yeah. And I've chosen to use this as a government scientist, but exactly the same is true for university-based scientists. They are basically being controlled by the way in which money is being given out. So we have the intimidation and corruption of government scientific institutes, and indeed of scientists more generally in the university and other sectors.
You've heard the news. 97% of scientists agree.
Climate change is getting worse.
Carbon could cost us the planet. Just look out the window.
Look out the window? Because it's a hot day and her tiny piece of the world? How shallow is that? And what does it mean when we hear...
The debate is settled. 97%.
97%.
97% of scientists agree.
Of course I believe in global warming.
Pat Michaels is called a climate change denier, but he agrees that the globe is warmed.
97% of scientists agree that global warming is real and people have something to do with it.
Climate changes.
Climate changes.
Temperature's up 4 degrees since what's called the Little Ice Age hundreds of years ago, and up 2 degrees over the past century. The real question is it dangerous? Is it going to harm people?
Exactly.
There's not a 97% consensus on that?
Of course there's not.
There's no consensus on fear-mongering like this.
If we lose the ice caps, you know how high the water will be? It would come up to the Statue of Liberty's elbow.
But even the UN's computer models don't predict the 20 feet that Neil deGrasse Tyson and Al Gore predict. We invited them and 20 other alarmists to make their points on this program. Only one, Bill Mumo, agreed. He worries about
the hot car effect, where you put your car in the sun, it's 70 degrees outside, you get in your car, it's 140, how did it happen? That's exactly what's happening with the atmosphere.
The climate models that got the government so excited have been totally wrong so far.
Well, I would say the climate models are actually better than economic models.
Well, they're both bad.
Okay, I wouldn't object to that conclusion.
But then why should we turn our lives upside down based on bad models?
Because last time carbon dioxide was this high in the past, sea levels were maybe 20 feet higher than they are now.
That was back before humans existed.
It will resume warming, but you don't really care whether it warms a degree in the next 60 years. It warmed a degree in the last 100 years. Life expectancy doubled.
A few degrees warming might be good.
It might be if you, depending where you are.
Cold waves kill many more people than heat waves.
Well, I don't know. How many tens of thousands of people died in Europe in 2003 in the heat wave?
Tens of thousands did die. Heat can kill. But many more people die from cold. The CDC says heat kills 600 Americans a year. Cold kills more than twice that many.
This budget requests $1.1 billion to address climate change.
An agency doesn't get money going in front of a congressional committee and say, you know, my issue, it's really not a problem. You ought to give the money to somebody else. No, instead, issues compete with each other for your money. And so You have to scare them.
We have to act in this decade.
As someone who gets paid to do research, I'm really excited. I'm going to go home and have fun. And so, to summarize, we have much scientific confidence that warming is contributing to sea level rise and other changes.
I've lived through 8 environmental apocalypses: the population bomb, acid rain, the ozone hole, global cooling, you name it. The global warming scare has longer legs because it's got more money.
That also gives climate alarmists a reason to squash dissent.
The climate change deniers suggest there's still a debate over the science. There is not.
I bought what they were saying.
Judith Curry is a climate scientist at Georgia Tech. She once agreed with the scaremongers.
What changed?
Well, ClimateGate.
Emails reveal a plot among the world's top climate scientists.
A group of esteemed scientists were strategizing to squash their opponents. And I thought, oh, wait a minute. Why should I believe this instead of my own judgment? What scientists actually agree on is a very narrow slice of things. Yes, temperatures have been increasing overall for the last several hundred years.
No doubt.
And that carbon dioxide does act to warm the planet. But there's no agreement as to whether warming is dangerous or not.
For saying that,
you were one of the targets of the congressman saying, show us where you get your money.
Yeah. I was one of the 7.
7 climate skeptics were branded heretics in order to reveal all their sources of funds. Curry abandoned science.
This is after praising me and pushing me a few years ago as, the prestigious scientist.
Well, you have wrong
whatever.
opinions now.
Yeah. I was trying to be honest as a scientist. It was very unpopular with a lot of my colleagues. They were trying to squash people who disagreed with them.
And they've succeeded.
I get emails from people all the time who wish they could speak out.
What are they worried about?
Losing their jobs?
It's dangerous to dissent when climate change is something politicians address with religious zeal.
This was the moment when the rise of the oceans began to slow and our planet began to heal.
Admit it. It's a religion. The head of the United Nations Climate Panel said it's his religion.
When you emit greenhouse gases, you feel like you're committing a sin?
I suppose if I were a preacher, I'd say we're all sinners, but there's redemption out in the future.
What is redemption?
My wife and I decided to build a zero net energy house in New England. It's completely solar.
But it's expensive.
Basically, it's tax-free money for me.
Yeah, taxpayers subsidize you and me. I did it too. Hey, What's fair about that? That just hurts the poor. They ask all these Nobel Prize winners, what do we need to do to help the world?
Yeah.
Addressing climate change was way down on the list. 1 million people die from dysentery.
Yes, absolutely.
Dirty water, horrible things that are killing people now.
Yep. And that would be cheap to fix, by the way. Cheaper than
we should do that before we worry about global warming.
But it's not an either-or thing.
But government action is an either-or thing. We don't have endless money. If we want to help people, we ought to do what really helps.
This is a story of censorship and intimidation.
I have seen and heard their spitting fury at anybody who might disagree with them, which is not the scientific way.
It is a story about Westerners invoking the threat of climatic disaster to hinder vital industrial progress in the developing world.
One clear thing that emerges from the whole environmental debate is the point that there's somebody keen to kill the African dream, and the African dream is to develop.
The environmental movement has evolved into the strongest force there is for preventing development in the developing countries.
The global warming story is a cautionary tale of how a media scare became the defining idea of a generation.
The whole global warming business has become like a religion. And people who disagree are called heretics. I'm a heretic.
We had a very, very thorough inquiry, took evidence from a whole lot of people expert in this area and produced a report. What surprised me was to discover how weak and uncertain the science was. In fact, there are more and more thoughtful people, some of them a little bit frightened to come out in the open, but who quietly, privately, and some of them publicly, are saying, hang on, wait a minute, this simply doesn't add up.
All models assume that man-made CO2 is the main cause of climate change, rather than the sun or the clouds.
The analogy I use is like my car is not running very well, so I'm going to ignore the engine, which is the sun, and I'm going to ignore the transmission, which is the water vapor, and I'm going to look at one nut on the right rear wheel, which is the human-produced CO2. It's that, the science is that bad.
Dr. Tim Ball, an historical climatologist, sent me a sentence, one sentence, which I think is beautiful to end this particular topic if you want to go on to others. He said, "You can mention that it was warmer than today for at least 95% of the last 10,000 years." That's what he said.
James?
Yes.
You know, I hope people watching this get the idea that there's a lot of data on the other side, that we're all fighting to get in pieces of data because there's so much to say. And I just want to read something that they should read this at the Climate Summit. I think they should really read this today to describe what's going on. And this is from a reliable source, American Meteorological Society Monthly Weather Review publication, that the Arctic Ocean is warming up. Icebergs are growing scarcer, and in some places the seals are finding the water too hot, according to a report by the Commerce Department at Bergen, Norway. Reports from fishermen, sea hunters, explorers all over point to radical change in climate conditions. Why aren't they reading this? And hitherto unheard of temperatures in the Arctic zone. Exploration expeditions report scarcely any ice as far north as 81 degrees. Soundings show the Gulf Stream very warm. Masses of ice have been replaced by moraines of earth and stones, and it goes on and on. Within a few years, it's predicted that due to the ice melt, the sea will rise and make most coastal cities uninhabitable.
What year was that written?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. This is 1922. This is November 1922, and this is real. This is not urban legend.
Yeah.
This has really happened. This was really reported. It was warm then, and then guess what happened after that? Of course, it cooled off, and so I just had to throw that. Monthly Weather Review.
Meteorological Society publication.
These were all facts. It was extremely warm back then in the polar regions.
And could I hit one up Tom for a second here? Okay. Tom mentioned 90%. Was 90% of the time since the Ice Age, the Earth was warmer than it is now. Actually, 90% of the time since creation, the Earth was warmer than it is now, because the geological evidence indicates that over all of geologic history, 4.65 billion years, somewhere between 5 and 10% of that time was there any substantial ice on Earth. And now there is. There's Greenland, Antarctica, and then summer ice all over the planet, well, lots of places. So you're talking 5 or 10% of the time was the planet cooler than it is now.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we're at one of the lowest levels of CO2 in Earth's history. Okay,
yes,
that's really
very
important.
Good point.
I mean, 440 million years ago, when we were in the depths of the coldest period in the last half-billion years, we had 1,100% of today's CO2 levels, according to geologic proxies. So, yeah, CO2 is very low right now. They say 40% rise in the last century since 1880. Well, that's peanuts in natural terms.
Well, so we should be very wasn't there a carboniferous? The carbon dioxide in this room is now around 900. Now, either we should be happy about it or perhaps evacuate the room for fear that there's something bad about it. There's nothing bad about carbon dioxide. The more, the better.
We are told that the Earth's climate is changing. But the Earth's climate is always changing. In Earth's long history, there have been countless periods when it was much warmer and much cooler than it is today, when much of the world was covered by tropical forests or else vast ice sheets. The climate has always changed, and changed without any help from us humans. We can trace the present warming trend back at least 200 years, to the end of a very cold period in Earth's history. This cold spell is known to climatologists as the Little Ice Age.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping.
In the 14th century, Europe plunged into the Little Ice Age. And where we would look for evidence of this are the old illustrations and prints and pictures of Old Father Thames, because during the hardest and toughest winters of that Little Ice Age, the Thames would freeze over. And there were wonderful ice fairs held on the Thames, skating and people actually selling things on the ice.
If we look back further in time, before the Little Ice Age, we find a balmy golden era when temperatures were higher than they are today, a time known to climatologists as the medieval warm period.
It's important that people know that climate enabled a quite different lifestyle in the medieval period. We have this view today that warming is going to have apocalyptic outcomes. In fact, wherever you describe this warm period, it appears to be associated with riches.
We're having a heat wave.
In Europe, this was the great age of the cathedral builders, a time when, according to Chaucer, vineyards flourished even in the north of England.
All over the city of London, there are little memories of the vineyards that grew in the medieval warm period. So this was a wonderfully rich time. And this little church, in a sense, symbolizes it, because it comes from a period of great wealth.
Going back in time further still, before the medieval warm period, we find more warm spells, including a very prolonged period during the Bronze Age, known to geologists as the Holocene maximum, when temperatures were significantly higher than they are now for more than 3 millennia.
If we go back 8,000 years in the Holocene period, our current interglacial, it was much warmer than it is today. Now the polar bears obviously survived that period. They're with us today. They are very adaptable, and these warm periods in the past, what we call hypsithermals, pose no problem for them.
Climate variation in the past is clearly natural. So why do we think it's any different today? In the current alarm about global warming, the culprit is industrial society. Thanks to modern industry, luxuries once enjoyed exclusively by the rich are now available in abundance to ordinary people. Novel technologies have made life easier and richer. Modern transport and communications have made the world seem less foreign and distant. Industrial progress has changed our lives. But has it also changed the climate? According to the theory of man-made global warming, industrial growth should cause the temperature to rise. But does it?
Anyone who goes around and says that carbon dioxide is responsible for most of the warming of the 20th century hasn't looked at the basic numbers.
Leagate, Matt Briggs, Willie Soon and I checked. And in 2013 we went through Cook et al. 2013, which had claimed a 97.1% consensus. Dave Leagate was the lead author of our paper here and placed it very successfully in the Learned Journal of Science and Education, where it was duly published after peer review. And what we found was that of 11,944 abstracts reviewed by Cook et al., they had themselves in their own data file listing all the 11,944 papers, marked only 64 of them as stating the consensus definition that they used in their paper, which is the scientific consensus that human activity is very likely causing most of the current global warming, anthropogenic global warming, or AGW. They took that as their definition. They marked only 64 papers in category 1, which was that definition. And they reported the result by this ingenious sequence of fiddles as 97%. When we read the 64 papers, we found only 41 of them did actually say what they had said, which is 0.3%. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the true size of the consensus on climate change. We are the majority now. And here it is. You can see their propaganda thing. 97% agree that we are the cause of global warming. No, 99.7% didn't say that.
Many of the scientists whose papers were included in the study spoke out against the misrepresentation of their answers, but of course were drowned out by the mainstream media, who obviously has politicized the issue and quickly subdues any dissident voices. Some of the scientists who spoke out include Dr. Moon, Dr. Sorna, Dr. Carlin, Dr. Nicholas Scafetta, Dr. Craig D. Idzo, Dr. Nair Shaviv. I can go on and on and on. Cook and his colleagues, for example, classified a peer-reviewed paper by scientist Greg Idzo as explicitly supporting the consensus, in quotes, position on global warming. When Dr. Idzo was asked about this claim, he responded, and I quote, "It would be incorrect to claim that our paper was an endorsement of CO2-induced global warming or anthropogenic global warming." Other scientists who they polled in the study and also concluded that they are also in consensus highlighted a few very important misrepresentations. They say that the question that cartoonist Cook and his alarmist colleagues surveyed was simply whether humans have caused some global warming. This by no means concludes that humans are the major contributing factor of the approximate 1/3 of 1 degree change in the last 50 years. Now let's go to some of the other scientists whose paper Cook included as in agreement and see what they had to say when asked if this was true. Dr. Scafetta, is this an accurate representation of your paper? He responds, Cook's survey is based on a straw man argument. What my papers say is that the IPCC view is erroneous because about 48 to 70% of the global warming observed from 1900 to 2000 was induced solely by the sun. Dr. Shaviv, was this an accurate representation of your paper? He responds, nope. This is not an accurate representation of my paper. The paper shows that if cosmic rays are included in empirical climate sensitivity analyses, then one finds the different timescales consistently give a low climate sensitivity, i.e. supports the idea that cosmic rays affect the climate and that the climate sensitivity is low. This means that part of the 20th century should be attributed to the increase in solar activity, and that the 21st century, warming under a business-as-usual scenario, should be low, about 1 degree Celsius. The journalist asked any further comment on the Cook 2013 study. Shaviv says, science is not a democracy. Even if the majority of scientists think one thing, which they don't, they still are not necessarily correct. Dr. Morner, is this an accurate representation of your paper? Morner responds, and I quote, certainly not correct and certainly misleading. The paper is strongly against AGW and documents its absence in the sea level observational facts. Also, it invalidates the mode of sea level handling by the IPCC. Dr. Soon, is this an accurate representation of your paper? He responds, I am sure that this rating of no position on AGW by CO2 is nowhere accurate or correct. Rating our serious auditing paper from just a reading of the abstract words that were contained in the title of the paper is surely a bad mistake. Anyway, I can go on and on and on with how many scientists say that Cook misrepresented their paper and statements, but you get the point.
Also said that carbon dioxide can make the planet greener?
Well, that's pretty well understood. There's hundreds of papers that have been published by plant physiologists that show that increasing CO2 is good for basically all the plants that they study, even crops like corn. My long-term prediction is that eventually we're going to realize that more CO2 in the atmosphere is actually a good thing. And considering the fact that it is necessary for life on Earth to have CO2 in the atmosphere, it's amazing how little there is in the atmosphere. I consider my views pretty mainstream, and I know there's a lot of...
In climatology, you find a lot of people who agree with you.
I find a lot of people that agree with me but will not speak out because they're afraid that they might lose their funding. All you hear from, on the other side from me, are scientists who have decided to take a stand publicly, get involved with the politicians,
and if you say there's this big problem, that's when you get money to fix the problem.
Yeah, Congress doesn't give money out for things that are not problems.
I'm told we're destroying the earth, burning gas, oil, and coal, and we burn more than other countries. The National Audubon Society says there is no greater threat to our environment. But my next guest, scientific journalist Matt Ridley, says the opposite is true. Matt, how can that be the case?
Well, if you think about it, when we're burning fossil fuels, it means we're not burning something else. We're not cutting down forests and so on. And the more we burn fossil fuels, the more we can produce fertilizer. And that means we use less land to grow our food, so we can spare land for forests. So there's actually net forest increase in a lot of the world, particularly America. But over and above that, there's a fascinating new discovery, which is that the world as a whole is getting greener. Places like the Amazon rainforest are actually getting greener, and the reason is partly because we're putting more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and that makes plants grow faster.
All right, so let's break that down. In general, there is less farmland and more land returned to forest because we burn oil, coal instead of trees.
New England used to be 70% farmland, it's now 70% forest. Countries like Bangladesh are growing more forest. There's a new satellite which measures the greening of the Earth, and it's finding that about 20% of the Earth is getting greener and 3% is getting browner, and about half of that effect is coming from the carbon dioxide that we're putting into the air from burning fossil fuels. So literally, the burning of fossil fuels is helping the rainforest in the Amazon to grow. Now, you know, that's a very unwelcome message for the environmental movement. It just happens to be true. There's a very nice example of this, which is the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic is pretty green, Haiti is very brown. Haiti is almost totally deforested. The reason is because they use charcoal.
You can even see a clear line between the two countries, just looking from the satellites.
Yeah,
one's green,
you
one's
can see
brown.
it on a satellite, you can see it in an aerial photograph, and the reason is because Haiti relies on wood for not only domestic fuel, but for industrial fuel too, whereas the Dominican Republic uses fossil fuels, and it actually subsidizes the use of propane as a cooking fuel so that people won't go out into the forest and cut down trees to make charcoal to cook over. So there's a very clear example of how the use of fossil fuels is actually good for the environment.
And the propane comes from the natural gas, which we're discovering much more of. Of course, it would be better in terms of global warming, if it really is a threat, if we could burn less oil and use more wind power or solar power, perhaps. But it's such a joke when you look at our current energy use. We have a graph of that. I don't think people know that 3/4 of our energy comes from those horrible fossil fuels. Nuclear's 10%. Wind and solar are a tiny fraction. I left out hydropower, which is one of the best. But we're nowhere close to getting rid of fossil fuels.
That's right. And I mean, wind is just an irrelevance in this argument. People go on and about how it saves the planet. Actually, it needs a huge amount of landscape. Even if we carpeted the whole of Australia with wind turbines, we still wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. So a lot of these renewables are really not making a dent in the problem.
The public doesn't buy this at all. How come?
Well, we've spent so long demonizing fossil fuels over the last few decades that no wonder people think that they're the root of all evil.
My big concern with global warming is that the policies being pushed to supposedly prevent global warming are having a disastrous effect on the world's poorest people.
To former environmentalist Paul Driesen, the idea that the world's poorest people should be restricted to using the world's most expensive and inefficient forms of electrical generation is the most morally repugnant aspect of the global warming campaign.
Now, what about the climate gates? The scientists have now been exonerated, acquitted, not guilty. They did get a wrist slap. They deceived the public, and they deceived other scientists. But they did nothing that was immoral, illegal, or anything like that. What did they do that deceived the public? This is in the report, this is in the review, not the charts. But these are the data as they published it on the cover of the World Meteorological Organization magazine. These are the data that many of my fellow scientists at Berkeley use. They say, well, you know, the public may not understand graphs, but I do. And look at this. Here's the temperature for the last 1,000 years going over the place. It's not actually temperature. We actually measure tree rings and and corals and things, but it's a proxy for temperature. It goes all over the place. Then look what happened recently. Zoom. That's clear and incontrovertible. The public may not understand this, so I have to now lend my prestige to this. I'm a professor of physics, and I will now go and tell people that global warming is clear and incontrovertible because I have seen the actual data. And it is. And unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues have behaved in this way. In their paper, if you dig into it, they said they did some things with the data from 1961 onward. They removed it and replaced it with temperature data. So some of the people who read these papers asked to see the data. They refused to send it to them, the original raw data. They used the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act officer, on the advice of the scientists, would not release the data. Then the data came out. They weren't hacked like a lot of people say. Most people who know this business believe they were leaked by one of the members of the team who was really upset with them. So now I can show you what the data that they refused to release, the original data, before they did anything. What they did was, and there's a quote. A quote came out in the emails, these leaked emails, that said, let's use Mike's trick to hide the decline. That's the words. Let's use Mike's trick to hide the decline. Mike, who's Michael Mann, said, hey, trick just means mathematical trick. That's all. Now, and my response is, I'm not worried about the word trick. I'm worried about the decline. What do you mean hide the decline? Let me show you this. Now we have the data. Now it's been released. And this is what it is. That's the raw data as any Berkeley scientist would have published it. He would have said, okay, we've had the medieval ice age, and now we have global warming. And there's some disagreement, but hey, there's disagreement all over the place. And that just shows the technique isn't completely reliable. What they did is they took the data from 1961 onward, from this peak, and erased it. What was their justification for erasing it? The fact that it went down. And we know the temperature's going up. Therefore, it was unreliable. Is this unreliable? No. How do we know? Well, we don't know. But, this is probably some human effect. The justification would not have survived peer review in any journal that I'm willing to publish in. But they had it well hidden, and they erased that, and they replaced it with temperature going up. And let me show you how cleverly this was done. You get back to this plot. There it is. They added the same temperature data to 3 different plots, giving you the illusion that there are 3 different sets going up. And they smoothed it. This temperature changes smoothly. If they hadn't smoothed it, you might have noticed, oh, wait a minute, what's the change going on right there? Why is it abruptly different? But you don't notice that because it's smooth. But smoothing is legitimate in their minds because the temperature change is not discontinuous. So that's what they did. And what is the result in my mind? Quite frankly, as a scientist, I now have a list of people whose papers I won't read anymore. You're not allowed to do this in science. This is not up to our standards. I get infuriated with colleagues of mine who say, well, it's a human field. You make mistakes. And then I show them this. And they say, no, that's not acceptable.
Well, I'm certain from having read a lot of the emails and documents that they were adjusting the data, manipulating the data, concealing the doubts they had internally, and continuing to express certainty externally. There's even an example of the computer codes that they've adjusted to cut off the evidence of the recent period of global cooling. For the last decade, the world hasn't heated up as their theories suggest it should have done. Indeed, it's cooled slightly. So they cut that out of their computers, and they cut it out of the diagrams and so on that they produce. And likewise, they've altered the data in the past, or they've selected data from the past, which has wiped out the evidence of the so-called medieval warming period, when the world was probably warmer than it is now. Because after all, if it was warmer then without us all burning lots of hydrocarbons, it suggests that hydrocarbons aren't the only things that cause the temperature and the climate to change.
News reports frequently show images of ice breaking from the edge of the Arctic. What they don't say is that this is as ordinary an event in the Arctic as falling leaves on an English autumn day.
Peer-reviewed study, because that's what you always hear from the global warmists. It says almost all of the supposed warming is coming from scientists adjusting the temperatures. And we've talked about before how they go back and they adjust temperatures. Now, why are you adjusting temperatures from the 1940s?
Right.
How do you know today in 2017 what the temperature was on July 10th in 1943? You don't. You don't. They probably knew then, but you don't know now.
Okay.
You don't know now.
And this is one of the things that, because people have, I've never seen it compiled like this before. There have been, skeptics have pointed this idea out before, that what they do is not necessarily adjust the current temperatures higher to get more warming.
Although they have done some of this, according to this study, they have done that too.
One of the things is they go back and they make the old temperatures colder.
Right.
So it looks like it's warmed more from back then to today. Now they show...
Of course, the 30s and 40s were hot. They were really warm periods, warm decades. And so now we're making them cooler. They're not as hot as they once were.
It's a previously unpublished representation of the IPCC in planning mode. It doesn't matter which staircase you go up, it leads nowhere. And every corridor you go along ends at a blank wall or by standing upside down. Now, this whole thing starts with the radical green environmentalists. And their whole modus operandi is based on two things. The first is lies. And we see here, I've just chosen Sierra Club. It could have been World Wildlife Fund or Greenpeace. We see here one of their typical glossy brochures, and it starts with a statement, naysayers declare that global warming is not real. That's an imaginary statement, it's a lie. Secondly, the big oil companies want you to believe drilling is ecologically sensitive areas will not affect the wildlife that lives there. That's a second lie. So the whole basis for these scares, they constantly pick these emotional things and concentrate them. And this is the cover, remember. This is right up front. That's their main message. And then the second thing is no expense is spared. The amount of money that is spent on preparing these brochures is just remarkable. And that's summarized very nicely by this cartoon. If that's what it takes, if that's what it takes, they will find the money to make it happen. Okay, starts then with the green radical environmentalists. But secondly, there is the matter of media bias. And this bias is, in a sense, more subtle than we might think. There's two newspaper reports. This put one on about the Great Barrier Reef, and this one about a particularly hot January that occurred in New Zealand. Now, if you read the small print in here, you'll find that they don't actually mention global warming. They don't actually mention climate change. They don't have to. They've trained the audience so subliminally that just by presenting the pages this way, and we all see this day in, day out in all the news media, they give the impression we have these crises going on. By the way, this tipping point was because a certain amount of coral had been destroyed in a cyclone on the Great Barrier Reef, and just last week a scientific paper is published that shows it's now completely recovered. Okay, so we've got traduced standards of media reporting. Next, we have the indoctrination of our children. Senator Inhofe described this in his opening address, how his granddaughter came home. We've all had that experience. This is a website in the UK which encourages children to act as climate cops and keep a book on how their parents are using electricity and when they turn the lights off and so on. You can laugh at it, but it's one of many, and professionally prepared. Again, it costs a lot of money to do a website like this. And so what we have is the indoctrination and propagandization of children. It's going on remorselessly in schools, museums, galleries, zoos, and every public space you can think of. Next, we have contrived and corrupt markets. This is the European emissions trading system, and this is a report that 90% of the trades were corrupt in a particular year. You all know about the Chicago Carbon Exchange, which collapsed in 2010, and one of the reasons it collapsed was because of corrupt trading. For the first time in 2009, I think it was, the Times published a green rich list. And green investors, top 100 of them in 2009, $267 billion. And when you look at some of the people at the top of the list, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and the Google fellows somewhere just in here, a lot of these people are heavily into the media business. So the money swung in to this green stuff, and we've basically got corrupt investment markets. The idea that the carbon market is in any way a real market is a joke. It's a politically contrived, corrupt market. This one, United Nations, you all know about it. It's the map they produced in 2010 showing there'd be 50 million climate refugees. And by 2010, they said, and there isn't a single climate refugee. There is one person in New Zealand trying to fight a court case to establish that he is the first climate refugee. Think about this. This is the United Nations educational program. They quietly took it down from their website after a couple of years with no comment. This is corruption of UN agencies, and you might say, oh, yawn, what's new? But back off a moment, back off. Just think, this is the United Nations, and you have major agencies of the United Nations that are acting in totally unprofessional ways. They are, in fact, lying again, just like the green organizations. This is a huge problem. A faux consensus. Here's a list of the much vaunted scientific societies around the world that are supposed to be the consensus for alarm on global warming. Americans in the room, pat yourself on the back, because you have in your, within your borders one of the two organizations that hasn't done this, and it's the American Physical Society, which has recently revisited its statement, and the other one is in fact the Australian Geological Society, which has revisited and withdrawn its earlier alarmist statement.
Data sets are highly adjusted and infilled. And an adjustment, by definition, is a small alteration or movement made to achieve a desired fit, appearance, or result. I think that applies to what we've seen in climate science. The temperature reported years ago just isn't the same as what it is reported today. This is a flipbook chart showing U.S. temperature, and notice the two circled green peaks there. This is from Tony Heller. And you can see that the peaks have changed. And this is the same data set from two different years. How then can we determine what the real temperature trend has been if the data keeps changing from under us? And then there's another problem. A lot of the surface temperature record is infilled. Now, there are thousands of weather stations around the United States. These weather stations are run by a lot of volunteers. Some are just people that are doing it in their own backyards as part of the Cooperative Observer Network. Some are at police stations, fire stations, and so forth. But the thing is that a lot of these have disappeared. A lot of them have stopped reporting. And what's been happening is that NOAA has been increasing the infill, the interpolation between stations that have dropped out. And according to Tony Heller's analysis, there's now almost 40% of an infill going on. I think that estimate might be a little bit high, but the fact is that there is some infill going on in the surface temperature record. So instead of dropping these stations, they tried to interpolate the data as if the station was there. It seems to me to be kind of a manufactured result. So the problem stems not just from adjusted and missing closed station data, but from the insistence of NOAA and CDC on using obviously bad data, such as stations like the following. This is from my Surface Stations project. This is the University of Arizona at Tucson. This is their weather station in that little cage down there. It's in the middle of a parking lot. And the reason it ended up there was because the university kept growing and growing. It used to be in a grass field away from the campus, but the campus kept growing and it had a limited land grant. And they kept having to move the weather station. And finally, they put it right out in front of the Atmospheric Sciences Department. Now, when we discovered this and we reported on it, the station closed within about 6 months. NOAA closed it because obviously it was reporting the temperature of a parking lot rather than representative of the area. Here's another station not too far away in Carefree, Arizona. Now they have the NOAA official MMTS temperature sensor. This is run by a volunteer observer. But you can see it's measuring the temperature basically of a large asphalt parking lot. And if it was getting warmer, we would expect to see increases in the number of record highs. We have not. This is state record highs by decade. And as you can see, recent times haven't set any new state record highs. In fact, most of them were set back in the Dust Bowl area. And the number of 90-plus degree readings at all U.S. Historical Climate Network stations has been going down. The Climate Reference Network, the U.S. Climate Reference Network, was a pristine, state-of-the-art, technologically advanced network of about 150 stations set up around the United States, away from human civilization, to make an accurate assessment of climate change. We don't see this listed in the reports that NOAA puts out on a monthly basis about their records and so forth. But I wanted to show you this plot from NOAA. This is from their website. And NOAA provides the same data in a tabular form, which I plotted again this morning. For the United States, we not just have a pause, but a slight cooling. And so it's at least in complete conflict with what NOAA has been saying last week. Yes, the U.S. is not the world, but it has the best observing network in the world, so there should be some pause for concern.
And what that does is it thickens this layer of atmosphere. More of the outgoing infrared is trapped. And so the atmosphere heats up worldwide. That's global warming.
Carbon dioxide molecule, one carbon, two oxygens, vibrate and absorbs radiation, as he explained and as the movie shows. However, it will only absorb radiation in a certain wavelength. That wavelength is essentially averages 15 microns. That's a very tiny number, like 10 to the minus 17th. And so there's only a limited amount of that wavelength of total radiation that carbon dioxide can absorb, and it's 90% full. In other words, the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is 90% full of the radiation it can absorb. So increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will have absolutely no effect in keeping more heat in. In fact, if we double the amount of carbon dioxide in the coming decades, and we probably will, it'll have no measurable impact at all. The other part is that 95% at least of greenhouse gas is water vapor. Carbon dioxide is a very small part, 4 or 5% that's being blamed for what is supposed to be a dramatic change in the temperature of the planet. And of that carbon dioxide, 97% is contributed by the oceans and decaying vegetation, giving back the carbon dioxide it absorbed in its life process. Only 3% of the carbon dioxide that's in the atmosphere actually came from man. And so our part of the whole thing is 3% times 4%, or 12 thousandths of a percent. And it's that tiny amount that they want us to change the economy of the entire world in order to stop by eliminating fossil fuels.
We're going back in time now, 650,000 years. Here's what the temperature has been on our Earth. Now, one thing that kind of jumps out at you is, did they ever fit together? Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The relationship is actually very complicated, but there is one relationship that is far more powerful than all the others, and it is this. When there is more carbon dioxide, the temperature gets warmer.
Al Gore says the relationship between temperature and CO2 is complicated, but he doesn't say what those complications are. In fact, there was something very important in the ice core data that he failed to mention. Professor Ian Clark is a leading Arctic paleoclimatologist who looks back into the Earth's temperature record tens of millions of years. Professor Clark and others have indeed discovered, as Al Gore says, a link between carbon dioxide and temperature. But what Al Gore doesn't say is that the link is the wrong way round.
So here we're looking at the ice core record from Vostok, and in the red we see temperature going up from early time to later time at a very key interval when we came out of a glaciation. And we see the temperature going up, and then we see the CO2 coming up. CO2 lags behind that increase. It's got an 800-year lag, so temperature is leading CO2 by 800 years.
There have now been several major ice core surveys. Every one of them shows the same thing. The temperature rises or falls, and then, after a few hundred years, carbon dioxide follows.
So obviously, carbon dioxide is not the cause of that warming. In fact, we can say that the warming produced the increase in carbon dioxide.
CO2 clearly cannot be causing temperature changes. It's a product of temperature. It's following temperature changes.
The ice core record goes to the very heart of the problem we have here. They said, if the CO2 increases in the atmosphere as a greenhouse gas, then the temperature will go up. But the ice core record shows exactly the opposite. So the fundamental assumption, the most fundamental assumption of the whole theory of climate change due to humans is shown to be wrong.
But how can it be that higher temperatures lead to more CO2 in the atmosphere? To understand this, we must first restate the obvious point that carbon dioxide is a natural gas produced by all living things.
Few things annoy me more than to hear people talking about carbon dioxide as being a pollutant. You're made of carbon dioxide, I'm made of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is how living things grow.
What's more, humans are not the main source of carbon dioxide.
Humans produce a small fraction in the single digits percentage-wise of the CO2 that is produced in the atmosphere.
Volcanoes produce more CO2 each year than all the factories and cars and planes and other sources of man-made carbon dioxide put together. More still comes from animals and bacteria, which produce about 150 gigatons of CO2 each year, compared to a mere 6.5 gigatons from humans. An even larger source of CO2 is dying vegetation, from falling leaves, for example, in the autumn. But the biggest source of CO2 by far is the oceans.
Yes, Arctic sea ice is melting faster than models expected, but models also predicted that Antarctic sea ice would decrease, yet Antarctic sea ice is increasing. Yes, sea levels are rising, but the rise is not accelerating. If anything, two recent papers, one by Chinese scientists published in January 2014 and the other by US scientists published in May 2013, have shown a small decline in the rate of sea level increase. We're often being told that we're seeing more and more droughts, but a study published in March 2014 in the journal Nature actually shows a decrease in the world's surface that has been afflicted by droughts since 1982. Facts like these are important because a one-sided focus on worst-case stories is a poor foundation for sound policies. Hurricanes are likewise used as an example of things getting worse. But look at the US, where we have the best statistics. If we adjust for population and wealth, hurricane damage during the period of 1900 to 2013 actually decreased slightly. At the UN Climate Conference in Lima, Peru, in December 2014, attendees were told that their countries should cut carbon emissions to avoid future damage from storms like Typhoon Hagupit, which hit the Philippines during the conference, killing at least 21 people and forcing more than 1 million into shelters. Yet the trend for strong typhoons around the Philippines have actually declined since 1950, according to a study published in 2012 by the Journal of Climate. Again, we're told that all things are getting worse, but the facts don't support this. This does not mean global warming is not real or a problem, but the one-sided story of alarmism makes us lose focus. If we want to help the world's poor, who are the most threatened by natural disasters, it's less about cutting carbon emissions than it is about pulling them out of poverty. The best way to see this is to look at the world's death from natural disasters over time. In the Oxford University database for death rates from floods, extreme temperatures, droughts, and storms, the average in the first part of last century was more than 130 dead every year per million people. Since then, the death rates have dropped 97% to a new low in the 2010s of less than 4 per million. The dramatic decline is mostly due to economic developments that help nations withstand catastrophes. If you're rich like Florida, a major hurricane might cause plenty of damage to expensive buildings, but it kills few people and causes only a temporary dent in economic output. If a similar hurricane hits a poorer country like the Philippines or Guatemala, it kills many more people and can devastate the economy. So let's be clear, climate change is not worse than we thought.
By the early 1990s, man-made global warming was no longer a slightly eccentric theory about climate. It was a full-blown political campaign. It was attracting media attention, and as a result, more government funding.
Prior to Bush the Elder, I think the level of funding for climate and climate-related sciences was somewhere around the order of $170 million a year, which was reasonable for the size of the field. It jumped to $2 billion a year, more than a factor of 10. And yeah, that changed a lot. I mean,
that's a lot of jobs.
A lot of jobs. It brought a lot of new people into it who otherwise were not interested. So you developed whole cadres of people whose only interest in the field was that there was global warming.
If I wanted to do research on, shall we say, the squirrels of Sussex, what I would do, and this is any time from 1990 onwards, I would write my grant application saying, I want to investigate the nut-gathering behavior of squirrels with special reference to the effects of global warming. And that way I get my money. If I forget to mention global warming, I might not get the money.
There's really no question in my mind that the large amounts of money that have been fed into this particular, rather small area of science have distorted the overall scientific effort.
We're all competing for funds. And if your field is the focus of concern, you have that much less work rationalizing why your field should be funded.
The billions of dollars invested in climate science means there is a huge constituency of people dependent upon those dollars. And they will want to see that carry forward. It happens in any bureaucracy.
Scientists reported with unprecedented alarm that the North Polar ice cap is, in their words, falling off a cliff. One study estimated that it could be completely gone during summer in less than 22 years. Another new study to be presented by U.S. Navy researchers later this week warns it could happen in as little as 7 years. 7 years from now.
Well, he's not a climate scientist. He's a popularizer of climate science, but he's generally a popularizer of, I wouldn't say bad climate science, but I would say what he does, his whole gig is that he takes the most extreme example and says that's the expectation. You know, he was careful to say one study. Well, yeah, but
he quoted two there, actually.
Yeah, well, one for 2020 and one for, well, I'm sorry, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change doesn't have anything that dramatic. And look, there's always a grain of truth in what people like Mr. Gore say. The Arctic ice cap has been declining. It reached a record low in 2012. Now it's recovering. As you said, the ice is thicker and there's more of it. It's about 1.7 million square kilometers more, roughly the size of Alaska. So you had a low, and in terms of what is obviously, one would think, natural variation, ocean currents, those kinds of things, there is a recovery. That doesn't mean global warming is a hoax. It doesn't mean man-made climate change is a hoax. But what it means is that natural factors influence climate. They always have, they always will, beyond what man does by the theory of burning carbon dioxide, burning fossil fuels emitting carbon dioxide. The other half of this equation is that a few weeks earlier, we found out that the Antarctic has more ice than ever in terms of, from satellite images that started in '79, the Antarctic ice cap is bigger than ever. It grew 2.1 million square kilometers, about the size of Greenland, right? And right now, there is more ice at the poles, north and south, than at any time in 36 years. And again, the real climate scientists go, well, yes, we're trying to get the signal of what anthropogenic climate change does, and we're trying to understand what natural does. It's still valid to say that if you look at multi-year trends, the trend is a warmer world, although it hasn't warmed technically in 18 years. But the other thing is that I do read the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a lot more now, and to give them credit, they said in their last major report last year about Antarctic sea ice, we have low confidence, we don't know what's going on because our models say it should be declining. So the real science, it's nothing like what people like Gore and Suzuki and all of these radical green groups do. It's not easy to understand what's going on. Climate is complicated. And so what happens is these popularizers, they want to make these extreme things to get everybody scared. Oh, well, then we have to build wind turbines, and we have to build solar, and they've stampeded governments into doing it all over Europe, in Canada, in Ontario, wasting billions of dollars we didn't need to waste. We could have eliminated coal-fired emissions in Ontario. Well, what we actually did was we increased nuclear and natural gas. We didn't need wind and solar, right? So the big thing I always try to say to people is on this file, it's calm down. Don't be stampeded into believing that we're facing an imminent Armageddon, that North America is going to flood, because look, you're practically a biblical scholar. You know that in every age there are end of worldsters. It's nothing new. We're the age where everything is going to go to hell and we're going to be destroyed. When you think about it, it's an incredible arrogance. When you consider the time this planet has survived, the time there has been life on it, the fact there have been 5 major natural extinctions before us, the idea that we sit here and we are going to destroy the planet by carbon dioxide emissions is foolish. We may change the climate and we'll have to deal with that.
You mention this because this sort of ideological eschatology
is how the most elementary principles of journalism seem to have been abandoned on this subject.
In fact, the theory of man-made global warming has spawned an entirely new branch of journalism.
You've got a whole new generation of reporters, environmental journalists. Now, if you're an environmental journalist, and if the global warming story goes in the trash can, so does your job. It really is that crude. And the reporting has to get more and more hysterical because there are still, fortunately, a few hardened news editors around who will say, this is what you were saying 5 years ago. But now it's much, much worse. There's going to be 10 feet of sea level rise by next Tuesday or something. They have to keep on getting shriller and shriller and shriller.
It is now common in the media to lay the blame for every storm or hurricane on global warming.
Are wind and solar power the answer to our energy needs? There's a lot of sun and a lot of wind. They're free, they're clean, no CO2 emissions. So what's the problem? Why do solar and wind combined provide less than 2% of the world's energy? To answer these questions, we need to understand what makes energy, or anything else for that matter, cheap and plentiful. For something to be cheap and plentiful, every part of the process to produce it, including every input that goes into it, must be cheap and plentiful. Yes, the sun is free. Yes, wind is free. But the process of turning sunlight and wind into usable energy on a mass scale is far from free. In fact, compared to the other sources of energy, fossil fuels, nuclear power, and hydroelectric power, solar and wind power are very expensive. The basic problem is that sunlight and wind as energy sources are both weak, the more technical term is dilute, and unreliable, the more technical term is intermittent. It takes a lot of resources to collect and concentrate them, and even more resources to make them available on demand. These are called the diluteness problem and the intermittency problem. The diluteness problem is that, unlike coal or oil, the sun and the wind don't deliver concentrated energy, which means you need a lot of additional materials to produce a unit of energy. For solar power, such materials can include highly purified silicon, phosphorus, boron, and a dozen other complex compounds like titanium dioxide. All these materials have to be mined, refined, and/or manufactured in order to make solar panels. Those industrial processes take a lot of energy. For wind, needed materials include high-performance compounds for turbine blades and the rare earth metal neodymium for lightweight specialty magnets. as well as the steel and concrete necessary to build structures, thousands of them as tall as skyscrapers. And as big a problem as diluteness is, it's nothing compared to the intermittency problem. This isn't exactly a newsflash, but the sun doesn't shine all the time, and the wind doesn't blow all the time. The only way for solar and wind to be truly useful would be if we could store them, so that they would be available when we needed them. You can store oil in a tank. Where do you store solar or wind energy? No such mass storage system exists. Which is why, in the entire world, there is not one real or proposed independent freestanding solar or wind power plant. All of them require backup. And guess what the go-to backup is? Fossil fuel. Here's what solar and wind electricity look like in Germany, which is the world's leader in renewables. The word erratic leaps to mind. Wind is constantly varying, sometimes disappearing completely. And solar produces little in the winter months when Germany most needs energy. Therefore, some reliable source of energy is needed to do the heavy lifting. In Germany's case, that energy is coal. So, while Germany has spent tens of billions of dollars to subsidize solar panels and windmills, fossil fuel use in that nation has not decreased, it's increased, and less than 10% of their total energy is generated by solar and wind. Furthermore, switching back and forth between solar and wind and coal to maintain a steady flow of energy is costly. Utility bills for the average German have gone up so dramatically that energy poverty has become a popular term to describe those who cannot pay, or who can barely pay, their electricity bills. If those bills one day go down, the reason will not be more solar and wind energy, but lower oil and coal prices. There's no free lunch, and there's no free energy. And that very much includes the highly expensive energy from the sun and the wind.
And you may remember the pause that carried on until about November last year, and this graph was actually displayed by Ted Cruz at a hearing in the Senate, to the great discomfiture of the so-called Democrats, because they had no means of explaining it, and they flanneled around and faffed around and behaved badly, but they couldn't land a blow on him. This is not what was predicted. The rate of global warming should be fairly steadily accelerating. Yes, you'll get ups and downs. What you didn't expect and nobody predicted was very nearly 20 years now without any significant global warming. But they don't like to admit that pause existed, except to deny it. Here is, I think, 73 models, all of which, every single one of which, predicted more global warming in the crucial tropical mid-troposphere than is observed by either the satellites, or by the dropsondes, or by the radiosondes. All these three methods of measurement, not one of those methods of measurement bears out any of the model's projections. All of them were exaggerated. Here is our very own Wet Office, which has been dismal. They keep forecasting barbecue summers. So if you ever have a barbecue summer, do invite me to come, because we never get them in the UK. And their predictions are wrong. Here is the IPCC itself. This is a huge enlargement of a postage stamp-sized corner of one of the graphs in the 2013 assessment report. And as you can see, if you blow it up so that you can actually see it, which you can't as it's printed, you can see that they have realized that their predictions in red and in blue are well above the observations, which are in black, for global temperatures over the last 8 or 9 years. Here is their attempt to predict methane concentration. The black line and arrow right along the bottom are what's actually observed, and each of the 4 assessment reports wildly, wildly exaggerated. And you've now got in California, Flaco Governor Jerry Brown, in his campaign against farmers because they vote Republican. He has not only driven them off the whole of central California by turning off their water and pouring it into the sea because he thinks the ocean needs to be topped up, but he's also now planning to do the same in Northern California. And he has just today signed into law a provision, an act, that requires farmers to record the amount of methane emitted by each of their cows and imposes restrictions upon them. So the farmers are now going to have to tell their cows, do not burp or fart so much. And here is yet another failed prediction of temperature from the IPCC, and so it goes on. But not only that, once they realized they'd got the temperature predictions wrong, they decided, let's bring up the observed temperatures until they match the predictions. And here's how they did it. This is thanks to Tony Heller, who writes as Stephen Goddard on his own very good website. You should go to that. It's very, very good on this temperature thing. This is the original data from the US Historical Climate Network of stations around the United States. And what it shows, embarrassingly for the official theory, is a decline in temperatures over the 20th century. But not to worry, what we can do is adjust the data, and this is what they publish. Quite astonishing, isn't it? From that to that, from that to that. And that's a red flag when they have to tamper with the data. That indicates things are going wrong. Here is NASA GISS playing the same game. That to that, from that to that. And you can see that in the 1930s, that's what it was actually like. And they've depressed the 1930s value and increased the value at the right-hand end of the graph, which is where we are, so as to make it look as though the rate of global warming in the 20th century was considerably greater than it actually was. That's the effect of these changes. And no doubt they will have some mimbling pseudo-scientific pretext for doing this, but it doesn't look very good that very nearly all of such warming as has been observed since 1950 depends on adjustments like these. Take away the adjustments and there really hasn't been much in the way of warming. Here you see the same thing going on down under in Australia. This is picked up by Joe Daleo. The same thing also in New Zealand, which led to a famous court case, to the huge embarrassment of the New Zealand Bureau of Meteorology. They're all doing it. And here's an interesting observation. The record temperatures were much more frequently observed in the 1930s in the United States than they were at any time since. But you don't see that reported in any of the mainstream news media. Extreme weather predictions have been extremely exaggerated. Let's get on to a few of these. Here, for instance, are 50 million climate refugees by 2010, said the UN with the usual extraordinary self-confidence. Am I right that it's now 2016? But not to worry, along comes a French professor and says, oh, well, bad luck, that didn't quite work out, but there are going to be 20 million climate refugees by 2020. Well, I don't often make predictions, but I'm going to make one now. There won't be 50 million climate refugees by 2020, or anything like it. And here is a very interesting one, which nobody else had done it, so I did it. I downloaded the entire Argo bathythermograph dataset for the first 11 years of its existence. I haven't yet succeeded in downloading last year's data, but this is as far as I could get. And what it shows is the ocean is warming. However, it's warming, though this graph doesn't show this, it's warming from below. The surface layer of the ocean isn't really warming, and then as you go deeper, down to the 1.25 mile depth that these automated buoys go, taking the temperature and salinity profiles as they come back up, it's from below that the warming is happening. And if it were warming by us in the atmosphere transferred to the ocean, then it would be from above. The profile would be completely the other way about. And what that suggests is that something's going on at the bottom of the ocean that we're not monitoring, but somehow heat is coming up from there, and it's that, perhaps, which is the cause of a no small fraction of the global warming we're experiencing. We don't know. But what we do know is this, that if you take that top 1.25 mile slab of the ocean as a whole, and you take the whole Argo dataset for its first 11 years, the rate at which the planet is warming is equivalent to, wait for it, 1 Celsius every 430 years. That's the data, but you won't have seen that reported in any mainstream news media. And of course, because the ocean isn't warming much, sea level isn't rising much. And so what have they done? They've adjusted the data. The true data, the measured data, are the green line there between 2003 and 2008. The reason why it's at that period is that the paper revealing this was published by Kazanav et al. In 2009, and you'll see the entirely fictional estimate of sea level rise that was invented because they weren't getting the rise that they wanted. So they said, well, but you see, the glaciers have come off the land, and so the land is rising, and that would give you an element of the sea level appearing to fall. And so if we correct for that, then we can see the true effect of man-made global warming, which is a sea level rise like the red line. But the truth is that the sea level actually fell from 2003 to 2008, but you won't have seen that reported in any mainstream news medium. Hurricanes, unchanged throughout the period of satellite observation. There's the record by Dr. Ryan Maui at Florida State University, and likewise the accumulated cyclone energy index, which is the energy from all hurricanes and tropical storms worldwide, and you'll see that it's practically at its lowest level at the moment in the whole of the satellite record. But this is what they print in the peer-reviewed journals. As you can see, this is Atlantic serious hurricanes between 1970 and that quite busy year of 2005, in which Katrina, among other things, appeared. And what you'll see is there is this terrifying increase at the end of that period, and this was ascribed in this paper, which was Webster et al. 2006, to global warming caused by us. Until I came along and had a look at the earlier data, which they had somehow left out of the paper. That's what was published, that's what was true. Actually, less hurricane activity now than there was earlier, so they just left out the earlier data so you couldn't see that, and they based this entire paper on that fraud. And here is, you may have heard everybody going on about how we're going to get droughts. And yes, you've had a drought in parts of America over the last few years because of the warm blob, which I think was Al Gore going for a swim in the Pacific Ocean. And you have, in fact, the most detailed survey of the areas of the planet Earth, the land areas that are under drought conditions, was conducted by Howe et al., published in 2014, and it shows a decline, a downtrend in droughts throughout the last 30 years. That's what I would have expected, because if you warm the atmosphere, then it can, in theory, hold near exponentially more water vapor, and that will diminish the droughts. And indeed, there are nomadic tribes in the Sahara going back to regions they couldn't go back to before, because suddenly those regions are green again and the plants are growing and the oases have got water in them. So it's not all bad, but you never hear that in the mainstream media. Here is the terrifying increase in rainfall in the longest record that we have available, which is that of the Met Office. And it shows, for England and Wales, this is the longest record we have anywhere in the world, that we now have to experience in England a terrifying nearly 2 inches extra per year compared with a quarter of a millennium ago. That is how very stable our climate is, and that's an important point I'll come back to. Then we have no more Himalayan ice by 2025. That was 2035, I think it was. That was the IPCC in 2007. Their own expert reviewers told them not to say it, but they said it anyway. And for 6 months after the likes of me pointed out that that was pants.
So what I want to do now is show you 3 or 4 slides. They're the same slides that I've shown and other instructors around the world have shown to first-year students in universities studying earth science or geoscience. The science that's in them is at least 20 or 30 years old. It doesn't need to be modern rocket science because it relates to fundamental things that we know about the Earth's climate system. And it's no good asking a meteorologist or a climatologist to tell you these facts because they don't study them. Not part of their ambit. Their ambit is the last 150 years. Here's the first such diagram. Straight away, you see 0 through to 6 million years ago. And you may think, gee, that's deep time. That's just the last little bit of geological history. But there it is. The red curve is the temperature of the surface water in the mid-Pacific Ocean. And it's determined by taking a core sample out of the mud on the seabed. And the mud on the seabed, just like the layers in the ice cores in Antarctica and Greenland, have layers. And as you go down, you're getting to older and older layers. So if you sample down the core, and you can reconstruct the ancient temperature of the water, the chemistry of the water, and so on. It's a climate record, a real climate record. Here it is. Okay, so what we see straight away is that 0 million years, we're here now. And if I thicken up that dotted line, that's today's temperature extrapolated back across the graph. Now, one of the objects of veneration amongst the media is that the late 20th century was somehow unusually warm. This statement constantly comes up. It's the warmest ever. What do they mean by ever? Last 150 years. Okay. So this curve on its own, and I stress again, this is shown to thousands of first-year science students around the world every year, destroys these three myths. The first myth is that today's temperature is somehow unusually warm. Well, let's look at that. Here's today's temperature, extrapolated back. Here's the temperature 6 to 3 million years ago, and on this scale, which is about 10 degrees temperature difference in intermediate latitudes equivalent, on this scale, that's 2 to 3 degrees warmer than today. 2 to 3 degrees. Did the planet come to a stop? Was there a biodiversity crisis? Sorry, that's my next point. No, there wasn't. So the idea that today's temperature is unusually warm is just wrong. It's so wrong that it's unbelievable it can be perpetrated day in, day out in the press. Secondly, there's a myth that before the Industrial Revolution, the climate was stable. And then along came man and started up all these horrible factories, and this gentleman in the middle bought a second SUV, and goodness gracious me, the temperature went to hell in a handbasket. Again, total nonsense. Here it is, temperature doing what it always does as representative climate. Climate is always changing. Change is what climate does. The phrase climate change is a tautology. It says the same thing twice. You don't need change, just climate. We all know climate changes. So that's the second myth. The third myth, held by distinguished professors of biology around the world who apparently are totally innocent of knowledge of anything to do with the ancient world and its organisms, is there'll be a biodiversity crisis if the temperature goes up 2 degrees. Well, tell that to all the animals and plants that were living here when it was 2 to 3 degrees warmer, the descendants of which form 99% of all the plants and animals around us today. It's a nonsense. In fact, most of the plants and animals on the planet are pre-adapted genetically to living in warmer temperatures than today because they lived here. So those are the three myths you explode with one simple graph. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. And notice this isn't global temperature, I must point that out, because we have no way of measuring or determining accurately global temperature 6 million years ago. But this is not a cherry-picked graph. It happens to be a graph from the Pacific Ocean. I could show you another similar one from the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean, or for the last bit of the curve I could go to the ice cores, and they all show this similar climatic pattern. So although this isn't global, it reflects a global pattern. Well, 6 million divided by 30, do you agree this might be a climate record? A real climate record? You can't possibly have a policy on climate change in ignorance of this contextual information. Yet you do have. You've got a government that's actually trying to close down all the power plants in the country based on a belief that a 150-year temperature record of meteorology is adequate for policy setting. If we just take now the last 10,000 years, or 11,000 years, this in blue is temperature as determined from an ice core in Greenland. And we note straight away that, again, climate's always changing. But we also note two things. Firstly, that in the last 11,000 years, the warmest peak is here. And hello, Harry, that's got a name. Well, it used to have. If you look at any textbook older than about 15 years, this is termed the Holocene climatic optimum. Why would that be? Well, because animals and plants actually quite like warm weather. It's actually cold weather, it's glaciations that destroys biodiversity. Warm weather is good. But this word has now become politically incorrect, so it's been removed from all the contemporary discussions on ancient climate that the IPCC is involved with. And if we accept that that's about 8,000 years ago, there was a Holocene climatic optimum, we can see then that there's a gradual cooling trend since then. This is the ups and downs on top of it. But here's this cooling trend over the last 10,000 years. So now a newspaper reporter says to me, Bob, is it warming or cooling at the moment? And I said, well, it's cooling, of course. There it is. The question, is global warming happening, is meaningless. The public opinion polls on this are meaningless. It depends entirely on the length of climate string that you choose to look at, whether the temperature at the moment is perceived as increasing or decreasing. And the long-term trend is it's decreasing. The other interesting thing you see from this is that, yes, there's variability, but that variability is rhythmic, if not cyclic. And the green bars correspond to periods of time. This is the late 20th century warming. There was a little warming in the late 20th century. This is the medieval warm period, this is the Roman warm period, this is the Minoan warm period, and we can go on back, highlighting these. The periodicity between these warm periods is about 1,000 to 1,500 years. And Fred Singer is author of a very well-read book, title again? Unstoppable Global Warming Every 1,500 Years. This is, if you like, the heartbeat, a longer-term heartbeat of climate change. It's completely ignored by the IPCC. Between the warm periods, we have this period in here, during the Middle Ages, in Europe and North America, called the Little Ice Age. And you see that the warming out of the Little Ice Age that occurred in the late 19th and 20th centuries here is similar to hundreds, just 10 or so here, but if we go further back, to hundreds of previous warmings. Absolutely nothing whatsoever unusual about either the rate or the magnitude of this warming phase in the late 20th century. Last point before we leave this graph, which is fascinating, which is, here we go, so it's cooling for the last 10,000 years. What's this stuff down here? What's that red curve? Oh, that's atmospheric carbon dioxide, as measured from a Antarctic ice core. At the very time this is cooling for 10,000 years, that can't be right, can it? More carbon dioxide, dangerous global warming. Well, is that so? So why have you never seen either the previous graph or this one? Why have you never read in the Los Angeles Times or the New York Times a discussion of the context of the late 20th century warming and of the fact that although carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, there's virtually no evidence from the fossil record that when it increases, you get dangerous warming. Quite the contrary here, we're getting cooling. That's context for temperature. I now want to give you a contextual graph for carbon dioxide. And now, I'm a geologist, you can see my shoulders relax. 500 million years. We're really getting into good stuff now. This is deep time. Why do we pick 500 million years? That's because these intervals along here, which have names coded with their capital letters, this one stands for Cambrian. This is the period of time over which we have had multicellular metazoan life on the planet. And in the ocean, that means little organisms with shells, little crabby-like things, wormy-like things, molluscan-like things. And here's what they look like. This is an extinct group of sponges, but all the other organisms here, these are brachiopods, this is a little early snail, all of these have modern descendants. And the basic physiology of these ancient fossils 500 million years ago is similar to their descendants today. Of course, the shells look a bit different because evolution's occurred since. No evidence whatsoever that these are any different physiologically from modern organisms living on a shallow seafloor. Well, why are you pointing that out? What's the point of that? Well, the point of that is this curve is of carbon dioxide through time. Cutting through the clutter, it's a decreasing curve, and prior to the Industrial Revolution, this is in parts per million, this scale. Prior to the Industrial Revolution here, carbon dioxide was 280 parts per million. Now, thanks not a little to this gentleman's second SUV, that is now 390 parts per million, or about a 35% increase. That's a significant increase, but it's a very small number in the first place, and a 30% increase of a small number is still a very small number. So we're up to a little bit more, but taking the pre-industrial level of 280 parts per million as one, that's where we are today, this scale plots the number of times the carbon dioxide level was. 5, 10, I don't believe it, 15 times today's level was the carbon dioxide measurements, these two lines here, in the Cambrian period. 15 times. But Greenpeace says if we double carbon dioxide, the planet's going to come to a halt. What a load of nonsense. How does... I mean, this is just kindergarten science. And not only can they not get it right, but they can brainwash the public with exactly the opposite. So 6 important NIPIC conclusions. The assumption that prior to the Industrial Revolution the Earth had a more stable climate is simply wrong. Climate's always changed, it always will. There's nothing unusual about the modern magnitudes or rates of change of temperature, ice volume, sea level, or extreme weather events. That is a flagrant, direct contradiction of everything the IPCC tells you. Yet it's arrived at by a group of scientists that have looked at the same basic corpus of literature and come to an opposite conclusion. The most likely medium-term threat, believe it or not, is of cooling, and that's because of solar activity, or rather lack of it. Can't go into it today, but that's the reality. For the next 20 or 30 years, we are more likely to cool than we are to warm. Atmospheric CO2 is neither a pollutant nor is it the primary forcing agent for temperature change. Rather, carbon dioxide is an overall benefit for humankind. Attempting to stop climate change is an expensive act of utter futility. You might as well stand under the shower, tear up billion-dollar notes and throw them down the drain hole. The only sensible thing to do about climate change is to adapt to it, both benign warmings and the more dangerous coolings. Have you ever heard a politician say, I'm going to stop that volcanic eruption, or let's stop that earthquake over there? And you laugh them out of court, don't you? Yet you haven't been laughing them out of court when they've said to you, we're going to stop climate change. Every bit as stupid. Climate change, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes are all natural phenomena that we do not completely understand, we certainly can't predict, and we certainly can't stop when they start. The only sensible public policy, it's a total no-brainer, it is going to happen in due course, irrespective of what happens to the IPCC, is that you have to adapt to climate events and change as they happen. Thank you.
Many opinions about climate change. How about this opinion, signed by 31,000 U.S. scientists and professionals, all of whom have to state their credentials in snail mail. It can't be done over the internet. They have to actually provide who they are and what their credentials are, saying there is no convincing evidence that humans' carbon dioxide will result in catastrophic heating and disruption of the Earth's climate. So there's a lot of people who do not buy into the dangerous human-caused climate change argument. But let's go back a bit. The last billion years of climate change. As you can see, there have been warm periods when the climate of the Earth was at 22 degrees Celsius or so, and there's been 1, 2, 3, 4.5 ice ages during that same billion years. Note that the warm periods generally last much longer than the cold periods. And note that today we are in the Pleistocene Ice Age. Most people think the Ice Age is ended when the big glaciers went away. But that was the last glaciation of the Pleistocene Ice Age. There have been many glaciations during the Pleistocene Ice Age. What we are in now is what's called an interglacial period, and it is more or less assumed that another glaciation period will occur at some time in the future, 1,000 or 10,000 or 20,000 years from now. Nobody knows for sure, but it's very likely that it will occur. So we're in an ice age. Today, the Earth's average temperature is 14.5 degrees Celsius, which is barely warmer, really, than it was during the height of the ice ages, the glaciations, and certainly much colder than it was during most of the last billion years of climate on the Earth. We are in a relatively cold period in the history of the Earth's climate today, and yet they're telling us that we're heating up to catastrophic levels. And now it's here. So CO2 and temperature are both lower now than they have been through almost the entire history of modern life on Earth. This is the last 65 million years, since the dinosaurs went extinct, which was here. At this point, there was no ice on the Earth. Everything was tropical and subtropical, right up to the Canadian Arctic islands near the North Pole, where there were subtropical forests and giant camels roaming about. So here you are, up, up, up it goes, 22 degrees Celsius, down, down, down it goes. Here's where the Arctic glaciation began, and up again, and now down into what we're in now, the Pleistocene Ice Age. We are at the end of a 65 million year cooling period. What caused that? We don't actually know, but it happened because we have records of this. Now we come really close to the present, the last 12,000 years. This is coming out of the last glaciation. So a 2-degree temperature rise up into a warmer world like we're in today. And this is up to today here. Here is the Holocene thermal optimum. See, we've actually been in a 8,000-year period of cooling as well. And during this period here, the Sahara Desert was green and covered in lakes and forests and plains. And goat herders went across the whole place. There's pictographs in rocks to prove it. And then it cooled off, and the desert got dry and became what it is today. A wetter world and a warmer world go together.
97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real. How many times have you heard that statement? Probably hundreds. It may seem like a compelling and scientific argument against fossil fuels, but it's one of the most illogical, unscientific arguments you can make. To see how, let's use this form of argument for another controversial product, vaccines. An anti-vaccine person approaches you and says, 97% of doctors say that the side effects of vaccines are real. What would you say in response? You'd probably say, yeah, but the benefits far outweigh the side effects. By saying that 97% of doctors agree that vaccine side effects are real, without mentioning any of the benefits of vaccines, the anti-vaccine activist is trying to get you to look at the potential dangers of vaccines out of context. When fossil fuel opponents say 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real, they are doing the same. Yes, using fossil fuels for energy has a side effect, increasing the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Okay, but what about the upside? In the case of fossil fuel, that upside is enormous. The cheap, plentiful, and reliable energy that makes modern life possible, and at a scale no other energy source can match. So how significant is the side effect? This raises another problem with the statement, 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real. It tells us nothing about the meaning or magnitude of climate change, whether it's a mild, manageable warming or a runaway, catastrophic warming. This is an example of the fallacy of equivocation, using the same term in different, contradictory ways. If someone were to say 97% of doctors agree that vaccine side effects are real, what exact vaccine side effects do the doctors agree on? That a certain number of babies will get a rash, or that large percentages will get full-blown autism? Precision is key, right? But fossil fuel opponents don't want you to know the precise magnitude of climate change, because if you did, you wouldn't be scared of climate change, you would be scared of losing the benefits of fossil fuels. For example, listen to how Secretary of State John Kerry manipulates the 97% of scientists line. 97% of climate scientists have confirmed that climate change is happening and that human activity is responsible, he said in a speech in Indonesia in 2014. Later, in the same speech, he claimed that scientists agree that the world as we know it will change, and it will change dramatically for the worse. 97% of climate scientists never said any such thing. So what did the 97% actually say? It turns out nothing remotely resembling catastrophic climate change. One of the main studies justifying 97% was done by John Cook, a climate communications fellow for the Global Change Institute in Australia. Here's his own summary of his survey. Cook et al. Found that over 97% of papers surveyed endorsed the view that the Earth is warming up, and human emissions of greenhouse gases are the main cause. Main cause means over 50%. But the vast majority of papers don't say that human beings are the main cause of recent warming. In fact, one analysis showed that less than 2% of papers actually said that. How did Cook get to 97% then? First, he added papers that explicitly said there was man-made warming, but didn't say how much. Then he added papers that didn't even say there was man-made warming, but he thought it was implied. A scientific researcher has a sacred obligation to accurately report his findings. Cook and researchers like him have failed us, as have the politicians and media figures who have blindly repeated the 97% claim to support their anti-fossil fuel goals. How can we protect ourselves against this kind of manipulation? Whenever someone tells you that scientists agree on something, ask two questions. What exactly do they agree on? And how did they prove it?
I'm going to try to give you what is a fair, reasonable, and balanced look at this question, but it will slightly overemphasize, as you may think, the counter-consensual point of view simply by way of restoring balance in a debate where the counter-consensual view has not, until the kindness of this House, had a recent airing anywhere in the UK at all. Now, you may well become angry as this address unfolds. The reason why is that you'll be angry first at me, some of you, because I'll be revealing hard scientific evidence that will challenge just about every supposed fact that you've ever heard about global warming. So one-sided has the media presentation of this issue become that you may well, some of you, find what I have to say rather uncomfortable at first. But then, as my presentation unfolds, if you're intellectually honest, you will gradually become angry with the politicians, the movie makers, the school teachers and politicians who have, at best, been too lazy to give you the whole scientific truth and have, at worst, deliberately withheld the truth from you and distorted it beyond all reason or proportion. Now, I'm going to begin very briefly with what the climate change debate is not about. It's not about whether we can just freely pollute our beautiful planet without any care for our fellow creatures or for their future or our own. I'm not here to advocate ruinous overexploitation of the planet's resources. That is no part of my presentation at all. Secondly, the debate is not about whether we are adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, because we are. And thirdly, I'm not going to say anything to you about whether adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere is likely to increase temperature. On this side of the presentation, it is conceded that, of course, if you add a greenhouse gas to the natural greenhouse effect, then there will be some enhancement of temperature. So what the debate is about then, it's about whether we can trust the scientists, the politicians, the media who are driving us towards an avowedly alarmist view of what might happen if the weather became just a little warmer. Every 5 years or so, the IPCC produces a major assessment report on climate change. The most recent was published early in 2007. Now, the first chairman of this Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was Sir John Horton. And he said, unless we announce disasters, no one will listen. There, from the chairman of the organization which is supposed to be giving us unprejudiced science on climate change, is a statement that unless we announce disasters, no one will listen. A statement that we are going to reserve the right to ourselves to exaggerate the science so that we can make people listen to us. And with that background, we have to look at what are the motives of an organization like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The first thing is quite obvious. The IPCC is a corporation, albeit without the constraint of shareholders. Like any corporation, it has a vested interest in putting itself first and maintaining its own existence and enhancing its own status and accreting to itself as much profit as it can. This is a matter of simple, commercial, practical, political reality. Whenever you set up an organization to address a particular problem, it will go on addressing that problem, whether or not the problem actually exists. Now, as an illustration of the bias that has crept in to the IPCC's proceedings, I'm going to go back to the 1995 report that the IPCC produced. And it produced 3 statements, each of which in one way or another said that there isn't really any evidence, hard evidence, that said that we can attribute observed climate change to increase in greenhouse gases. We'll have the first of those now. Here it is. None of the studies cited above has shown clear evidence that we can attribute observed climate changes to the specific cause of increases in greenhouse gases. That was what the scientific draft said. The next one, no study to date has positively attributed all or part of the climate change observed to date to anthropogenic causes. The third one, any claims of positive detection of significant climate change are likely to remain controversial until uncertainties in the total natural variability of the climate system are reduced. All of those were saying quite plainly, we can't really tell if mankind has got anything to do with it. This was in the second assessment report of the official body on climate change. Now, clearly, this wasn't good enough. Because if this is all they were going to come up with, what's the point of going on subsidising an intergovernmental panel on climate change if it got nothing to do with mankind and we can't do anything about it? So instead, the politicians got at it, and presto, all three of the quotations I've just given you, which were in the draft approved by the scientists, were taken out by the politicians and bureaucrats, and the following was substituted. The balance of evidence suggests a discernible human influence on global climate. And that was the moment at which it became clear to everyone who was watching this with a shrewd enough eye that we were not dealing with objective science, but with a politically biased organisation with an agenda which included its own survival and which therefore had to say that there was a problem when the scientists had actually said there wasn't a problem. Now, these episodes, and many others like them which I could have quoted, raised in my mind, when I was first researching this, the possibility that the IPCC is indeed politically motivated to state a particular case regardless of the scientific truth. And I therefore began examining its documents myself. And I came across, in the 2007 report, of which I got the final draft which was reviewed by the scientists, an error so as to magnify tenfold the influence of climate change, supposed, on the melting of the Greenland ice sheet and the Antarctic ice sheet. Here they are here. Now you can see if you add up these numbers here, they do not come to the IPCC's total. Why? Because the decimal points here that should be over here are they've just multiplied all these numbers by 10. These four red numbers, they've all been multiplied by 10 when they shouldn't have been. Now, this is a document which we are told was reviewed and scrutinized by 2,500 scientists and reviewed by governments. Clearly, it was not. Downright, outright dishonesty and gross scientific inaccuracy to exaggerate tenfold the likely ice melt from those two ice caps. Now, these and other errors raise very serious questions about whether there is or even can be a consensus. We're told there's a scientific consensus, and Al Gore even tries to tell us that that consensus is unanimous. So do the learned papers of scientists in climate and related fields uniformly predict the catastrophes uniformly predicted by the BBC and other media which have taken formal, in BBC's case, or informal decisions to abandon any semblance of objectivity? No. A survey of 539 papers containing the words global climate change and published between 2004 and mid-February 2007 found that only one of the papers even mentioned the possibility that global warming might be catastrophic, and even that paper offered no evidence whatsoever in support of the imagined catastrophe. So given this absence of alarm in the peer-reviewed literature, where did this panic start? Well, let's begin with a graph of 1988. Now, this was put forward by James Hansen, now the director of the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies, in the very hot summer of that year, before the Senate in Washington. And I've made it a little clearer for you by that's what had happened. And then we get the predictions from the blue sky section of the graph from 1988 onwards. And we can see some very extreme predictions. Look at this case A there, the worst case. Then you get his likely outturn. This was his kind of best estimate of what would happen. And then you get an interesting one where he says, what happens if we gradually reduce the amount of CO2 from 88 until 2000, and then in 2000 we stabilize it and there are no longer any increases in CO2. And this, the green dotted graph here, is the one that he gets, where it begins actually quite quickly to level off. Well, now what actually has happened in the climate? We're now going to look at that, and here it is. And you can see that basically what's happened is that most of the way along it has been tracking at or below the CO stabilization figure, and it's currently here, and I think that by the end of this year it's going to be more or less still on line with that one, right at the bottom of his range of predictions. So temperature hasn't increased as much as Hansen told Congress it would. Therefore, this question arises, are today's temperatures, historically speaking, exceptional? Now, the first question I think we need to ask here is, has it been warmer than this before? One has heard in history of a medieval warm period when you could grow wine grapes in Scotland. You certainly can't do that now. They used to grow in Yorkshire. My family had estates there at about that time. The Vikings were farming places in Greenland which are now under permafrost. If you go to their major settlement in Greenland at Valsay, the place where they buried their bodies is now under permafrost. It certainly wasn't under permafrost when they buried them. So we know, therefore, that in Greenland, in Europe, when the great cathedrals were built, in Britain, there was a medieval warm period. So now what we're going to do is look at what the UN's report in 1990 said about the medieval warm period. It produced this graph, which I have colorized so you can see it clearly. Here is a thing showing the medieval warm period, and it was labeled by the IPCC as medieval warm period. It's very plainly visible there. Here is the Little Ice Age during the Maunder Minimum, when there were no sunspots on the sun for about 60 years and the temperatures went down. And here is the current period. Eventually it's going to go up a bit, but it's still a long way below what was shown in the IPCC's 1990 graph. Now, just 11 years later, in 2001, this graph appeared. No medieval warm period. Just like that, as Tommy Cooper might say. It vanished, it disappeared. And so we get this, what they call the hockey stick graph. It runs along all the way like this, and then it goes up here, as though this is somehow exceptional. Now, the UN, the IPCC, they were really pleased with this graph. They printed it 6 times, large and in full color, in their 2001 report. The only graph to appear 6 times, the only graph to appear in full color 6 times. The question then arises, how did they achieve this remarkable result in just 11 years to wipe out all the historical records, all the enormous number of papers in the scientific literature attesting in one way or another to the existence of a medieval warm period all around the world? How did they do it? Here's one of the things they did. They took a particular type of data, a particular data set, and here it is from Sheep Mountain, California, and this particular data set has a very satisfactory, from their point of view, hockey stick shape. Up it goes at the end there, the blade of the hockey stick and the shank along there. But this one from Mayberry Slough in Arizona doesn't have that. It has a sort of peak in 1800, but then otherwise it's more or less jogging along all in a straight line. So what did they do? They gave this data 390 times as much weighting in their computer program as they gave this data, because this data gave them the shape they wanted to have. It's an extraordinary thing. They then went on and left out the tree ring data set that included the medieval warm period. Because if you put it back in, then it showed that the medieval warm period was actually there. They said they'd included the data set they'd left out. They published a paper in Nature, 1998, and again in 1999. They said they'd included that data set, but they hadn't. They'd actually left it out. They'd hidden the missing data in a file which was marked on their own computer, where it was later found by 2 diligent researchers from Canada. They'd hidden it in a file marked censored data. That's what they'd done with it, censored data. They inserted their own estimates in place of the censored data, but did not publish or tell anyone the fact that they had done so. If the omitted data were reinserted, bingo! The vanished medieval warm period reappeared. Here's where it comes. Suddenly the medieval warm period is back. Now, the way the scientific method works is that if somebody puts forward a hypothesis that there was a hockey stick-shaped graph and there was no medieval warm period, they must make their data and their methods freely, fully, immediately, and widely available, so that tiresome nuisances like me can check to see whether they did the sums right, which in this case, alas, they didn't. A report by the National Academy of Sciences in the United States also confirmed that the graph was defective, saying that its conclusions were no better than plausible at best, and that it had a validation skill not significantly different from zero. But none of this, however much we may attack this graph, none of this tells us whether there was a medieval warm period. So now we're going to look at a few slides that establish where it is in the literature. Now this is done by taking 6,000 borehole temperature readings from all over the world. Of course, this is not what the actual temperature was, but it gives you a rough idea that yes, there was a medieval warm period, and yes, there was a little ice age. And then we move on to an isotope study of a stalagmite from Spannagel Cave in the Austrian Alps. Another stalagmite, Cold Air Cave, Makabanskat Valley in South Africa. Lots of these papers are showing the medieval warm period. But when I first wrote on this, I was accused by various sort of militant websites on this subject of cherry picking. So let's just see a few more, shall we? Just so that you can see I'm not cherry picking. Let's go to the Liqiao Peninsula from South China. Let's go to the northwestern Arabian Sea. Let's go to the Sargasso Sea, to New Zealand, to the North Island of New Zealand, to the Spanish Pyrenees, to northern Fennoscandia, to the Swiss Alps, 3 of them there, to Canada. Let's go to British Columbia. Let's go to the Azores. Let's go to coastal Peru. Let's go to coastal Peru again, just for fun. Let's go all the way to the summit of the Greenland ice sheet, and there it is again. Let's go to a timescale sensitive reconstruction of northern hemisphere temperatures. There's your hot spot for the medieval warm period. There's your cold spot for the little ice age. They're clearly shown on that graph too. Here is the reconstruction of a particular tree line from a particular species of tree, Zelkova carpinifolia, which shows the medieval warm period. Here, this is the line roughly corresponding to today's tree line. There it is, medieval warm period. Here is the Roman warm period, and here is the Holocene climate optimum, where for a period of around 1,000 years or more, the temperature was quite noticeably higher because the tree line was higher. And why is it called an optimum? Because actually, warmer is better. Why we're gloomy about this is it's quite extraordinary. It's better to have a warmer climate. Why do most species in the world live in the tropics? Because it's warmer there. Why do practically no species live in the Arctic and the Antarctic? Because it freezes your nuts off and it makes reproduction difficult. And then let's just look at something from the real world. These graphs are all very well, but here is a tree stump. See how isolated it is. It's dated 1340 AD by carbon dating, and that's at the height of the medieval warm period. It stands in splendid isolation, well above today's California tree line. And because it did exist, because there was a medieval warm period, and it was in some places 3 3/4 degrees Celsius higher the temperature than it is today, we cannot safely say that today's temperatures are exceptional. We can say, because everybody agrees this, that it was nature that caused the medieval climate warming. There's virtually nobody who would try to maintain that we were having enough of an influence on climate then to cause that warming. There was no medieval climate cataclysm. That's why we call it the medieval climate optimum, because it was rather nice and big cathedrals were built all over Europe. Civilization sprung up in places it couldn't have sprung up in before. Nature, therefore, it is a possibility, we can't draw this conclusion for definite, but nature may be causing most warming today. And finally, climate catastrophe, therefore, may not be either looming or likely. These are the conclusions we can respectively draw. So, if we assume that there were not enough 4x4s and SUVs driving around in the medieval warm period, what natural causes might there have been for the climate fluctuations over the past 1,000 years, which we now have really rather good grounds, I hope you'll agree, for suspecting may actually have occurred? Well, now we'll go on and have a look at one possible guilty party. And that's the sun, which is where, after all, the heat comes from. At the moment, the polar ice caps of Mars are melting. There has been warming noticed on the surface of Jupiter, on one of the moons of Neptune, even on far distant Pluto, all at the same time. And why is this? Because astronauts are taking their 4x4s up into space? No. It's because the sun, as we'll see, has been remarkably active. Now, Herschel, the astronomer, in 1801, noticed that when there were more sunspots and therefore more solar activity, grain prices went down because everybody was growing more grain. And this was in an 11-year cycle these sunspots tended to go. And even in that 11-year cycle, you could detect the changes in the grain prices, because even in the relatively small changes between the maximum and minimum of a solar cycle, that was enough to influence the way the grain grew, and Herschel spotted it. Now, let's go to this very interesting paper by Sami Solanki. He's one of the most expert solar physicists. He's very balanced. He doesn't take either side in this debate. What he says is the level of solar activity during the past 70 years is exceptional. And the previous period of equally high activity occurred more than 8,000 years ago. We find that during the past 11,400 years, the sun has spent only of the order of 10% of the time at a similarly high level of magnetic activity, and almost all of the earlier high activity periods were shorter than the present episode. So there is clear evidence that the sun is a lot more active now than it has been at any time since really the end of the last ice age. It's a quite extraordinary result. We go on then to look at the mismatch between CO2 and temperature over the period from 1880 to 1990. Now here you've got the CO2 graph, broadly similar to what I showed you before, going up in a sort of near exponential curve, and here you've got temperature jiggling up and down all over the place, and there really isn't a very good match between the two. So temperature doesn't track CO2 well, we've seen that, but it does track solar activity rather well, as several papers, which I'll now illustrate. Here's one from Solanki again and his colleague Fligg in 1999. The proxy for solar activity here is the length of the solar cycle. Quite a good track with temperature, as you may think. We go to the Central England temperature tracking solar activity. That's from a paper by David Bellamy in 2007. Then we've got one showing that monsoon activity tracks solar activities in the paleoclimate now, going a long way back. This is Neff et al. 2001. And then, of course, there's the Arctic, where again you see a rather nice correlation between the two. So the question then arises, we've seen all these different correlations from the scientific papers. I could have shown you dozens more, but time does not permit. How much influence can the sun actually have? Is it really as small as the IPCC would have us believe? Weren't there frost fairs on the Thames in the 60-year Maunder minimum when no sunspots were seen for ages? Well, the longest instrumental temperature record in the world is the Central England temperature series. Now, this series is very interesting. It shows that temperature rose 2.2 Celsius in 35 years between 1700 and 1735. The sun, not human industry, was the cause. Here it is over at the left-hand side here. A very steep increase. Now, we have to be careful when we cite evidence of this kind, because this is the oldest instrumental record we have, and therefore the instruments may not have been all that reliable. We're also dealing with temperatures in only one place, Central England. This might not have been a global effect. But even so, it's suggestive of the possibility that the sun, coming out of the Maunder minimum here, could have had a very considerable influence on temperature, an influence which would be wholly absent if you used the IPCC's very small estimate of the solar forcing. So, is Solanki right to say that in the past 70 years there's been a period of exceptional solar activity? It's certainly exceptional in recent history. Here is the trend. This is done by another formidable solar physicist who has very close relations with NASA. This is Hathaway, and he shows here was your Maunder minimum, practically no sunspots at all. This is the sunspot number on the scale here. It's been smoothed a little, but it does suggest a pretty clear trend of ever increasing solar activity going back to the year 1700. So we're looking at nearly 300 years of it. So then we come to the conclusion and this is not my conclusion, this is a conclusion of the International Astronomical Union Symposium in 2004. This is what they said. This is not me talking here. Solar changes cause most climate change. Solar cycles are 11, 80 and 200 years long. We've seen the 11-year cycle very clearly in the charts we've seen. The sun caused today's warming. Today's warming is normal, not unusual. Today's warming will end soon. So how then do we distinguish natural from anthropogenic warming? We have to find a fingerprint of anthropogenic warming which would not occur if there were solar or ocean warming causing the change in temperature. Right. Well, we've already seen that temperature doesn't track CO2 concentration at all well in recent times. So let's see if we can find a good match. Now here there is a good match, and this is, here's your temperature anomalies which we saw before up there. Now, tracking them really quite nicely together are tropical outgoing long-wave radiation. Now, why is that likely to be a sensible result? Answer, because the sun is incident upon the tropics directly. Its azimuth angle is 90 degrees. It comes straight down into the tropics, and most heating, therefore, as a matter of fact, occurs in the tropics. And the atmosphere is like a giant engine which transports heat away from the tropics to northern latitudes and to some extent to southern latitudes. So you would expect that if there was going to be any correlation between global temperature anomalies here and any other outgoing long-wave radiation anomaly, you'd be most likely to find it in the tropics. And it's in the tropics, therefore, that we need to look for our hotspot. So let's look for it. Here from IPCC 2007 are the different climate forcings which they have modelled. There's a notable omission which we'll come to in a moment, but solar forcing, a fairly bland effect, volcanic ditto, anthropogenic ozone forcing, not much to that, likewise aerosol forcing. But here is an extraordinary picture quite unlike any of the others. Why? This is anthropogenic greenhouse gas forcing. And if you combine all these 5 forcings together and call them all forcings, it is that which predominates. You get this same pattern again. And here you have latitude across the bottom and altitude in the atmosphere measured in hectopascals up on this side. So you've got in the tropics, which is the area we said we needed to look at, you've got this signature effect of global warming that is predicted in the models. Now let's have a look at just one of several records I could give you of actual measurements of temperature. Again, we got the latitude down here and the altitude up here. That's where this hotspot is, or rather is not. And practically all the records of tropospheric temperatures in the tropics do not show this tropical hotspot at all. And the ones that do, they show no more than just a little flicker above the ground temperatures and nothing more than that. So what do we infer from this? We infer that there may be a very small effect from extra CO2 in the atmosphere, but it cannot be anything like as big as the models are predicting. So we now move on then to why are the models getting things wrong and predicting disaster? Here is one reason why models fail. Now, in mathematics, you can often find absolute proof. Here is a proof without words by me of, I don't say it's original, but I think it's by me, of Pythagoras' theorem. Here you have an irregular pentagon, and it contains within it either the squares of the 2 short sides and 2 of the right triangles we're looking at, or it contains the square on the hypotenuse and 2 triangles. That is an absolute, rigorous, complete proof of Pythagoras' theorem. Now, what the heck's Pythagoras' theorem got to do with global warming? Well, it's this, that in the physical sciences generally, and in particular in something like climate science, where the data we have are largely inadequate, there just isn't enough of it, you can't make absolute proofs most of the time. Here is a formidable atmospheric physicist from Japan, Shunichi Akasofu. No supercomputer, no matter how powerful, is able to prove definitively a simplistic hypothesis that says the greenhouse effect is responsible for warming. It can't be done. So we now have to look at another equation. There we are. This one you'll all have known about. This is Einstein's equation. And now let's just magic it away and put another equation in its place. broadly similar. You've still got radiant energy in watts per square meter on the left, but now you have emissivity, you have a constant, and you have temperature to the power of 4. Now this is the Stefan Boltzmann equation. And the importance of this equation is that it tells you that there is a formula that links the extra radiant energy that might arise from radiative forcings, like putting more CO2 in the atmosphere, and temperature. But you notice that the temperature is to the 4th power, which means that if you have an increase in radiant energy, the increase in temperature is actually going to be very small. And as a result, we can now look at a table of the different values for how much we might expect temperature to change that are available in the scientific literature. And you'll see it's a very huge range. Here's my own calculation, and we get 1.6 degrees Celsius as the change in temperature for a doubling of CO2. Now the IPCC says 3 Celsius, about twice what I make it to be. And one of the things that's been said to me over and over again by the conformists is, oh yes, but the science of this has been settled for 100 years. It was Arrhenius who did the first calculations in his paper of 1896, and he said it was somewhere between 4 and 8 Celsius for a doubling of CO2, and the Stern report says 11, and so how dare you say only 1.6? But you see, I don't just read English, I also read German. And in 1906, Arrhenius, having the Stefan Boltzmann equation available to him, which he hadn't quite got hold of in his first paper, recalculated everything. And he came to the same conclusion as I had, that for a doubling of CO2 concentration, you will get 1.6 Celsius of temperature change. And this is the range of temperature that is there. So why so wide a range? Maybe because we really don't know how much CO2 there is effect on temperature. And we're now going to look at some of the constraints that limit the effect which CO2 can have. First of all, here is its percentage by volume in the atmosphere. It did occupy 0.03% of the atmosphere in 1750. It now occupies, getting on for 0.04%, and that gives you a change of 1/10,000th part of the atmosphere more now than in 1750 is occupied by CO2. Now that, in itself, is a rather simplistic analysis, so we're going to go a little further. The IPCC has constantly rethought how much it thinks CO2 influences temperature. And in that forcing formula that I showed you before, the coefficient Z, it was 6.4 in 1995, it was 5.35 in 2001. They no longer publish it, but I've managed to calculate it from the data they have provided. It's 5.27 now, so it's come down by nearly 20% in just 12 years. Equivalent, if you like, to a 20% reduction in the entire greenhouse gas emissions of the world in only 12 years. So the consensus does not agree with itself. And the most extraordinary thing is that the IPCC, notwithstanding these reductions and many other reductions I could point to, has maintained its best central estimate of climate sensitivity at 3 degrees Celsius in response to a doubling of CO2 throughout. None of this has been recalculated properly. I don't think we're getting this honest science. So if we move quickly on then to the next slide, here we get a rather prodigious mismatch again between CO2 concentration, which is the black line, and temperature concentration, which is the blue line, going right back to almost 600,000 years into the past. And here we had almost 7,000 parts per million of CO2, compared with 385 or thereby today. 7,000 then. Temperature managed to get up to about 22 Celsius and has never really gone much higher than that at any time over the past 500 million years, as best it can be reconstructed. There are, of course, again, difficulties going that far and getting accurate results, but the IPCC itself says that in the Cambrian, carbon dioxide certainly went up, in its opinion, to around 6,000 parts per million, so this is not a controversial graph. What it is controversial is that, again, it doesn't show a terribly good link between the two. And it doesn't show, in particular, the runaway climate change when we had a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that the Tory party has written about in one of the most scientifically illiterate considerations of climate change that I've ever had the misfortune to have to read. So we then go on to look at this logarithmic effect that the first 20 parts per million of CO2 have a very much greater effect, not probably quite as much greater as is shown here, than all the remaining 400 that follow it. So every time we put more CO2 in the atmosphere, it has less effect than it had before. Then we come on to a problem of how long does it stay in the atmosphere once we've put it there. Now the answer is it's around 5 to 10 years, best estimate around 7 years. Here are a couple of dozen papers. Let's have another look, let's have some more of these. You see plenty of references there. But bingo, the IPCC says, oh no, let's call it 50 to 200 years. What they've done is to produce a weaselly definition of what the atmospheric residence time is. Now to you and me, being simple, unscientific folk, we think we burn something and so we create some carbon dioxide and up it goes into the atmosphere. There's a molecule. How long on average does it stay in the atmosphere? And they don't define it that way. They say, well, it's the time required for the atmosphere to adjust to a future equilibrium state if emissions change abruptly. That's got nothing to do with any definition of residence time that any respectable scientist would recognize. And they have been widely criticized for adhering, ever since 1990, to this perfectly ludicrous definition, which is not in the least bit helpful in trying to work out what effect CO2 will really have. So we now summarize this by saying that there are some quite powerful constraints on how much impact CO2 can have. There's very little additional CO2 in the atmosphere. CO2 has only a few principal absorption bands, the most important of which for these purposes is probably the one at 14.99 microns. At the surface, water vapor dominates CO2. We've already seen that one effect of that. It's only further up that you get any warming effect at all, and that's why its effect diminishes logarithmically the more you put into the atmosphere. CO2 is not particularly potent. It's only 1/23rd as potent as methane, for instance. There's no tropical mid-troposphere hotspot. We saw that. Its atmospheric residence time is short, 5 to 10 years, whatever the UN says, and CO2 correlates very poorly with temperature, both in our own time and, of course, going all the way back 500 million years. Quite powerful constraints on what CO2 can achieve. We have to try and work out what effect can it have on the climate. And here we're going to wander into territory where all kind of reason departs. And here we have Al Gore in An Inconvenient Truth. And we're going to look at just a few of the fantastically interesting errors in his film. He says there is one relationship that's more powerful than all the others, and it is this: when there's more carbon dioxide, the temperature gets warmer because it traps more heat from the sun inside. And what he's trying to do there is to suggest that in the former climate, when we weren't adding much CO2 to the atmosphere, it was the CO2 that was changing, and that was causing the changes of temperature that led to the beginning and ending of the ice ages. That's the order of precedence which he gives. It is almost unanimous in the scientific peer-reviewed literature that that is not the case. Here is Pettit et al., 1999. Here's CO2 concentration and here's temperature. They appear to track very nicely together. But if you look at them closely enough, it is actually the temperature that changes first by somewhere between 800 and 2,800 years, depending on which paper you read, and the CO2 which follows. Let's go on to the next one. Now, one of the problems we've seen is that correlation doesn't always imply causation, and it didn't in Gore's case, because here we've got sunspot number along the bottom and the number of Republican senators in the US Senate. There's a beautiful correlation there. I think you'll have to accept that I have now, actually it was Douglas Keenan, a friend of mine, who has identified a really important climatic result. So moving on then, we're now going to look at some other errors. Here's another one. We have seen in the last couple of years a lot of big hurricanes, and then, of course, came Katrina. Pictures of Katrina smashing up poor old New Orleans. Heart-rending stuff. It was only Category 3 when it did so, but it still did the most terrible damage. And let's see whether that's got anything to do with hurricanes. Now, look at this. There has actually been no increase in the number of Atlantic hurricanes that make landfall throughout the entire past century. Simply unchanged. Let's go on and look at a few more of these errors. Here's number 3. Japan didn't get as much attention in our news media, but they set an all-time record for typhoons. Oh, no, they didn't. Here it is, typhoons, and just in case that isn't enough, here are the cyclones as well. Downtrend. Let's have the next one. There had been warnings that hurricanes would get stronger. Oh, had there? Yes, there had, actually. There are one or two people who said so. And, oh boy, look at this graph. The trend is definitely upwards, absolute catastrophe. But now let's show, that's part of the story, let's show the whole story. And oh yes, if they'd gone back to a different start date, remember this start date dodge? We've seen it before with the IPCC, now we see it here, no trend. So now let's have another error. The insurance industry, recovered losses are going up. See the damage from these severe weather events. Oh yes, look at it. Unadjusted losses at money prices. Here we go. Oh yes, absolutely ghastly, 2005. Bad, increase, shocking. Oh dear, now we've adjusted it for today's prices and the fact that more people are living in harm's way than were before. The next error, there's a faster build-up of the heat here at the North Pole in the Arctic Ocean and the Arctic generally than anywhere else on the planet. Yes, it is true, if you stick to that sentence on its own, that most of the increase in temperature tends to be in northern latitudes. This is predicted, again, for perfectly good reasons. If you get any kind of warming, it is not a signature effect of anthropogenic warming. But we have a problem here because in 1940 it was clearly quite a lot warmer in the Arctic than it is today. So, these are something which your newspapers wouldn't have shown you. Icebound vessels all over the Arctic in April of this year. Arctic climate is highly variable. You'll get the Independent reporting as it did last week. 22 degrees Celsius record temperatures in the Arctic. What they mean record is record in just the last 30 years. We know perfectly well that Amundsen in a sailing ship was able to sail through the Northwest Passage in 1903. Next error. A new scientific study shows that for the first time they're finding polar bears that have actually drowned, swimming long distances of up to 60 miles to find the ice. Enough to make anyone's heart bleed. But what's the truth? That study he was referring to was by Monod and Gleason, 2005 and 2006. 4 dead polar bears. That's what that entire thing is based on. And how did they die? What do Monod and Gleason tell us about how they died? They said it was because there was exceptionally high sea states and very high winds and the poor critters were swamped. Shit happens, and it did. And here is the gentleman himself. Quite a smart suit. And he says that West Antarctica is considered relatively more stable than another big body of ice that is roughly the same size, Greenland. The huge Greenland ice sheet. Come on, let's see what we've got here. The Greenland ice, oh dear, it hasn't been getting thinner after all. It's been growing at 2 inches a year for a period of a whole decade. That's 20 extra inches across several 100,000 square miles of ice. And now this is another error by Gore. He says that in the last 30 years, global warming has caused the snows of Kilimanjaro to disappear. The romance of it, the terror of it. No more of Hemingway's stories. The snows of Kilimanjaro are disappearing. But monthly mean air temperatures only vary slightly around the annual mean of minus 7.1 degrees Celsius. Has anyone tried to melt water at minus 7.1 degrees Celsius? You try to melt ice at that, you can't do it. Temperatures never rise above the freezing point. No, they don't. The nearest they get to it is minus 1.6 Celsius. Molg et al., 2003, one of a series of papers which show quite clearly that the melting of Kilimanjaro has got absolutely nothing to do with global warming because it isn't warming up there. Onwards. The ice has a story to tell, and it is worldwide. Let's see. 1820. The deglaciation of the glaciers began, and it has continued on a more or less linear trend since then, and we didn't really begin to have much effect on the climate until around the late 1940s. The rate has been absolutely uniform throughout. So it's got very little, probably nothing to do with us. Next one. Lake Chad, oh yes, Lake Chad fading away, but unfortunately the record, Cohen-Foley, shows that it's nothing to do with us. In 4000 BC, the lake was huge. Today it's much smaller. The average depth is only 10 foot. It's been dry, totally dry before in 8,500, 5,500, 2,100 BC, and over-extraction by changing local practices and growth in population is what has caused the decline in Lake Chad. Foley and Co. say so. Now, oh yes, then we have the Sahara. unbelievable tragedies because of this spread of the Sahara Desert. No. Let's go on. There you are. The Sahara has recently lost 300,000 square kilometers to vegetation, the precise opposite of what Gore tells you is the fact. Next one. I want to focus on West Antarctica. They've measured disturbing changes on the underside of this ice sheet. So let's go. Problem. The disturbing changes seem to have been caused by thickening ice. Gore Era 17. The citizens of these Pacific nations, this one is Tuvalu, the Maldives, you know them all, Carteret Islands, all had to evacuate to New Zealand. None of these nations has evacuated to New Zealand. I've checked with the New Zealand High Commission, it's just not true. And here, sea level rise. What sea level rise? This is Kandahar 2005. Johnston Island, no sea level rise for 50 years. Down to Saipan, none for 22 years. No sea level rises. Onwards, Maldives. Myrna et al. Now, Niels Axel Myrna knows more about sea level than anyone else in the world. He's studied it for 30 years continuously. And no trend, basically. You know, it's been higher before. It's about at its mean over the last 1,200 years now. No problem. Besides, corals can grow at 10 times the rate that sea level is even predicted to rise. So there's no reason why any of these islands should disappear, and no need for any of the citizens to go to New Zealand or anywhere else. Next slide. Ah, yes, mosquitoes. There are cities that were founded because they were just above the mosquito line. Nairobi is one. Nairobi was not founded because it was above the mosquito line. It was founded because it was a pre-existing Kikuyu watering hole on the Kikuyu escarpment on the railway known as the Lunatics Line between Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. That was why Nairobi was built where it was, and there have been at least 10 major outbreaks of malaria in Nairobi between its foundation and today, in one of which, a long time ago, the mosquitoes spread as far up as Eldoret, which is nearly 10,000 feet above sea level and about 3 times the height of Nairobi. So all of that stuff from Gore's film is simply arrant nonsense. Here is what has actually happened. We've had, between 1880 and 1945, here are malaria outbreaks at high altitudes, but in the period when most of the supposed global warming caused by us has happened, this is recent, that's from 1945 onwards, you can see the altitude there, they're all much lower down. Rather a graphic demonstration that there is no appreciable increase in the height at which malaria goes. Why? The biggest malaria outbreak in the world was in the 1920s and 30s in that hotspot of the climate known as Siberia. 600,000 people were killed, 30,000 of them as far north as Arkhangelsk on the Arctic Circle. And the only connection between malaria and climate is that the malaria mosquito requires a temperature of at least 15 degrees Celsius during its relatively short breeding season, but can otherwise survive very comfortably. Thank you. It's nothing whatever to do with global warming. Next slide. Now this is the biggie. This is the one that everybody gets most scared about. The city of Santa Barbara has decided to paint a line through the entire county showing where the 20-foot level rise would come when sea level, which it imminently expects to rise, will reach that level. Why does it think that? Because Al Gore has said so. The St. Albert has pronounced. And behold, sea level will rise 20 feet. Oh dear, no it won't. Because the second assessment report says maybe 3 feet. Third assessment report, 2 feet 11. Fourth assessment report, 1 foot 10. But maybe if we have a more realistic level of population, 1 foot 5. So there's the worst exaggeration in the film, and arguably the worst and most serious in this entire debate. I could have shown you, we haven't time, another 14 or 15 errors, equally bad. But that is how astonishingly inaccurate this particular film is. Now, here's one of the problems. Whatever damage we might have been conceived to have done to the climate by putting CO2 in it, China is now the one to watch. If Britain were to shut down completely, turn off all the lights, and have no trains, planes, aeroplanes, hospitals, industries, nothing, then the total emissions that we would therefore not be putting out would be made up by just the increase in Chinese emissions in less than 2 years. Apply that to the whole of Europe and the United States and Canada, and you're looking at China and India between them, making up the difference just in the growth of their emissions within perhaps 10 to 15 years, even if we were to shut down altogether the whole of the Western economies. That's not going to make any difference, let alone a sufficient difference. Let's move on. And here we come to what I think is the most tragic aspect of this whole debate. Here you have child mortality up to the age of 5 per 1,000 persons born, again versus CO2 emissions along the bottom, and here the more the CO2 emissions, the fewer the deaths you get of children before the age of 5. Once again, poor old Africa right up there. Look at that, Sierra Leone, 285 people per 1,000 dying if their children are under 5, compared with 7.7 per 1,000 in Iceland. And CO2, the correlation there, again, you might say it doesn't imply causation, but there are reasons why it should. And if, therefore, you say to the third world, no, you can't have the carbon emissions we've already had that have made us prosperous, that have reduced our mortality rates, then you are condemning them to die in their tens of millions. And I do not think that is something which this House ought to find acceptable. Let's move along and see the problem in a different light. Here, the world population is growing very rapidly, not particularly rapidly in the prosperous countries, because, and this is the paradox of population, it's the level of prosperity which determines your rate of increase in population. The more prosperous you are, paradoxically, the less fast you will reproduce. There are many economic, social, and medical reasons why this should be so. If we say to third world countries, you are going to have to deny yourselves carbon emissions, the likely effect of that, demographically speaking, is going to be that they will increase their population, or at the very least fail to reduce it towards stability, which they would be able to do if they were allowed the prosperity, which is very closely correlated with fossil fuel consumption. We could be advocating policies that will actually increase not only the poverty in these countries, but the environmental disaster that poverty produces of overpopulation and hence depletion of resources and incredible damage to the environment. And of course, if there are lots more people, however way you stack it, there's going to be a larger carbon footprint, whether you like it or not. Well, now, there are two other considerations we need to look at. One other major one, and that is, shouldn't we take precautions just in case the scientists are right that are trying to push this alarmist notion? The murderous, I've called it, precautionary principle. It's not a principle at all. It's an expedient used by the environmentalist lobby to justify schemes which, without a slogan of that kind, would be seen for what they are, which is barking mad and incredibly cruel. Now, I'm going to look at two previous worldwide scares, both of them quite recent. One was a real scare, one was a bogus scare. Both of them, the policies got disastrously wrong because of the effect of pressure groups, and the result was that in each case, millions died. Here we go. HIV. Now, 20 years ago, I had just come out of number 10. I went across to the US Army Medical Research Division, who had done the first detailed researches on AIDS. I said, my cabinet needs to know what this is going to do and what we should do about it. And the guy in charge of the research, almost in tears, said, oh my God, how nice that somebody is asking rather than telling me. He said, I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to make sure that we test everyone to find out who's got it, and we isolate, in the kindliest way possible, those who have got it. That is the standard procedure with any fatal infectious transmissible disease. That's what you do. And I said, well, that's rather difficult, isn't it, socially? We've got campaigning groups saying we mustn't do that. He said, yes, we have. But if they prevail, tens, perhaps hundreds of millions will die. And he said, I beg of you, use your voice, go and write and say we must do this, because it will help us internally to argue this case, which we're not winning at the moment. So I wrote, first in the US and then in the UK. I was subjected as a result of those articles to some of the most intense personal vituperation and vilification that I've ever received in a long and sometimes controversial career. I was the subject of hate mail, phone calls, threats, death threats, the lot, because I suggested that people who got AIDS ought to be isolated so that people who hadn't got it wouldn't get it. This was regarded as totally unacceptable and cruel and vicious and etc. And it was heartbreaking, and I mean heartbreaking. What then happened? Let's move on. Since I wrote those articles, and I failed to persuade people to do the right thing. 25 million people died worldwide, 40 million now are infected, 7.5% infected south of the Sahara, 0.7% infected in the United States. And now, a warning to the United States and eventually to us, 1% is the epidemic threshold. Once 1% prevalence is achieved in the United States, nobody's talking about this over there, then you can't stop it spreading right through the population as it has in Africa. That's what happens. It'll be a bit slower than in Africa for various factors, but it will still spread. It will kill millions, even in the countries of the West, because we did not have the courage to face down the narrow vested interests of those who did not realize the harm they were doing, because we know from epidemiology that if you isolate cases, you don't get deaths like this. Let's move on from this horrible story. These are the larvae of the Anopheles mosquito, and there are 3 interesting little letters which are entirely absent from the IPCC's ramblings about malaria in its latest report. And those letters are DDT. Before the DDT ban, which was brought in as a result of environmentalist pressure, there were 50,000 deaths per year from malaria. After the DDT ban, 1 million deaths per year from malaria. It's still about 850,000 now. Total excess deaths, depending on which scientific paper you read, between 30 and 50 million people died and are still dying because of that crazy decision by first the United States of all countries to ban DDT. The DDT ban was lifted on the 15th of September 2006. Finally, the world's bureaucracy that governs this, the World Health Organization, decided that enough was enough. And Dr. Arata Kochi said the following. He said, quite often in this field, politics comes first and science second. We must take a position based on the science and the data. And that, in essence, is the position that I'm inviting you in this House to take tonight. There are moral issues, clearly moral issues, that are raised by this debate. And I want to look at those moral issues now. I want to sum up what I've said to you. Now, Al Gore says, as you can see on that slide, I believe this is a moral issue. And so it is a moral issue. To announce disasters or scary scenarios, to over-represent factual presentations in place of adherence to the strict scientific objective truth, that is a moral issue. To allow politicians to insert false data into official scientific documents, to alter those documents so as to contradict or overstate scientific conclusions, to manipulate decimal points so as to engender false headlines by exaggerating tenfold, those are moral issues. To claim scientific unanimity where none exists, to assert that catastrophe is likely when most scientists do not, to exalt theoretical computer models which cannot in any event work over real-world observations, to misstate the conclusions of scientific papers or the meaning of observed data, to overstate the likely future course of climatic phenomena by several orders of magnitude, those are moral issues. To reverse the sequence of events in the early climate, to persist in false denial that past temperatures exceeded today's, to state that climate events that have not occurred have occurred, to ascribe these non-events as well as specific extreme weather events unjustifiably to humankind, those are moral issues. And above all, to inflict upon the nations of the world a policy of ever grimmer energy starvation, calculated not merely to inconvenience the prosperous, but to condemn the very poorest to remain in poverty forever and to die unheeded in their tens of millions for want of the light and heat and power and medical attention which we have long been fortunate enough to take for granted. That is a moral issue. So this house is the house of youth. Here, high ideals are shaped and sharpened. Here, of all places, it is surely understood that in each of us, however far apart, in mere distance or origin or wealth or achievement, there is the spark of the divine, the image and likeness of our Creator. That by this communion with our Maker, each of us, however poor, is of unique and precious value, that therefore there is only one race, the human race, that the suffering children of Africa of Asia and South America imploring us with their hopeless, hopeful eyes are our people. We must get the science right, or we shall get the policy wrong. We have failed them and failed them before. We must not fail them again.
So how does the industrial story compare with the temperature record? Since the mid-19th century, the Earth's temperature has risen by just over 0.5 degrees Celsius. But this warming began long before cars and planes were even invented. What's more, most of the rise in temperature occurred before 1940, during a period when industrial production was relatively insignificant. After the Second World War, during the post-war economic boom, temperatures, in theory, should have shot up. But they didn't. They fell. Not for 1 or 2 years, but for 4 decades. In fact, paradoxically, it wasn't until the world economic recession in the 1970s that they stopped falling.
And the way that science works is that you create a hypothesis. For example, CO2 causes global warming. That's the hypothesis. We then need to test the hypothesis, and we do that by comparing with direct observations. We experiment, and we carry out various kinds of investigations to test it. And the key to the scientific method is that it doesn't make any difference how beautiful your concept is. It doesn't make any difference how smart you are, or who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with the experimental or observational evidence, it's wrong. And I'll come back to that. This is what scientists do. It was articulated very well by Richard Feynman, who was a physicist from Caltech, a Nobel Prize winner, a brilliant man, and he articulated the scientific methodology that all of us, or some of us, use, I should say. And one of the things that I like to point out is that if there's any exception to a concept that can be proven by observation, then the concept is wrong. That's a basic tenet of all science. So I'm going to show you some things that are wrong with what you've been hearing. And I'm going to suggest then that perhaps that the observations have proven that some of the things you're hearing are not true. And I think you'll be surprised at a number of things that you're being told they're simply not true. As an example, you may be aware that back in the 1920s, Albert Einstein formulated the theory of relativity, which threw the entire physics world into a tizzy, because it proved that good old Newtonian physics, which had been assumed to be invariant for a long, long time, since the days of Newton, was in fact not correct. And physicists were very upset, so some of the world's most eminent physicists formed a committee of 100 of the most brilliant physicists in the world, whose goal was to prove that Einstein was wrong. And so somebody asked Einstein, what do you think about this 100-person committee that's trying to prove you wrong? And his response was, I don't know why they need 100, it only takes one. So that's what I'm suggesting here. If anything that I show you that you've been hearing that is being claimed by the UN group or by anybody is contradicted by direct observational evidence, then it's wrong. So it's also true that no government agency or other authority can decide the truth of a scientific concept. You can't believe something just because the government says it so. In fact, I don't know why you believe anything the government says these days. And something else that Feynman said, which strikes home, is that all scientists are skeptics. If you don't doubt anything, you take it on a basis of belief, then it's not scientific. Anyone who doesn't doubt, that is, anyone who isn't a skeptic, isn't a scientist. It's very simple. I'm known as a skeptic because I'm skeptical of some of the claims that are being made about the Earth's climate. I invite all of you to be skeptics. Be skeptical of what I say tonight. Question it. Ask questions. Look at it. Test it against what you know about what the Earth is doing. So what is climate science? Have you ever known anybody who got a degree in climate science? It's not a discipline. It's not like physics or chemistry or geology or biology or mathematics. It is a body of knowledge which is studied by physicists, by meteorologists, by oceanographers, geologists, geophysicists, geochemists, a whole bunch of people from a variety of disciplines, and they focus their interest on climate. That's what a climate scientist is, but there's no such thing as climate science. And there are apparently different rules being used by the people who profess to be climate scientists. Michael Mann, who is widely known for having created the concept of the hockey stick, which we'll talk about later. And basically that is that climate has never changed over thousands of years until we started putting CO2 in the atmosphere, and then all of a sudden when the climate started changing. In other words, the long handle is constant climate for thousands of years, and the end of the hockey stick is what has happened in the way of warming since we started putting a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere. So this is what Michael Mann said. He actually said this: proof is for mathematical theorems and alcoholic beverages. It's not for science. Can you believe anybody saying that and calling himself a scientist? And what he said further was, you don't need proof when you have a credible theory. All you need is a theory that enough people will believe. That's his idea, and that's the idea which is being propagated by many people who call themselves climate scientists. And I'm not trying to badmouth them, I'm just telling you the way it is. There was a paper that came out yesterday, which was peer-reviewed in a scientific journal, that said it's okay to lie about science because the end justifies the mean. And the ends in this case being instilling fear in people to get them to do things that you want them to do. And in the name of science, these two scientists claim it's okay to lie to do that. So at any rate, let's move along and talk about some of the things you really ought to know about climate in order to judge whether or not what you're hearing is true. We started out with global warming, and that didn't work very well because warming stopped. So then it was changed to climate change. Well, the climate changes back and forth. Well, we know that, but that didn't catch on very well. So then the cry became climate disruption. That is, weird extreme storms and things that go on that were supposed to be caused by global warming. And that now has evolved to become extreme weather. Every time there's a weather event, you'll hear it's being caused by global warming. And one of the best I've heard was made by Dr. Holdren, who is the climate science advisor to the president. And what he said was, after North America has the coldest winter that it's had in 102 years, and the third coldest ever. And what Dr. Holden says was, the hotter it gets, the colder it's going to be. Think about that. The blacker it gets, the whiter it's going to be. If you can wrap yourself around that one, you'll understand what's going on. There are also some new things coming out about ocean acidification, and I'm probably not going to have time to get into that tonight, but there's a whole story there too. So what is the news media not telling you? Here is a list, and I'm not going to read them all, but I just want to comment on a few of them. Global warming is real. It's been going on for thousands, millions of years, and I knew about that. People call me a global warming denier, which is not true. It's just the opposite. Climate has always been changing. It's been warming and cooling way more intensely than recently. And so no skeptics that I know deny climate change. It's the natural thing. The other thing you may not be aware of, because you will not hear this in the news media, there's been no global warming in 17 and a half years. I bet you hadn't heard that. If you have teenage kids or grandkids, they have never experienced global warming. because we haven't had any in almost 18 years. And I'll show you the data for that. Something else you probably know is that carbon dioxide cannot, by itself, cause significant global warming. It's physically impossible. And I will show you why a bit later. And the why is in the next couple of, so we'll come back to those in a little bit. But be aware also that there is no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and climatic warming. No correlation at all. And I'll show you those too. Something else you probably weren't aware of is that 8,500 of the past 10,000 years have been much warmer than present. 1 to 2 degrees warmer than present. You won't hear that in the news either. In other words, we're living in a cold time, not in a warm time. Almost all of the last 10,000 years have been warmer than present, and the Earth survived it. There have been lots of periods of global warming and cooling in the past 500 years. I'll show you some of these. And here's one that you hear over and over and over. As a matter of fact, on Sunday, Ann Curry of NBC is going to be doing a special in which she claims that, as do many of the CO2 people, that 97% of scientists believe global warming is caused by human CO2 emissions. I'm sure you've heard that. I hear it almost every day from somebody. It's not true, and I'll show you where that number comes from and what it means. The other thing you won't hear is that Antarctic ice sheet is growing. It's not melting. And I'll show you why. I have heard 1,000 times, if I heard it once, the Antarctic ice sheet is melting at an accelerating rate. It's not true. And I'll show you why. Arctic sea ice has increased the past year, and the Arctic has been cooling since 2005. And you'll hear about the accelerated global warming in the Arctic, even though there aren't any thermometers up there, or very few. Sea level is rising at a rate of about 7 inches a year. In one generation, if any of you are 50 years old, then you will have experienced in your lifetime about 3.5 inches of sea level rise. Did you notice it? I didn't. So in the next 50 years, between now and the end of this century, we'll get another 3.5 to 4 inches. And do you think it's going to be a problem? It wasn't a problem for the first 50 years. Well, let's take a look at where there's 97% of all scientists agree global warming is caused by CO2. Where does that come from? It comes from a master's thesis, I think in Indiana, where a graduate student sent out 10,000 questionnaires and asked the question, do you think that global warming is being caused by CO2 and it's going to cause catastrophe? He got 3,146 responses. Of those, he handpicked, or they handpicked, there are 2 of them, these are the authors down here, picked 77 out of that 3,100 and asked them, do you think global warming is caused by CO2? And 75 out of those 77 said, yes, we do. And guess what came out of that? That's where the 75%, or I mean the 97% comes from. That's what that number is based on. Well, it's really 75 out of 3,146, isn't it? Which is 2%. So whenever you hear there is a consensus of 97% of all scientists agree that CO2 is the cause of global warming, change that to 2%. That's all you can prove. It doesn't mean that that's all there are. It means that that's all that was proven by this study. You will hear over and over again the science is settled, so don't talk about it. That's not the way science works. And so since the 97% story was getting out and people were laughing at the 97% number, there was a survey made of 11,944 published papers about climate change, and the claim was made that 99.5% of them said that global warming is caused by CO2. Well, somebody else said, okay, we're going to replicate that count, and they found that there were only 64 out of 11,900 papers that actually said global warming was man-made, which is 0.5%. So when you hear 99.5% of scientists believe CO2 causes global warming, change that to 0.5. That's not the number that actually believe that. That's not the claim here. I'm just showing you where the numbers come from, and you cannot believe the numbers. Here are some real numbers. There's a survey of 5,000 scientists from Scotland who were asked about CO2 and catastrophic warming, and 98% believed that increase in CO2 would not cause catastrophic global warming. 98% said CO2 was not the cause of global warming, from 5,000 scientists. Even more, there are 31,487 scientists, 9,000 with PhDs, who say that CO2 is not causing global warming. And this is a statement that each of them signed. They had to have a degree in one of the sciences in order to sign this statement. And essentially, what they said was that there's no scientific evidence that CO2 is the cause of global warming. So if, as claimed, there are 97% of all scientists agree, that doesn't include this 32,000. If you did include those, it would take 1 million people who said it was causing in order to have a consensus, that consensus. So why should you care about all this? Well, Envision 2060 is one reason. This is the document that was produced by a group from the University of Washington, funded by the EPA, to serve as a basis for planning for the future of Skagit County in various areas. So let's look at what's in that particular report and test it to see if it in fact the conclusions are valid. They say in the introduction of their report that their report is based on climate change scenarios, not evidence or data, from the IPCC. The IPCC is the UN agency that puts out a climate report about every 2 to 4 years. The last one was just this last year in September of 2013. The one that they are using for basis was published in 2007. In that report, the average temperature rise is predicted to be 7.5 degrees warmer by 2060. That's huge. That would be catastrophic. That's getting close to 2 or 3 degrees per decade. By 2000 or by 2100, they're predicting 10 degrees warmer, which would indeed be catastrophic. For comparison, we've been in a little ice age, a cold period, since about 1500 AD, and we're thawing out from that now. And the rate at which we're thawing out, we're still well below where the average is for the past 10,000 years, but the amount of warming that we're seeing is about 1 degree Fahrenheit per 100 years. And they're suggesting 7.5 degrees by 2060, which is only 46 years from now. That's huge. We can test the validity of the basis for the 2060 report by testing the basis of the IPCC report, because Envision 2060 is based on that report. So if we look at the qualifications of the IPCC members, the UN committee, they themselves admit that 80% of those members are not scientists. It's not a scientific body, it's an activist body. They claim that the IPCC reports are entirely peer-reviewed with the best literature, results, and data that they can find. Somebody did a count of their references that they use, and 1/3 of them were not even peer-reviewed. There were magazine articles, there were activist reports, all kinds of junk that we wouldn't even call science. On top of that, we have problems with data tampering by NOAA and NASA. And that may shock you. That's kind of like saying motherhood and apple pie is bad. But I'll show you some examples. I don't want to dwell on it, but I want to make you aware of the fact that both NOAA and NASA doctor their data to make it look warmer than it really is. That's the bottom line. And we can now test the climate model predictions by the UN body, which they've been making now for anywhere from 10 to 20 years. It's been a long enough time so we can test their predictions from 10 years ago with what has actually happened to the climate during that time period to see if their predictions were correct. And what we'll see is that they fail miserably. Furthermore, the IPCC report is based entirely on the assumption that global warming is caused by rising CO2. And we'll talk a bit about the details of that. Here's how NOAA and NASA cook the data. And I don't want to get bogged down in this, just to bring to your attention what they do. This is NOAA data, and the blue curve here is the data that was actually measured. And one of the points of contention is that in the 1930s, you can't see the dates down here, but this is the time period, warm is up and colder is down. The 1930s were the warmest decade of this century, not the past decade. The 1930s were warmer. I'll show you the data for that. And so it's an embarrassment that it's been warmer in the early part of the century when there was no increase in CO2 than there is right now. And so there is an email that came out in the ClimateGate scandal in which they say the 1930s and 40s warm period is an embarrassment that we have to get rid of. They actually say that. And sure enough, they did. Because what they did was they changed this curve of actual observed data to this curve right here. Now, if you look here, these are the 1930s. Look how high this is. Here's the first decade of this century, 2000 or 2010. And notice that it was hotter in the 1930s than it was at present. So look what happens when you drop this down. Suddenly, recently, it's hotter than it was earlier. Data tampered. The same thing here. This is the original measured data, the blue line, and the 2014 NASA curve dropped it down here to get rid of that inconvenient warm period in the 1930s. So what they do is they subtract temperatures from the 1930s and 40s, shown here in blue. This is if they make the temperature, the measured temperature, cooler, then it shows here in blue. If they make it warmer, then it's shown here in red. And here's the effect of that. The blue curve here slants down. That means it's been cooling. Temperature is getting cooler. And what they did was they subtracted a bunch of temperature from this to bring it down here. And the net result is it looks like today is warmer than it used to be, and in fact it wasn't. There's no smoking gun that CO2 is causing global warming. There's no physical evidence of CO2 causing global warming. All there is are computer models. And you know what they say about computers. Garbage in, garbage out. A computer will spit out what you tell it to. And so the UN group runs a lot of really expensive computer model simulations about climate. And this is the result that they get. This is temperature over here on the left-hand side. So as the curve goes up, that means it's getting warmer. And the red line here is the average of 90 of their climate models. This is what the climate models were telling them. The blue line here and the green line here are satellite temperature measurements. So we can now compare their model predictions with measurements made from satellites, which are really the only trustworthy ones. And there's a huge gap between the two. The climate models upon which virtually all of the predictions of doom and gloom are based, almost all of those climate models failed miserably to come anywhere near. They weren't even within a degree over 10 years of what the climate observed. So remember our axiom about science? If there is an exception of the observed data to the concept, then it's wrong. This proves that the climate models are wrong. Doesn't prove the whole concept is wrong, it proves our climate models are wrong, essentially worthless. Here's another one that shows the same thing. The black line here shows temperature rising according to their model predictions. Here's the actual measured climate. In this case, it's actually cooling. And here's the difference between what the model said it was going to be by 2012, and here's the real temperature in 2012. A huge difference. The models fail miserably. They've also made a lot of predictions based on those models. And here are a few of them. And I'm not going to read them all, but in a nutshell, what they're saying is that there isn't going to be any more winter. The next generation isn't going to know what snow looks like. The ski areas are all going to have to shut down because there's not going to be enough snow. Skiing among the palm trees. White Christmases are a thing of the past. 50 million people worldwide will be displaced by 2010 because of rising sea level. Have you noticed 50 million people migrating from the shorelines by 2010? The increase in average temperature near the Earth's surface will be 7 degrees, and this could raise sea level 10 feet. Goodbye, New York and Washington, D.C. Not a bad idea, but I don't think that it's going to happen. So, at any rate, there are also a bunch of atolls, low-lying atolls in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans that are afraid that they're going to be submerged by sea level rise. And we'll look at the truth of that also. There are claims made that Himalayan glaciers will vanish by the year 2000. Well, they didn't. Matter of fact, they're growing. The statement has been made, or the claim has been made, that all alpine glaciers will have melted away by 2100. No more alpine glaciers. However, the fact is that glaciers are growing in Tibet recently. Glaciers are growing in Norway. Glaciers are growing in Alaska, and some glaciers in the Andes are growing. Not all of them, because there is a lag between the time a glacier advances and retreats and what happens to the snowfall and the temperature, and we'll come back to that. The alarmists, which are the CO2 people, claim that the polar ice caps are melting rapidly, which is going to cause dramatic sea level rise. Here's a statement made in 2009 by Al Gore. The North Pole ice cap is 40% gone already and could be completely and totally gone in the winter months in the next 5 to 10 years. Well, in 5 years, that's this year. What's wrong with that? There is no ice cap at the North Pole. So how could it be 40% gone? And why are we worried about losing it? Because it isn't there to start with. Here's what's at the North Pole. It's the Arctic Ocean, and there's a meter or two of floating sea ice, and that's it. There are no glaciers at the North Pole. Not only that, but if we look at the Arctic region in general, Iceland and Greenland, where there are glaciers, then we find that the temperature there has risen and fallen systematically. It hasn't been constant at all. It hasn't changed only recently. And in fact, if you look at the shape of this curve, up means warmer. So here's the trend of this curve going up. That means it's getting warmer till about 1945, and then it got colder till about 1977, and then it started getting warm again, and then recently it's been getting cold again. What you'll notice is the same thing that was true in North America. It was warmer in the 1930s than it was in the first decade of this century. Nothing unusual. It's business as usual. It doesn't matter. Here's another temperature curve of Greenland. Remember, this is 1920, 1940. It was warmer in Greenland in the 1930s than it was in 2000. Again, the same thing as the global climate. There's nothing unusual going on in Greenland. It's been doing this up and down for thousands of years. In fact, if we look at the Arctic summer temperatures, here's 1993. Down means that it's getting cooler. It's been cooling in the Arctic, not warming. Here is the Arctic temperature since 2006. This is satellite data, and it's down. This is a different scale, so this is 1 degree, and so the difference between here and here is actually pretty significant. It's almost, well, a little, about 0.8 of a degree, which is quite a bit cooler. The Arctic is not overheating. It's also cooling. There's a lot of emphasis placed on the Arctic shelf ice disappearing and the possibility that ships can use the Arctic Ocean to shortcut from ocean to ocean, go through there. Chinese did this back in the 1400s, apparently, but that's when it was a lot warmer than it is now. So here's what the ice cap looked like, or not ice cap, get me saying it. Here's what the sea ice looked like in 1979, which was the first year we had satellite data. It was only when we had satellites that we could, for the first time, look at the extent of Arctic sea ice and measure it. And you'll see the Arctic Ocean in 1979 was pretty much covered with sea ice. How different is this? This is last month. Look at the difference. I don't think you're going to swim across the Arctic Ocean or paddle across it. And what you're seeing is that there's a little bit of change. You know, there's a little bit of ice lost here, a little bit here, a little bit gained here and there. And it's down. There's no doubt that we've had warming from 1977 to 1998. And that has, in fact, diminished the Arctic sea ice. Nobody denies that. But not by very much. And it's not at all unusual. It does this all the time. And the claim is made that our friends, the fuzzy polar bears, are going to become endangered by loss of Arctic sea ice. And so here are the pictures that you'll see, and the poor polar bears are going to be dying. They're going to become extinct if we don't do something. However, the polar bears lived for the past 10,000 years almost the entire time 1 or 2 degrees warmer than it is right now when there was less sea ice in the Arctic than there is now. And they did just fine. In fact, if you count them, in 1960s and 70s there were 5,000 known polar bears. Today the latest survey shows that there are about 25,000 plus. And do you know what controls the population of polar bears? It's not how much sea ice, it's not how warm the temperature is, it's how many humans shoot. If you want to save the polar bears, stop shooting them. Very simple. Let's look at the Antarctic ice sheet. There are wild claims being made, even all this week, that the Antarctic ice cap is melting at an accelerating rate and it's going to cause catastrophic sea level rise. Big report out of Tokyo making the news from the IPCC just this week. Antarctica is a continent. It's a land mass. The ice in most of the continent is 10 to 15,000 feet thick. It's a big ice sheet. There's a little thumb that sticks out here called the West Antarctic Peninsula. It makes up a very small part of the total ice in Alaska. And there are warm currents, warm ocean waters that are melting some of that. I'll show you that in a minute. But think what it would take to melt the Antarctic ice cap. The average daily temperature in Antarctica is minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. 58 degrees below freezing is the average. And last winter, the South Pole reached minus 106 degrees, 106 degrees below zero. To get any ice to melt, you have to raise it to the melting point. So you've got to go from minus 58 to plus 32. That's the melting point of ice. And then you have to have another 10 degrees or so to melt any appreciable amount of ice. You would have to raise the temperature of Antarctica 100 degrees to get any appreciable melting of Antarctic ice. How likely do you think it is that Antarctica is going to warm 100 degrees? And that's what that's all based on. Well, let's look at some measurements and see what the data tells us. This is the average annual temperature at the South Pole since 1957. I don't see any warming in that. In fact, in this image, the blue area is a temperature trend where the ice is actually getting colder, or the Antarctica is actually getting colder, and the red is places where it's warmer. Almost the entire East Antarctic ice sheet is getting colder. It's not melting. There's a little bit of melting going on in the West Antarctic Peninsula, this little thumb over here, which is being caused by warm ocean water that's around it and is melting some of the shelf ice from underneath and not from air temperature. You may have read about the ships that got stuck in the ice down there. Big joke, expensive joke. It's going to cost somebody about $1 million or more for the rescue attempt. Why does that not surprise us? Because this is the curve of the Antarctic ice this year. The Antarctic ice now, and this is sea ice I'm talking about, not the continental glacier, this is the floating ice around the margin, is at an all-time high by this amount, and it's this much above the average for the Antarctic. The Antarctic sea ice is not melting either, any more than the land ice is melting. Antarctica is a unique place. The Antarctic ice sheet has not melted in 15 million years. So why should it melt now? The truth is it's not. And the reason is that it has an unusual circulation. These green things here, little green arrows, are atmospheric movement, wind, if you like. This is what's happening to the wind. And you'll see that there is a strong clockwise motion of air around, all the way around Antarctica. It just keeps going around and around and around. There are some little swirls in it, but by and large, this encircles the entire Antarctic continent. And that stabilizes the Antarctic climate and prevents it from interacting very much with the rest of the Earth's climate. In other words, it's isolated, it's very stable, and it's kept that way by this rather unusual circulation. You can get this in real time on a computer that shows you the actual motion. And if any of you are interested in knowing how to get that, I'd be happy to show you afterwards. Every day I hear quotes that global warming is unprecedented, reaching unprecedented levels. Oops, I didn't want to do that. So we'll go back. And that's not true. The climate for the last 100,000 years or so is very well preserved in the isotope record of Greenland in ice cores, where we can read it and measure it. And the same is true in Antarctica. It goes back much further. It goes back about 600,000 in the Antarctic. This is a reconstruction of past temperatures in Greenland going back to the year 1480, about 500 years roughly. And the red areas here are times when the climate was warmer in Greenland than it is now. Here's the current climate level is shown right here on the edge, the end of this blue line. That's where we are now. Look at the number of times when the climate in the Antarctic, or excuse me, in Greenland has been warmer than the present. And look how many times it's been colder. There are 40 of these, and the 40 swinging back and forth, warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold, 40 times in the last 500 years. There's nothing unprecedented about this little bit of warming that we're seeing here, and as a matter of fact, it's just a little blip. During the end of the last ice age, there were huge swings in temperature. Red here is above average, this is warming. Blue is below average, cooling. This area encompasses the time from about 10,000 to about 25,000 years ago, during the last big ice age. The ice here in Mount Vernon was 5,000 feet thick during this time. Now all gone. And what we see is that from the height of the last big ice age, there was a sudden dramatic warming that caused the temperature to rise from way down here to way up here. And that rise was something like 25 degrees Fahrenheit in 100 years. 25 times what we've seen in the past century. So whenever you see unprecedented global warming, it's simply not true. It's not even close. It's just a little blip. Here is the temperature reconstruction for the last 10,000 years based on the Greenland ice core. And we know the temperature from the measurement of oxygen isotopes. The red areas here are areas when it was warmer in Greenland than it is today. Here's where we are today, right about here. And by about 2 degrees, 2.5 degrees, maybe even 3 degrees, warmer than now for 8,500 years of the last 10,000. It was much warmer than it is today. And the Earth survived it. Then we went into the little ice age, which is right here, and we've just now recently been thawing out from that. But we're nowhere near back to where we have been for most of the last 10,000 years. So the conclusions we can draw from this is that the IPCC report, which is the base for the Envision 2060 report, is based on computer model data that is invalid. Even the IPCC, who made these computer models, now admits their computer models missed the boat by not a little bit, but by a lot. They weren't even close. And that forms the basis for the entire Envision 2060 report. So if the IPCC report is not valid, then neither is the Envision 2060. And I'll show you some of the details in a minute. let's look at CO2 as a possible cause of global warming. The atmosphere consists of about 39 or 41 thousandths of 1% CO2. There is so little CO2 in this room, even though we're all breathing it out, that it's almost nothing. The total increase in CO2 in the atmosphere since global warming began is only 8 1,000ths of 1%. How much is 8 1,000ths of 1%? It's about as close to nothing as you can get, isn't it? How are you going to change the global climate with a huge amount of energy by changing the CO2 content by 8 1,000ths of 1%? It's like asking a flea to drive an elephant. It isn't going to happen. Not only that, but CO2 is responsible for only about 3.5 of the greenhouse effect. 95% of the greenhouse effect is water vapor, not CO2. So CO2 by itself is not capable of changing the Earth's climate more than about 1/10 of a degree. So where does this 10 degrees come from that the IPCC claims? What they do is, in their computer models, they inject what they call a water vapor factor. Keeping in mind, water vapor is responsible for 95% of greenhouse warming. And then they raise the level of the water vapor in their model until they get the result they want, which is catastrophic warming. Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is that it would be okay if indeed water vapor in the atmosphere was increasing during the time frame of their model. So we have to ask the question, is water vapor increasing in the atmosphere? And here's the answer. No, it's actually declining. Which means that the water vapor factor, which they have to have in their models to get to their catastrophic levels, is not happening in real time. So the other thing is that in order to get warming caused by CO2, this is the pre-industrial level, 1950 level, 2008 level, and if you double the present CO2 level, it's the same effect as doubling nothing, because nothing is going to happen. The maximum you could get is about 1/10 of a degree of warming by doubling the CO2, or even tripling it. It's so small it doesn't really matter. And that's within the margin of error of what you can measure. CO2 is not capable of causing any significant atmospheric warming. It's only water vapor that can, and water vapor is not increasing in the atmosphere. Well, how about trying to correlate CO2 and temperature? We can do that because we have a record of CO2. We have a measurement dating back to 1957, to the present, and here's temperature. So CO2 has been rising steadily until now it's approaching 41 thousandths of 1%. Here's what temperature's been doing. The warming between 1950 and 1945 totally ignored CO2. CO2 had not really done much then. The temperature went way up. Temperature started to rise CO2 began to rise very sharply after World War II, after 1945. In other words, from here to here, which should cause global warming, shouldn't it? Big increase in CO2 should have warming. We had 30 years of global cooling. Remember the rule. If one observational fact isn't consistent with your conclusion, then your conclusion's wrong. That's the basic axiom of science. So it's wrong. In addition, we can look back in the geologic past when the CO2 level was way higher than now. It was 11 times higher than what it is today, not just a couple of times. And we had ice ages about 450 million years ago at CO2 levels that were 11 times higher than they are right now. And the other thing that's true is that we know from the ice cores, that when temperature goes up during an interglacial period, going up here means it's getting warmer, going down means it's getting colder. This is an ice age, this is an interglacial period. So this is the temperature. The yellow line is carbon dioxide measured from air bubbles that are trapped in the ice. And look what happens. The CO2 always lags the increase in temperature. If CO2 is the cause of global warming, it should precede it, shouldn't it? But it doesn't. It lags it by about 800 years. The same is true on a much shorter time period. Here we're looking at years. Here's 2000, here's 1990. This is temperature. Here's CO2. CO2 always follows an increase in temperature. And the reason for that is the CO2 in the atmosphere is governed almost entirely by the temperature of the oceans. When you heat up the oceans, you drive off CO2. What happens if you put a bottle of open champagne on the stove? It's going to fizz, isn't it? That's CO2 escaping, because the equilibrium is that temperature drives CO2 out of solution in water. So what's happening is that the oceans are warming up and they're releasing CO2 in the atmosphere. So temperature is causing CO2 to rise, not the other way around. CO2 is not causing temperature to rise, temperature is causing CO2 to rise. Here is what the Envision 2060 predicts. They predict that by 2040 the temperature will be 3.5 degrees warmer than now. That's 3 times the amount in the last century. By 2060, which is the report date, they predict 7.5 degrees warmer than now. That's huge, catastrophic. And by the end of the century, 10 degrees warmer than now. That's immense. So I'm going to skip through these. So what does that look like? How does that compare to what we can observe? I mentioned there's been no global warming for 17 years and 6 months, and here's the proof of it. This is the global mean temperature change from satellites. And statistically, if you start here in about 1996 to 2014, there is 0 degrees of warming. That means there's no statistical warming of the Earth's atmosphere in 17.5 years. There's no global warming. It's gone. In fact, for the last decade, the trend is down. Again, red here means it's hotter, blue means it's colder. These are the dates down here. And for the past decade, we've had cooling at a rate of about 0.2 degrees per century. It's not getting warmer, it's getting colder. And here's the trend. Cooling is down. You go back to about 1990s. Go back up here to about 1998. Since then, it's been cooling. Here's the trend for winter, same thing. It's cooling. And it's cooling at an accelerating rate. Here is the temperature. Warm is up, cool is down. And look what happens from about 2005 to today. It's getting cooler faster. In other words, here is a portrayal of that. Blue means it's getting cooler, red means it's warmer. For the past 10 years, we've had this amount of cooling. If you look at only the 5-year trend, it's a lot more. That means it's getting colder faster. It's getting colder faster all over the U.S. The total change in temperature over the last 20 years is entirely negative for all of the regions of the country. Cooler. Here's what it is for the past decade. 8.7, 8.75 degrees cooler in the Great Lakes area. And on the coastal areas, it's anywhere from about 1.5 to 2. In the interior, it's anywhere from 5 to 8 degrees cooler in the winter than it has been for the average. Globally, this is what it looks like since 2000. Blue is cold, red is warm. And look what's happening. All over Russia, all over Asia, most of North America except the West Coast is getting cooler. 2013-14 winter was the coldest in 102 years. Here's a map of North America, and here's the Canadian boundary. Purple is really cold. Blue is cooler, considerably cooler than average. White is neutral, and the green is slightly warmer. Look how much of North America is getting frozen. These are records for 1 week from almost 1,300 reports in the U.S. Purple and blue are cold weather records. daytime cold weather records, and orange and yellow are warm. And the ratio is heavily in favor of cooler than warmer. Okay, we don't want that. There we go. Here's the snow cover in North America. Deep snow, lots of snow, lighter snow, all the way down to the Gulf Coast states, including Florida. Want to go sunbathing in Florida this winter? Go to Florida, escape the cold. This is what you get. And here's the weather forecast for 8 inches of global warming today. Let's compare then what we've just seen for the last 10 years, or for the 10-year period from 2000 to 2010. This is what the IPCC predicted. They predicted 1 degree of warming from 2000 to 2010. Here's what we actually got. You see the disparity. Their models are not even close. They're absurdly different. How about sea level? Well, the sea level predictions in the 2060 report are as much as 7 feet by the end of the century. That's huge. IPCC claims that sea level is rising at an increasing rate. Here's New York City projected for a big sea level rise. Here's Boston. Downtown is now a little bit of an island according to their portrayal. I can't say I really would hate to see this, but here's London. London and Westminster Abbey would be an island. And there was a paper out last week that said that most of the, or many of the 185 of the world's vintage sites would be underwater, including a Sydney Opera House, Statue of Liberty, Belgium, Naples, St. Petersburg, Russia will be islands, large numbers of people displaced, and there will be storm surges, like the one in New Jersey, which they're blaming on global, guess what, global warming. Here is a portrayal of a surge going into New York City. It's a little exaggerated surge going into New York City during a big storm. In other words, they're saying not only will this be drowned, but storm surges will cause huge damage. There are several reports out now that are suggesting that we start moving big cities, like Los Angeles and London and low-lying cities. National Geographic had a special issue on rising seas, and here's what they portray sea level as. Guess what the elevation of that level is? 214 feet above sea level presently. This is National Geographic. Here's what they're suggesting. They're suggesting that the entire East Coast U.S. and all of Florida is going to be lost. Say goodbye to Florida. Say goodbye to Washington, D.C. Say goodbye to New York. Say goodbye to all of Denmark, most of Holland, large areas in the Baltic, huge areas up in the Arctic area. And they're suggesting that millions of people will be displaced. They project Florida will be partially gone, Miami will be gone, or the entire state will be gone. And I'm going to skip through this for sake of time. So what does this mean locally? Why should you care about all this nonsense? And the reason is that in the 2060 report, it says that shorelines and submergence will affect low-lying areas in Skagit County. Parts of Chuckanut Drive would be submerged, Blanchard and Edison would be submerged, Samish Island would be, the road would be submerged, the highway to Anacortes would be submerged, and it's going to cost a lot of money to fix it. So here's what a shoreline would look like. Here's the airport out at Pleasant Hill, Pleasant Bay, what it's called. Anyway, Mount Vernon is over here, Anacortes is over here. Here's where the sea level would be, according to their projection. Here is their portrayal of that, where dark blue is 6 feet underwater, and anything in blue is about 4 to 6 feet underwater. The highway to Anacortes would be under 4 to 6 feet of water. You're going to have a 4-mile-long bridge to get to Anacortes. Chuckanut Drive is underwater. This is the problems that 2006 Envision is calling for, and calling for ways to fix it. to prevent it or fix it. It's going to cost big bucks. So what's sea level really doing? Sea level is rising at a rate of about 7 inches per century for the last 150 years. Sorry about that. Here's the rise of sea level since about 1850. And the rate, 1.7 millimeters per year, about that much. That's about 3.5 inches during a 50-year lifetime. So for the rest of the century, you can expect sea level to go up about that much, and I doubt if you'll ever know it. With a tide range of 8 feet, you're never going to know it. In fact, the rate of sea level in recent years has actually declined. This is sea level. This is the rise of sea level. It's been going up at a rate of about 1.7 to 2 millimeters a year. That's about 7 inches a century. But look what's been happening since about 2005. It went down here, came back up a little bit, and since 2010 has been going down again. Sea level rise is not accelerating, it's decelerating. How about locally? If you want to know what the sea level is going to do in Mount Vernon, what do? Envision 2060 goes to a computer model, calculates the temperature increase that their models say, translates that into melting of the Antarctic ice cap, which isn't happening, and comes up with a number of 7 feet, or 4 feet, just 46 years from now. So that's a foot a decade, which is huge. Wouldn't it be better to go to tide gauge records, which we have an abundance of? Here's Seattle. It's amazingly constant, about 7 or 8 inches a century. Friday Harbor, again, about 6 inches a century. Cherry Point, about 6 inches a century. Port Townsend, around 7 or 8 inches a century. Port Angeles, almost nothing. Neah Bay is actually going down, not going up. If you project that 100-year record of all of these tide gauge records in the Puget Lowland, you get this curve down here at the bottom, this straight line right here. And if you project that into the future, you get, for the rest of this century, about 8 or 10 inches at most. Here is what is predicted by Envision 2060. They're predicting that by 2060, sea level will rise 4 feet. And that's going to cause submergence that we just looked at. It's going to make Anacortes into an island. It's going to make Chuckanut Drive underwater. It's going to make a lot of problems in order to cope with that. And they're predicting as much as 7 feet by 2100. That's in the report, which is gigantic. So where's the water going to come from? Where are you going to get enough water to raise sea level that much, 4 feet by 2060, 7 feet by the end of the century? You've got to melt the Antarctic ice sheet. During the last ice age, this is the part of North America that was covered with 10 to 15,000 feet of ice. Huge ice sheet. Here it is clear down to Olympia, down into Ohio and Kentucky in the United States. The ice is 10,000 feet thick up in here. And about 14,000 years ago, there was a sudden change in climatic temperature. Temperatures rose about 25 degrees per century, just boom like that. And it just melted this huge ice sheet like crazy. Released huge amounts of water into the oceans. And do you know how fast sea level rose during time of melting of these huge glaciers? About 36 inches a century. About half what these people are predicting. Well, right now, when there's no ice here to melt, and we've already seen that the Antarctic ice cap hasn't melted in 15 million years, so where are they going to get the water for these huge sea level rises? There isn't any source. Lately, every time there's a piece of bad weather someplace, it's blamed on global warming. And the evidence is that, gosh, you know, this has been such a terrible extreme weather event like this winter that it must be caused by the climate. There's a difference between weather and climate. Weather is a condition of the atmosphere from day to day. Climate is a long-term average. Weather is not climate. You can get any weather extreme that you want to name at any time in a warm period or a cold period. It doesn't mean anything. Weather means nothing. Even a whole year means nothing. It takes about 10 to 15 years of a climatic or a weather trend in order to make a climate change. So an extreme weather event of any kind is not evidence of a climatic shift. It just isn't. But let's look and see what happens. The frequency and hurricanes and tornadoes is at a 45-year low. Last week, Al Gore said that extreme weather situations, events, are 100 times more common today than they were a few decades ago. That's not true. Here are tornadoes. Here's where we are now. Look how low it is compared to what it has been. Northern Hemisphere snow cover is up. Hurricanes are down. Droughts and wet periods are not any different than usual. The number of hurricanes and tornadoes has decreased since the 1970s, not increasing. We're not having more extreme weather events, we're having less. Plus the fact there is no basis for predicting increasing extreme weather. Weather happens. It can happen anytime. There is a big issue made of the large loss of glacial ice from rising temperatures, decreased snowcaps in the Cascades. Glaciers are going to disappear. But we have records from snow sites. This is the snow water equivalent from 1976 to 2011. Blue means more than average snowfall. Anything below the line means less. From 36 sites in the Cascades from 1976 through 2011, the April 1st snowpack, which is what's left after the winter snowpack, has increased 28%. It's not going down, it's going up. So when you see that the Cascade snowpack is diminishing, that's not true. Temperatures are going down in the winter. These are months, October, November, December, etc. The line sloping to the right means that it's getting cooler. And so every month except February, for the last 15 years, has been getting cooler. Here it is for the whole year. This was the Western Cascades. Temperatures have been getting cooler annually as well as during the winter, not warming. What is going to happen? Is there a basis for doing that? Computer models, they put in some variables, run a computer simulation, and predict what's going to happen. Here's what they predicted. Here's what actually happened. This is the real world. This is how far wrong the computer models were. It's huge. So what we need to do is look at real physical evidence, not climate models. And in order to predict where we're heading in the future, we need to look at what's happened in the past. So we know where we've been. Maybe we can tell where we're headed. The past is actually the key to the future. Here is the official 2013 IPCC temperature prediction. This is where we've been for almost 18 years. Oh, darn, I did that again. And here's what they're predicting. Huge deviation from where we are now. So what can we do? What can we do to predict where we're headed? Well, the Pacific Ocean, turns out, has a warm mode and a cool mode. And it's like an on-off switch. It's either it's warm or it's cool. There's not much in between. There's virtually no transition between the two. And it switches back and forth. We don't understand why, but it does this. So here is what's called the Pacific Decadal Oscillation Index. It's a mouthful. What it means is that the ocean water in the North Pacific up here, as from 1945 to 1977, this was a cool period, global cooling, that it was cool up here. That's this period right here. Before that it was warm, and after that it was warm, from 1977 to 1998. The warm mode, which we saw from 1977 to 1998, has warm water. The red here is warm compared to what it was during the cool period when it was cold. And that's what happened here. And it shifted from cold to warm in 1 year. Boom, hit the switch and it changed. And here's what it looked like. In 1977, this is warm water off the coast of North America. In 1999, it turned cold. Been cold ever since. Here's what it was in March of last year, still cold. So what we can do then is that we can look at where we've been in the past with the ocean water temperatures And if we're headed for another of these oscillations, and they're very regular, they go back 500 years. Every 30 years, it's warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold. For 500 years, it's a regular pattern. And if we extend that pattern into the future by just taking this part right here and adding it to the end here, this is what the future holds. Global cooling. This was one of my aha moments at 2 o'clock in the morning. As Ellen will tell you, I'm oftentimes up wandering around half the night in front of a computer. And just for fun, I plotted some data one upon another, and what I plotted was glacier advance and retreat, global temperature, and this, the warming and cooling of the Pacific Ocean, and they all matched perfectly. I said, aha, I get it. The ocean is causing a change in the air temperature, which is causing the glaciers to advance and retreat. And the correlation is almost perfect. So what I did was, this is the temperature record going back to 1850. So from 1880 to about 1950, it was cooling. Then it got warmer till about 1945. Then it got cooler till 1977. Then it got warmer. And in 2000, 15 years ago, I clipped this cool period and added it to the curve here and said, this is where we're going to be going in the next 30 years. And this is where we went. I'm probably the only person in the world that actually predicted global cooling in 1999, the year after the second warmest year in history, in recorded history, and it's happening. You've seen all the evidence for cooling, and the repetition of this pattern told us that 15 years ago. And the proof of the pudding is that it's happening right now. Whether it continues to happen, time will tell. If it continues to get colder, then it'll prove that I was right. It's kind of like somebody saying, gosh, you want to live forever, don't you? How's it going? Well, so far so good. The temperature thing is the same way. I predicted this in 2000. 15 years later, it's happening. If it continues, so far so good. So if it continues to happen, then we'll know. The problem for me now is I need to live another 30 years to see if it happens or not. So I'm counting on a full body transplant to get me. So here's what I predicted. And I predicted several possible scenarios. Here is the IGCP projection, and here's where I think we may be going. We may get a little bit of cooling, like the 45 to 77 cooling, a deeper cooling, like between 1880 and 1915, a still deeper cooling, like 1790. This is what got Napoleon, what caused the French Revolution. And that's what the sun is doing now. The sun is replicating with earring accuracy exactly what happened between 1790 and 1820, which was a drastic cooling of the climate. And that's what we seem to be doing with respect to the sun. What you probably don't know is that we are witnessing today a solar event that hasn't happened in 200 years. Have you heard about it in the news? Why not? It's an amazing thing. You know, what an opportunity for us to observe something in the sun that hasn't happened in 200 years. The sun's magnetic field is going off the charts down. The reason you're not hearing is that that's associated with the Dalton cold period. And if the sun is causing global cooling, guess what happens to all the global warming? It goes away. The global warming doesn't go away. Well, the global warming does go away, but the CO2 is not a part of that. Global cooling is actually a far greater threat than global warming. It kills a lot more people. It reduces food crops. It increases energy requirements. There's a lot of other things. So I'm going to end it with the idea that data speaks louder than words. You've seen the data. Decide for yourself what you think is true. It doesn't matter what I believe. And if I leave you with one thought only, if you only remember one thing from tonight, I hope you remember it's only the open mind that really thinks. Let your mind be open to the data. Believe the data, not what somebody else is telling you. So with that, I'm going to end. Thank you all for coming. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, we're going to talk about human-caused global warming. And that's the interesting thing about this. Most people have no idea about the science at all, not a clue. But they've got very definitive opinions about it. In fact, it's amazing how strong a people have without any understanding of the facts or the science, but they've got very strong opinions about things. And it's difficult. It's very hard to make policy and good policy. So that's part of what's going on here. Human-caused global warming, of course, has become the central theme. And as I'll show you, it's all related to this idea that we shouldn't be on the planet at all. There's a very strong, in the extreme environmental movement, a very strong anti-humanity theme. And I see coming back now those t-shirts and bumper stickers that were around for a while, save the planet, kill yourself. Okay? And to give you an idea of how extreme it's become, Prince Philip was one of the reasons I left England to Canada. Prince Philip, they said to him, you know, if you could be reincarnated, what would you want to come back as? And he said, I'd want to come back as a deadly virus and kill off most of the people. I mean, that's an outrageous statement for a world leader to make. I wrote him a letter and suggested that was a good idea as long as they started with the monarchy. But of course, that's the problem that you see, and I've dealt with these issues on commissions of inquiry and everything else. Everybody's screaming, do something about this, and when they come to do something, they say, oh, don't start with me, start with that guy, he's worse than I am. And this is the kind of problems that we have. But the whole human-caused global warming, of course, is around the theme that everything that's wrong with the planet is being caused by humans. That they're the problem, and I'll show you how that developed. It is, without question, the biggest deception in history. That's not hyperbole. There have been more extreme regional deceptions, the South Sea bubble and the stock market swindles and all the rest of it, but nothing that's had the impact on a global scale. So many of the events that are going on that people don't even realize are related to trying to deal with this deception of global warming. For example, you hear them talking about the riots in Egypt, the Arab Spring they called it. Well, I know a lot about that, and I know that it had nothing to do with democracy or political freedom. It had to do with the fact that grain prices went through the roof because of the price of corn that was being funded to produce biofuels. Okay? And of course that meant, and in fact Paul Dreesen's written a book about this, about the thousands of people around the world that died because of the cost of the food going through the roof. It was all very nice to say, oh, well, this is Arab Spring. You go to those countries, they don't have a smidgen, that's a very useful word these days. They don't even have a smidgen of democracy at any level of their societies. I had a friend that flew F-5 aircraft that Canada sold to Colombia, and because he spoke Spanish, he took them down to teach the Colombian people how to fly them. And he said, talking democracy in that country is a joke. There's no democracy in the family or any other level of the society. So, as I said, the Arab Spring thing was one of the reasons, was all about the failure of the cost of food going through the roof. And just a comment about that before we get into this. I've taken seniors on tours around Europe, and one of the favorite tours is taking them to Pompeii, the great city that was buried up by Vesuvius, 74 AD. And one of the tours we did was particularly devoted to looking at all of the graffiti. It was wonderful graffiti, and they were having an election at the time of the eruption. And one of the pieces of graffiti says, if we get rid of this bunch of scoundrels, we just get another bunch of scoundrels. Okay? Does this sound familiar? If I could put it out of Latin into French, is plus ça change. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And ever since I've seen that, I've thought about what causes people to get rid of leaders. If they think the leaders, if they get rid of one, they just get another bunch. What causes them to rise up? What causes revolution? And I discovered there are two basic things. One is a failure of the food supply. That's what was happening in Egypt. That's what triggered the French Revolution. The hostility between the peasants and the aristocrats was always there. But when you have 2 consecutive years of harvest failure, where the price of a loaf of bread went to 85% of the peasant's total income for one loaf of bread, then one more harsh winter, and in June of the following year, they stormed the Bastille and the whole French Revolution begins. And so when you look through and you go into the tombs of the pharaohs in Egypt, all of the stuff, they're bragging about how they kept the people alive through drought, how they kept them fed through drought. That was the great achievement, was the food supply. So that's the one thing that will cause people to create evidence. The second thing is when the leader starts to believe that they are there because of a divine right, when they forget that they are there at the will of the people, then they will probably lose their heads, as Charles I did. Right? Because Charles I said, I'm here by divine right. And they said, yeah, take this divine right, and they chopped his head off. Okay? Louis XVI said, l'état c'est moi, I am the state. Oh yeah, okay, Louis, here's your head. Right? The minute the leader forgets who really puts them in power, that's when the people will say, no, this person's got to go. And it's very interesting when you look at rise and falls of civilizations, as I have over the last 40 years. So this idea about what's going on, what the people respond to, what causes them to react to bad political leaders, is tied up in the climate and the food supply issue, as I'll show you. You hear academics talking about a paradigm shift. What are they talking about? They're talking about a society deciding to look at something in a very different way than they have previously. All right? The one, of course, that we're talking about tonight is environmentalism. And people say, oh, you don't care about the environment. I care more about the environment than anybody I know. I've served on commissions, and I've set up boards of soil conservation, water conservation, all sorts of attempts to deal with environmental issues. But see, what happens with a paradigm shift is that there's a few people that look at it and say, hey, there's an opportunity for me here. And the opportunity is either financial or political or worse, both. Okay? And so those people grab that idea and exploit it. And I'm going to suggest to you that environmentalism was an absolutely necessary new paradigm. But what happened was a group of people grabbed it and took the moral high ground with it and used it to control everybody else. They are in fact on the verge of, the environmentalists are on the verge of destroying environmentalism, because the public are getting fed up with it. They're getting fed up with what I call eco-bullying. They're getting fed up with being pushed around. And so, of course, the problem is that if they push back and they lie to them too much, the public will say, we don't believe anything you tell us, then real issues won't get dealt with. That's the danger. It's in that old Aesop's fable about the wolf, crying wolf. And we're on the verge of that with environmental issues right now. So, and by the way, I'll give you an example of a paradigm shift that you can all relate to. Feminism. Absolutely necessary change needed. Still a lot of changes needed. And when you look at what's going on around the world, absolutely essential. But you see, here's the problem with the new paradigm. Most people don't see or understand what the paradigm really means for them. And not only that, but there are fears of it. Why? Because a paradigm shift means change. And we're all small c conservative. We're afraid of change because we know when there's change, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And the loser just might be me. So there's a hesitancy. And they don't quite, so that small group that grabbed the idea and then exploit it, and the rest are sitting there saying, and the women were saying, well, how far do we go with this feminist thing? And then I discovered over my career looking at this that there's a very important idea with this. I used to wonder, what was the role of extremists? What's their purpose? It's kind of like, if we got rid of all the mosquitoes, would the world really come to an end? You know, what's the role of extremists? I finally discovered what it is. The role of the extremist is to define the limits for the rest of us. That's the role of the extremist. So with the feminist movement, women are saying, well, yay, there's some good things here, but I'm not so sure. And then somebody started doing something crazy, some woman, the bra burning, whatever you want to talk about. And suddenly the women say, no. Now we're losing more than we're gaining. No, that extremists had defined the limits. That's starting to happen with the environmental movement. And it's starting to happen because people are seeing the cost in jobs, the cost in damage to society, structures of society, and so on. So they're starting to push back a little bit. It's one of the reasons we're here talking tonight. And so paradigm shifts, as I said, very essential in the environmentalist thing. Now, there's one other thing with environmentalism, because if you look at the bookshelves, you'll see there's a lot of books about Darwin. Richard Dawkins talking about Darwin. And is God dead? That's one of the debates that's going on in the academic world about all of this, and certainly with the young people. Now, Darwin, of course, was an atheist, and for the reason that most men become atheists, he had a young daughter who died. And Darwin said, I can understand a God that tests adults, but I can't understand a God that would test children. And that, as I said, is the reason why most men become atheists. But Darwin was used by science to defeat religion. And I'm not here to argue pro or for, whatever. But in defeating religion, of course, then you take away the reason for humans being here. Right? Yeah, well, we're here because God put us here. Well, you get rid of that, then, well, why are we here? And do you know what change that made to the world? Enormous. Because if you went to the university in Darwin's day, if you went to Oxford University, and here's the Bodleian Library, one of the great libraries of the world, there were 3 doors to that library. There was the door to the humanities, which included history and religion and language and so on. And then there was a door to the natural sciences. And then the third door was to the library. What door was missing? What door is the largest door in any modern university? The social sciences. Okay? The social sciences emerged because that was the scientific world's way of trying to justify why humans are different than all the other animals. Okay? This is what the social sciences are about. Now, I wasn't going to talk about this, but I'm going to bring this in very briefly. But the anthropologists, you can look at this, and I talked and worked with anthropologists. What did they say? Well, we're different from other apes because we walk upright. We call us, Homo erectus. And then they discovered other apes walking upright. Oh, that doesn't work. And then they said, oh, we're the tool maker. So they called us Homo John Deere. No, sorry. We've got to be quick after supper here. So they called us Homo habilis. And by the way, I got to give an introductory lecture to Jane Goodall, the chimpanzee woman, and in Winnipeg a few years ago. It gave me the best opening line I ever produced, because I got up and said, I never dreamed I'd be a warm-up act for chimpanzees, but here I am. But Jane Goodall, of course, discovered chimpanzees making tools. And there are other animals seen now making tools. So suddenly now, we're not alone in that. So then they said, well, what makes us different? Well, we can think conceptually. We can take 2 ideas and produce a third idea. So we call ourselves, very arrogantly, Homo sapiens, the wise ape. Right? But then they put boxes in the corner of a room, hung bananas from a high ceiling, and the chimps came in and very quickly piled up the boxes and got the bananas. Scratch the wise ape. Okay? Now, this part's going to shock you because, well, where do we go from here? They decided that what makes humans different than the other apes is that we can tell lies. Doesn't that make your human chest swell with pride? Right? And so, well, then what do we name ourselves? Well, we call ourselves the doubly wise ape, Homo sapiens sapiens. Why? Because lying is a double concept. You have to think of the truth and then a way around the truth. Right? It has to be premeditated. And so we called ourselves Homo sapiens sapiens. Well, you can read about this. It was in National Geographic. They taught a gorilla American Sign Language, had a vocabulary of 300 words, which meant it could graduate from grade 12. And they were watching the gorilla through a one-way glass. The gorilla was playing with a toy. It broke the toy. It hid the toy. They went in and said to the gorilla, "Who broke the toy?" And he pointed at the other gorilla. So I say to my anthropologist friends, well, what's your thinking now? What makes us different than the other apes? And he said, well, what we're thinking is that we're the only animal that can think about death, can think about an afterlife. And I said, well, hang on a minute. I've seen those videos of elephants picking up bones and wandering around. There's something going on there. And he said, well, yeah, but generally we're... And then I thought, well, if we can think about an afterlife, if we can think about death, isn't that where we came in? Isn't that religion? And that's where the social sciences are at this point. And so you start to understand the dynamics of what goes on in academia and how these different things emerge. But of course, once you got rid of God and religion, for most of the young people, and by the way, I was talking to one of my larger classes, and I love to get them on the edge of their seats. And I used to tell them I poked their brain, but the brain's got no nerves, so you're okay, it won't hurt. But I said something quite outrageous, and one of the students blurted out, "I don't believe you." And of course, all the other students go, "Yeah, that's it, the red pencil sword of Damocles descends through his brain." And then, as it quietened down, I said to him, "I don't believe you, Thomas." And he said, "My name isn't Thomas." Yeah, and I said, "How many in the room know what I'm referring to?" And of course, what I was referring to was doubting Thomas in the Bible, right? Only 2 students in that class of over 350 had heard of that. So what you've got now are open minds, because I happen to think we're the moral ape. I think that's what makes us different, okay? And whether we like it or not, we have to have a belief system of some sort. So the young people were very vulnerable to environmentalism as the new religion that has effectively become a religion for them. And of course, cartoonists who see the world much more starkly than most of us. And here's a cartoon that appears, First Church of Our Lady of the Environment. Okay? And by the way, I'll use a few cartoons because I think in cartoons, bumper stickers, and T-shirts, that's where the intelligent comments about the world are made. Right? My favorite one in Victoria it says, "Do you want to talk to the man in charge or the woman who knows everything?" I love that. I don't care if you can't make any sense out of this. This is a simplified diagram of the weather, with the sunlight coming in at the top here and heat coming in from the oceans, and how it all gets mixed up. When you stand outside, you experience the weather. That is the sum total of everything from cosmic radiation in deep space to heat coming off the bottom of the oceans and everything in between. All right? It is what engineers call a white noise. It's as if you were standing outside of a football stadium and you're 100,000 people. That's a white noise. And what they're trying to tell you is that we know enough about the climate and the weather to be able to pick out individual noises in that stadium. And I'm here to tell you we don't and we can't. But what have they done? They've picked out one of those individual noises, and I want you to think about this. They've chosen CO2. Why did that become the focus? It's such a minuscule part of the total atmosphere, as we'll see. So there must have been some reason that it became the focus of everything. And that's what we need to talk about here, what we need to understand that you haven't been shown. Now, it is, of course, I'll just flip back for a second, but it is, of course, in the graph here, it's in with atmospheric composition. But that's only one gas in the atmosphere. There's nitrogen and oxygen, which are 98% of the atmosphere. And then there are what are called the greenhouse gases. And this is where the deception begins, because this shows you the greenhouse gas percentages. But look at this. Here's CO2, 4% of the greenhouse gases. What's the biggest greenhouse gas? The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor. It's 95%. You know that here. You know that if you've got an evening with these clear skies and the heat escapes, the temperature's going to drop. You're going to get frost probably in the spring or the fall. But if you've got high humidity and you've got clouds around, the temperature stays up because the water vapor is acting in trapping and holding the heat in. You go to Insula in southern Algeria in 1943, they recorded a temperature change. It was minus 3.6 at midnight, and by noon the next day it was plus 52 degrees Celsius. That is a phenomenal change of temperature. Why? Because there's no water vapor in the desert. The CO2 makes no difference whatsoever. No difference whatsoever. But you see, this is what they wanted you to focus on, and that's the question we need to ask ourselves here tonight. And here's how it gets misinterpreted. There's that same pie chart, and this is right off of ABC News' website that the young people go and get. It says, this graph shows the distribution of greenhouse gases in Earth's atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is clearly the majority. It doesn't even show water vapor. 95% of what our greenhouse gases is left out of this graph. This is 100% wrong. And yet there it is on ABC News' website. And then you start to understand why the people are confused about what's going on, how easily they are misled. I wanted to get a graph that was long enough to cover everybody in the room. This is 420,000 years. You know, when I joined the Canadian Air Force, one of the old sweats said, you know, if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined. And I didn't realize how serious he was till I got assigned to the Arctic Search and Rescue Squadron. And the oldest aircrew member we had was 36. The youngest airplane we had was 43. Right? And we had an old DC-3 that had been used for towing targets during the war, and the whole frame had been stretched out. The plane was 3 inches longer than when it was built. The problem was that meant a 3-inch gap in the door, which when you're flying search and rescue in the Arctic is not exactly a nice thing to have. But anyway, 420,000 years, what if it doesn't cover your age, it covers your mortgage, all right? So we're all right there. What this shows, this came out in 1991, and it was presented as proof that CO2 was driving temperature. Here's the current temperature of the Earth over here, and the blue line is the temperature, the red line is CO2. And the French researchers that brought this out, to Petit and Jouzel, but they were warning. They said, don't rush to judgment on this graph. Because if you look at this graph, when it's in a book, that's about 4 inches of graph that's covering 420,000 years. How much detail can you see? The answer is virtually nothing. Okay? Well, within 5 years, and they were saying, oh, this is proof. This is what these people that were using climate for a political agenda, they said this is proof that the temperature's driving, or CO2's driving temperature. We knew within 5 years that it showed exactly the opposite. That the temperature changes before the CO2 changes. But what's the whole fundamental assumption that they make? They say, oh, CO2 goes up, the temperature will go up. That doesn't occur in any record anywhere in the world at any time in history. Nowhere. In fact, exactly the opposite happens. So the fundamental assumption they make about CO2 and temperature is wrong. But they blithely carry on because they know the public don't know that and don't understand that. So you can see that here. But by the way, well, I'll show you another graph. This shows you 600 million years of the Earth's history. I love it when they come on the radio and say, oh, it's the hottest day ever. Oh, boy, am I glad I lived long enough to see this. And I like to phone in and say, do you really mean ever? Well, no, it's in government record. How did we ever survive before there was government? My goodness, it's amazing. And of course, that's something that you've got to look at. What this shows is the current level, CO2 is the red line. And here we are at the current level, 400 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere. And Al Gore tells you that's the highest level we've ever had. Look at this graph. It is in fact the lowest level we've ever had. Okay? And in fact, you could argue, looking at here, the last 300 million years, that the CO2 level has averaged around 1,000 to 1,200 parts per million. 3 times what we've currently got. And do you know how we know that's important to the Earth? Because if you go to the greenhouses on the coast here, the commercial greenhouses, they pump up to 1,200 parts per million of CO2 to get the plants to grow more vigorously. In fact, you could, and Dr. Idso has done 30 years of research showing that increased CO2 increases the yield of the plant. And it also, by the way, reduces the amount of water it uses. So I think that that's 300 million years of evolution of plants to an optimum level of about 1,200 parts per million. So you could argue, say, the plants are malnourished at 400 parts per million. Here's another interesting thing. About 480,000 or 480 million years ago, 438 million years, sorry, when the Democrats were still in power. Sorry. Remember, if you can't take a joke. But here's the temperature. The blue line is the temperature. This is the Ordovician Ice Age, 438 million years ago. An ice age. But what's the level of CO2? 4,000 parts per million. And they're telling you at 400 parts per million, we're in runaway potential of global warming. The evidence doesn't support anything that they're saying. Nothing. But they still push that agenda. Climate change. The climate's always changed. Saying that the climate's changing is like saying women have babies. Tell me something I don't know. But of course, the public have no idea how much the climate changes, how dramatically and quickly the climate changes, and I'll show you that very briefly. So for example, in my short lifetime, from 1900 to 1940, the global temperature was going up. And then from 1940 to 1980, it went down. And from 1980 to 1998, it went up. And from 1998 to now, it's going down. That's in my short lifetime. 4 climate changes. I survived them all. And the lack of CO2 has nothing to do with my lack of hair. By the way, I like to tell people, you're looking at someone that would love to have a bad hair day. Okay, I shouldn't get too flippant about this, but I'd love to bring some humor into it, because if I could name the human species, by the way, you know what I'd call us? Homo humorous rumorous. Right? Because we need a sense of humor and we love gossip. Right? Doesn't that sum up the human person right there? But here, this shows you that same ice core record from Antarctica. Here's the current temperature, and the temperature goes down to the ice age in here, and then up. So these peaks are what we call interglacials. You should be darn grateful we live in an interglacial. Canada's certainly grateful. It wouldn't have existed 20,000 years ago. All right? And so when you look at this, and then again, remember what they're telling you. Oh, it's warmer than it's ever been. But look at the previous interglacials, how warm they were. And you go back to 120,000 years. Barney Rubble wasn't driving a car. Okay? It's got nothing to do with CO2. But what I want you to notice is look at how quickly the temperature rose, but how quickly it also drops. Look at the variability. That's about 40 degrees Fahrenheit or more of variability of temperature in each of those ups and downs. That's normal. But you've been led to believe that change is not normal, that what's going on is not normal. You'll have a hard time figuring out what you're looking at here because it's a view of the world that you very rarely see. What you're doing here is you've got the North Pole in the center. you're looking down on the North Pole. It's complicated by the fact that here, this is 18,000 years ago. Here's the massive Laurentide ice sheet covering most of Canada and northern US, the Greenland ice sheet, the Eurasian ice sheet. That's just 18,000 years ago. Just 18,000 years ago. And here's the North American picture, right? And in fact, we had an ardent Canadian nationalist, because what happened is as this glacier advanced, it scraped all the soil off of Canada and deposited it across the northern states. And he argued that we should have got that back as part of the NAFTA agreement. That was our soil that you could. But you can see now, where did the water come from for all that ice? The answer is it came from out of the oceans. So 18,000 years ago, the oceans were 420 feet lower than they are today. Right? You wouldn't need a Washington ferry. You wouldn't need BC ferries. Right? You'd all interconnected. And you can see how much the... This is 18,000 years ago. And you see the sea level, and look at the rapid rise in sea level in a period of about 6,000 years. Oh, they're telling Al Gore, oh, the sea level's going to rise, it's going to be the end of the world. Panicking you with that. And then, so you see from here about 15,000 years ago up to 8,000 years ago, that's when the dramatic increase in sea level, so 427 feet approximately. For the last 8,000 years, sea level has increased very, very slightly. And this is another problem. You see, they tell you, oh, you heard another story about Antarctica, and oh, it's going to melt and crash into the ocean, the sea level is going to rise. Hang on a minute. Remember the old grade 8 experiment when you put a glass of water and you put an ice cube in it? And what will happen when the ice cube melts? Most people think the water will spill out over the edge of the glass, and it's not right. Some will say, well, the water level will stay the same. They're not right either. In fact, the water level will go down, right? Because when water freezes into ice, it expands. The ice occupies more space than the water that formed it. So if the Antarctic and Greenland ice caps were to melt, most of them are already below sea level. So that, in fact, wouldn't affect sea level. In fact, it would cause a decline in sea level. But they don't tell you that, right? So, and then, if you're standing on the shore, like you're down in the Gulf of Mexico, Louisiana coastline there, you say, oh, the sea level's coming in, it's advancing in. Do you know what's happening there? The land is sinking. The land is sinking. Because you can stand on a shoreline, and if the sea level line is moving, you don't know if it's because the water's rising or falling, or because the land rising or falling. And I can show you places all around the world. Hudson Bay in Canada is getting smaller at a very rapid rate. A place called Sloops Cove, where the Hudson Bay Company used to tie up their sailing ships, is now above water even at high tide. And that's in just 200 years. That's geologic change. That's tremendous. So change, very dramatic, going on all of the time. This gives you an illustration about the sea level. This is a graph of about 10,000 years, and you notice what I'm doing is taking very long records, and then we're looking at shorter and shorter time periods. This is from Greenland. This is ice core data, the temperature from Greenland over the last 10,000 years. Here's the current temperature over here. It's been warmer than the current temperature for most of the last 10,000 years. But again, they don't tell you that. It is that warming that caused the ice to melt. It's called the Holocene optimum. Optimum warmer temperatures. Okay? So when you look at that, and I've got an arrow here, and I'll tie that in for you here. This is a photograph that I got from Professor Ritchie from the University of Toronto. He's passed away now. But what it shows here, this is a white spruce, Picea glauca, and it's radiocarbon dated at around 4,940 years old. And yet it's 100 kilometers north of the current tree line. To have a tree grow to that dimension in that latitude, the temperature has to be 2 to 3 degrees warmer than currently. All right? And they're saying, oh, 2 to 3 degrees warmer is going to be the end of the world. How did the polar bear survive this? How did the polar bear survive this? Well, we'll look at that question because, of course, that's one of the things that they want to play on people's emotions with. Extinction. Oh, then we've got to find like the World Wildlife. Oh, got to have the panda. It's got to be nice fuzzy fur ball with nice big round. I tell you, I've seen those polar bears. They're hunting machines, killer machines. Okay, but let me tell you that animals. By the way, animals are not going extinct. This is one of the great myths. In fact, it's estimated we've only found, located, and identified 35% of all the plants and animals on the planet. Only 35%. They found an animal the size of a small cow in the Vietnam forest about 4 years ago, and they had a war there. How did the cow escape the war? No, I mean, But think about the extinction thing. Let me tell you, there are a lot of animals that are doing very well, thank you very much. Pigeons, seagulls, coyotes, snakes. Have I mentioned any you like yet? Oh, you see, it's a very emotional thing. You know, you've got to have those nice white. And by the way, let me give you an idea of how distorted this can get. One of the things we did in the East Coast when I was anti-submarine was we had to watch and monitor the seal hunt. Okay, and they brought Brigitte Bardot over and said, oh, these horrible people are killing the young seals. It was their livelihood. And it was a horrible life, very, very harsh life. And they set up Brigitte Bardot, by the way. They said, oh, if you're going, the Newfoundlanders said, and they're wonderful people, they said, if you're going out in the ice, you got to wear the right clothing. Here's some good boots and some good pants to wear. And then when she came back, they told her they were sealskin boots. She just went berserk. But the other thing is, of course, as you know, Greenpeace decided they were going to defend the seals. And so they, of course, the name Greenpeace. The Newfoundlanders, with their wonderful sense of humor, they said, we are going to protect the cod, because the seals are killing the cod. So they formed a group called Codpeace. But here you can see, as I said, you can see how warm it was when that spruce tree was formed. And this is looking at the last 1,000 years of European temperatures. Here's the current temperature, and going back, you can see to the Little Ice Age, around 1680, the nadir of temperatures then. And when you look here at Dickens' Winter, what do you think of when you think of Charles Dickens? You think of Christmas Carol, snowy winters, harsh conditions, workhouses. The first 9 years of Dickens' life in London, it snowed every single winter, and the snow stayed on the ground for 3 months. You don't even get a vestige of that today. Nobody's arguing that warming hasn't occurred. The question is, how long has the warming been going on? Well, the most recent warming, as I said, is from the Little Ice Age. You don't understand the fur trade unless you understand how cold it was in the 17th century in Europe. I gave a talk to a group, and it was a French historian of French clothing. You think you had a boring job. Right? And he came up after and he said, you know, I was reading about French aristocrats wearing fur underwear. Right? And he said, I couldn't make any sense out of it. And he said, now when I find out how cold it was, I said, hang on a minute, these are French aristocrats. Maybe it wasn't the cold. But if I tell you that in 1704 they had ice on the Mediterranean in the south of France, you start to understand how cold it was. Okay, so then you've got this medieval optimum, this very warm period around 1,000 years ago. That had significant effect in North America here. For example, the drought all through the Four Corners and that whole Southwest, the Anasazi people, the impact of that drought. And by the way, they migrated. This is another thing that you need to understand. People react and respond and migrate. Absolutely amazing how much people migrate. In fact, there are Navajo and Hopi words in the language of the Dene people in the high Arctic, even today. Of course, that's been transmitted by those people migrating. Also, by the way, because of the tobacco trade. They took tobacco up there. But, of course, during this warm period in Europe, And they consider 12th century the optimum century in Scottish history. Why? Because it was warm and they could grow crops. Because this is one thing we must never forget. Remember I talked about getting rid of the leaders that with the food supply failed. Surplus food is surplus time, and with that surplus time you can create any kind of economy you want. And all of the people throughout history, the founding fathers, Jefferson talked about how important agriculture was as the fundamental part of your economy. If you can't feed yourself, you're at the mercy of everybody. And so, of course, they were able to grow lots of food, and that left lots of time when they could build Gothic cathedrals. They had the manpower, the people that were available to do it, because somebody was producing enough food for themselves and for other people. And by the way, one of the great, you talk about American exceptionalism, no nation in the history of the world has ever produced as much food as the United States. Where now you've got 2% of your population producing enough food to feed your own people and to export. But of course what that means is that a lot of people then are in the cities and don't understand the food supply and all the problems that engender with that. But no nation has ever achieved what the US did in terms of food production. When you look at the other side, here we go. During the Little Ice Age, this is a painting of the Thames of London. In 1683, there was 3 feet of ice in the Thames in London, England. You can't even imagine that today. And again, as I said, think about the fur trade, the demand for furs and what this meant. And you can see here they're working. This is the old London Bridge before it fell down. And so you can see the implications of that. There's lots, I do a whole show of climate and art relating how the climate depicts the art through time. This is the most recent temperature of the world. It's a composition of 4 different temperature records, NASA and so on, and the satellites from the University of Huntsville at Alabama. And what it shows is from 1979 the temperature is going up, and then of course since 1998 it's changed. And of course when it was going up, they called that global warming. And then from 1998 onwards they had a problem, because Mother Nature wasn't going along with what they were forecasting. And so instead of going back and saying our science is wrong, they moved the goalposts. And they called it climate change. Okay? And if you want proof that that was deliberately done, here, and I hope you can see this all right, here's a quote from some emails that were deliberately leaked on these corrupt scientists. And it says, the CRU, the Climatic Research Unit, the IPCC, in an email from the Tyndall Center on the UAA campus said, in my experience, global warming freezing is already a bit of a public relations problem with the media. People were starting to make jokes about, oh, you know, where's that global warming? Right? I like to tell people it's another undelivered government promise. And then this Swedish alarmist, Bo Yellen, he said, I agree with Nick that climate change might be a better labeling than global warming. They deliberately changed the labeling. And so you start to see what's going on. That their global warming scare, the evidence, this, by the way, their hypothesis was CO2 goes up, the temperature will go up. But if CO2 was continuing to go up, the temperature wasn't going up anymore. This is what Huxley said 100 years ago is the great bane of science, a wonderful hypothesis destroyed by an ugly fact. Right? And so you had this difficulty. And here's the graph. Taking that from 1998 on, you can see the temperature declining slightly. Look what the CO2 is going. It's not supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, but that's what's going on. And so again, the cartoonists strike it. And here it says, the elephant in the room, the 17-year cooling trend. Okay, and here's a scientist saying, why is everybody snickering? Global warming science. Well, they kind of try to come up with all kinds of excuses about what's wrong. Oh, it's in the deep ocean and all the rest of the nonsense that they've gone on with. The problem is their computer models are wrong. They don't work. Every prediction they've made using these computer models has been wrong. I mean, every single one. And this is part of the difficulty. This is how the computer models are created. They divide the world up into grids, and the smallest grids are like this one is 3 degrees latitude by 3 degrees longitude. That's a large area. But here's the problem. 85% of the world, we have no weather stations. 70% of the oceans, virtually no weather stations. 20% of the land is mountains. 19% is desert. No weather stations. Most of the weather stations are concentrated in eastern North America and western Europe. And so, what are they building these models on? And the answer is, they create a model for each grid, and they guess at what the temperature might be in that grid. Because this is the point they've reached, because they haven't got the data. They create a computer model that tells them, oh, here's the data. They take that then as real data and put it into another computer model, when it isn't real data. That's how corrupted this has become. And so you can see, and by the way, you think we haven't got any data on the surface. When you get above the surface, we've got even less. We've got even less. We know virtually nothing about what's going on in the atmosphere from the surface up. The inability to forecast? Well, here's those graphs of temperature and the change from warming to climate change. This is the surface temperature. This is the satellite leveling off. This is their forecasts. But you see, after 1990, their forecasts were so wrong, they changed the name again. They stopped saying we're doing predictions, we're doing projections. All right? And so they came up with, they brought a low projection, a best projection, and a high projection. Even the low projections are wrong. And would you buy anything from anybody that was wrong with every previous forecast they've told you? But that's what they expect you to do. At some point you say, sorry, you've been wrong. I'm not listening to you anymore. And so you can see the problems that have developed. I got to brag about the Canadian model's the worst of all of them, by the way. And Canada's been very deeply involved in this, unfortunately, through the government from the start. And this is the multi-model predictions from 23 countries. Here's the actual temperature. The Canadian model, as I said, was worse than any of them. Its projections were the worst. And that's not surprising, because see, one of the things that everybody knows, if you can't forecast the weather 2, 3, 4 days from now, how can you possibly tell me what it's going to be like 40 and 50 years from now? You can't. Right? And I like to tell the farmers that. Phone Environment Canada and say, what's it going to be like a year from now? And they say, oh, we don't do long-term forecasts. And then phone them the next day and say, what's it going to be like 50 years from now? Warmer? I got to disconnect here. Time to disconnect here. This is and this is the amazing part. By the way, if you know I know what's going on in the U.S., the VA and all of that stuff. Mary McCarthy said several years ago that bureaucracy is the rule of nobody. It is the modern form of despotism. And I think you see that playing out everywhere. The bureaucrats have become completely unaccountable, and they, of course, then have enormous power to come in and do whatever they want with you. But this shows you the arrogance of power that they have, because the Canadian government, Environment Canada, they give a 3-month, 6-month, 12-month forecast, and then they publish how often that forecast has been accurate in the last 30 years. Well, if I tell you that this is a map, it's a 12-month accuracy forecast. The gray is less than 40% accuracy. In other words, you could be better with tossing a coin. And the dark blue, less than 45%. The average accuracy for all of Canada is 41.5%. Would you buy anything from somebody like... But what's amazing is they publish this on their own website. They say, look how bad we are. Oh, keep sending the chat. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And I'll show you, this is again the Canadian. This was their forecast for the winter of 2013, Eastern Canada. Above normal. They couldn't have been more wrong if they tried. right? But then when you look at the accuracy of their forecasts over that 3-month forecast, it's 48%. Less than chance. And you know what? If you say tomorrow's going to be the same as today, you've got a 63% chance of being right. And the governments achieve about 70%. Boy, you're paying a lot of money for that extra 7%, I'll tell you. It is really quite amazing. And just to make you feel a little better, your own NOAA does the same thing. They do their monthly or 3-month, 6-month forecast, and then they do a test. They test to determine how accurate their forecasts are. You can see that you're at 57%, so it's pretty good, right? Way better. I mean, 57% accuracy is just incredible. And when you go and look at what it costs you, what those agencies cost you, it's phenomenal. I want to show you this quote. This is from a person who is a meteorologist and physicist. His name's Klaus Eckhart Plous. And this is what he said about a year ago. 10 years ago, I simply parroted what the IPCC, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, told us. One day, I started checking the facts and data. First, I started with a sense of doubt, but then I became outraged when I discovered that much of what the IPCC and the media were telling us was sheer nonsense, was not even supported by any scientific facts and measurements. To this day, I still feel shame that as a scientist, I made presentations of their science without first checking it. Scientifically, it is sheer absurdity to think you can get a nice climate by turning a CO2 adjustment knob. That is a phenomenal statement for a scientist to make. It is absolutely outstanding, amazing, because it contradicts everything that you're being told. Totally contradicts everything you're being told. But what are they exploiting? They're exploiting your lack of knowledge, and I've already shown you some things that most of you weren't aware of. And of course, the old sky is falling, Chicken Little syndrome. And one of the things they tell you is, oh, there's going to be more severe weather. We're having more severe weather. And of course, they want to do that because they want to play on the perception people have. Because it seems like every time you turn on the TV, oh, here's another severe weather event. And Governor Brown with his drought in California and all the rest of it. But let me tell you how this works. If you're introduced to somebody for the first time, it seems like after that, every time you turn around, there they are. They were always there, but they were just not part of your world or your perception. So what's happening now is the media have decided that weather events, and notice by even Fox News, the hyperbole, what are they going to do when they run out of hyperbolic words? I mean, they don't have just a weather report, it's extreme weather. It's extreme weather, right? And shaking. By the way, that's why I think they work. They get you shaking so hard, all the money flies out of your pockets and they go around picking it up. So you think, oh, I've watched so many severe weather events, got to be true. But here's a plot of tropical storms and hurricanes from 1971 to the present. Show me the increase. Do you know the year when most people died from tornadoes in the US? 1905. 250 people died in 1905. And there weren't that many people living in Tornado Alley at that time. I could make a cruel joke about not many trailer parks either, but I wouldn't do that. So you can see this, and here's another example of how they exploit it. This is the US tornadoes from 1950 to 2007. You say, well, there it is. Oh yeah, tornadoes increasing. But let's look at the facts. Population growth has resulted in more tornadoes being reported. Do you know that Environment Canada is not allowed to say that there was a tornado unless somebody saw it? Right? Got to see it to report it. So you got more people, they're going to see more tornadoes. Advances in weather radar, particularly the deployment of about 100 Doppler radars across the US in the mid-90s, has resulted in a much higher tornado detection rate. The increase. So suddenly when you start to look at and explain this data, you see that that increase probably doesn't exist at all. And tornado damage surveys have grown more sophisticated over the years. Do you know who made one of the most honest statements recently, believe it or not, was Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett's very heavily invested in insurance. And he said, I've been looking at our records and we've got no increase in claims for quite some time. And what's significant about that? Who would benefit more by saying, oh, it's terrible, you buy more insurance, than the guy that owns the insurance company? Okay? It's the same way as Warren Buffett's pushing the railway and opposed to the Keystone Pipeline because he owns the railway lines across northern U.S. All right? And so you start to look, what is that? Somebody very wisely said, follow the money. Wasn't it? Yes, something like that. And here you've got, this is a U.S. annual count of strong to violent tornadoes, 1954 through 2012. There's no increase, simply no increase. And so you start to see what's going on. But this is one of the most interesting ones for you to understand, because what do they tell you? Oh, the Arctic ice is melting, the polar bears are dying, and scare. And this is, again, looking down on the North Pole. This is for April of 2013, and it shows approximately 15 million square kilometers of ice is the red. And then this is the same diagram by September of that year, and there's the Arctic ice by September. That every single year, approximately 10 million square kilometers, or 3.9 million square miles of ice melt every year. In other words, an area the size of the continental U.S. That is normal. Normal. But how many people are aware of this? The answer is virtually nobody. And that's why they chose these things, because they know you don't know. And let's put that in some perspective. That means that it melts in approximately 150 days. So 3.9 million square miles melting in 150 days. That's 25,900 square miles a day. That's normal. I'd love to see a headline in USA Today that says, an area equal to West Virginia melted today, because that's what happens. That's normal. But let me show you how they play the game. A few years ago, they said, oh, more ice melted in the Arctic this year than last year. An area the size of Texas. Oh, that's so big, Texas. Oh, my favorite joke, by the way, the Texan talking to the New Hampshire farmer, and the New Hampshire farmer said, how big is your farm? And the Texan said, oh, it takes me about 2.5 days to drive around in my pickup. And the New Hampshire farmer thought for a minute and said, I got a pickup like that too. But of course, you see, when you say, well, what's the area of Texas as a function of the continental U.S., it's about 4%. So it's not significant at all. But the use of the term and the idea of people's minds, then it becomes a harem-scarum thing. Just for interest's sake, this is the ice conditions 2 days ago on May the 7th. You see the ice starting to retreat, starting to melt in Hudson Bay, and of course the polar bears are all down here waiting, or coming ashore, I should say. They come ashore around the Hudson Bay where they have their denning and the young are born. This picture on the left, because you hear about the polar bears drowning, and this is a photograph that Al Gore used in his movie. The woman who took this picture was on a tourist ship in the Arctic. And she said the polar bears weren't threatened, they weren't drowning, nothing. In fact, they climbed up on this ice to see what was on the ship. And they saw food. They are superb swimmers. In the search and rescue we did in the Arctic, I've seen polar bears 100 miles offshore. Why do they swim so well? Because their long fur is hollow. And it's hollow because it transmits sunlight down into the body to keep the body warm. Because it's hollow, of course, it floats. Next time you see a polar bear in the water, you'll see all that fur up, and of course it just paddles away happily looking for food. But one of the things about the polar bear is it only appeared in the Arctic about 100,000 years ago. In biologic terms, that's yesterday. It is actually a modified version of the Alaska brown bear. And because it so recently arrived in the Arctic and modified to a white fur, you find hybrid polar bears. Polar bear grizzly hybrids. And of course the Alaska brown bear lives on land. Polar bears live on land very well, thank you very much. That's how they survived that warm period I showed you when the ice was melting. So all of this nonsense about polar bears. But what happened? Canada, we call the Eskimos Inuit. That's what they wanted to be called. The Inuit have always insisted the bear's demise was greatly exaggerated by scientists doing projections based on flyover counts, but their input was usually dismissed as the ramblings of self-interested hunters. How did that come about? Well, the US government said, no, you can't hunt polar bears in Canada. How they got away with that, I don't know. But I can tell you the Inuit people were entitled to hunt one polar bear a year, provided the polar bear expert at Igloolik, by the name of Mitch Taylor, if he said the polar bear numbers were adequate, they were allowed to hunt one polar bear per family per year. But very few of them did it. What most of them did was they sold that hunting license. And they could get anywhere from $80,000 to $120,000 for that hunting license. And when you're living in the Arctic, that's a lot of money. That's a big income. Gone. Deprived, completely gone. And Mitch Taylor, Nunavut Government Biology Observed, the front page story of the Nutsgat News, the Inuit were right. There aren't just a few more bears, there are a hell of a lot more bears. So all of that nonsense about the polar bears disappearing is just that. And so, and by the way, Canada had a polar bear conference 2 years ago. They told the Inuit leaders and Mitch Taylor, don't show up. They banned them from coming. What's the motive? Well, this is a guy by the name of Robert Malthus. And he was the son of an aristocrat, and of course he was the third son, so he had to go into the church, became a minister of the church. The eldest son took over the property, the estate. The second son went into the army, and the third son went into the ministry. So they had places to put their children. And Malthus got interested in population. And he wrote a book called An Essay on the Principles of Population. Darwin took this book with him on the Beagle when he went on his famous voyage of discovery of evolution. You know what Malthus's view was? There are too many people. We got to reduce the number of people. And the governments are not helping because the governments are giving out money to the poor. Right? They're helping the poor. They're helping those people that shouldn't be having children. Okay? So Malthus was really a eugenicist. Got to reduce the population. And what he argued was that the population would outgrow the food supply. That idea got picked up by this guy, Paul Ehrlich, at Stanford University. Yeah, okay, and he wrote a book called The Population Bomb. And published, and here you see some of his predictions. The battle to feed humanity is over. In the 1970s, the world will undergo famines. Hundreds of millions of people are going to starve, including Americans. I think you got the other end of the problem, don't you? I wouldn't be a judgmental Canadian and make any comment about that. But yeah. So here you see, smog disasters, 1973 might kill 200,000 people in New York and Los Angeles. Yeah, thin the herd. I like that. That's a good name. I would take even money that England will not exist in the year 2000. This guy's still teaching at the university. I mean, it's unbelievable that you can be that wrong. And then he said, before 1985, mankind will enter a genuine age of scarcity in which the accessible supplies of many key minerals will be facing depletion. An economist by the name of Julian Simon took a bet with him. And he said, I'll bet you pick any minerals and you pick any time period, and I'll bet you by the end of it there'll be more minerals at a lower price. And Ehrlich took the bet. But he hired somebody to pick the minerals in the time period. And he picked this guy, John Holdren, who is now Obama's science czar. Okay? And Holdren wrote a book with Paul Ehrlich called Ecoscience, Population, Resources, Environment. And here's one of the things he says in the book. Indeed, it's been concluded that compulsory population control laws, even including laws requiring compulsory abortion, could be sustained under the existing Constitution. So how could that be? But here's the game. Here's the game. Many years ago, H.L. Mencken
who I used to think was far too cynical, but as I get older, I realize was very wise. H.L. Mencken said that the urge to save the planet is almost always a false front for the urge to rule. Okay? And in order to justify doing what under normal circumstances people would say, you can't do that. Forced abortions? What kind of a state do you think we're living in? But look what he says. Under the existing, if the population crisis became sufficiently severe to endanger society, oh, we're doing this for the greater good. Oh, we're taking over your land for the greater good. We're taking over your water resources for the greater good. We're saving the planet. You don't care about the planet or the children? What kind of a monster are you? See, that's the moral high ground they take. That's the way it's played. So you've got to look at, how do they justify this? And there you see it. Holdren, by the way, was a promoter of eugenics, the idea that you select certain people. And then that got put into the Club of Rome, which was founded by David Rockefeller in 1961. And these guys, King and Schneider, said the common enemy of humanity is man. There's that theme we talked about earlier. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming. See, they needed something that was going to impact the whole Earth. Because then they could say, hey, individual nations aren't capable of dealing with this. It's got to be one world government. It's got to be a total world government. That's the only way we can handle this. It's a threat to the whole of the planet. That's the game that's going on here. The Club of Rome got, by the way, into the Agenda 21. We'll get to that in a minute. But here's the interesting thing. This goes back to about early 60s at least. This is called the demographic transition model. What it shows is that as your economy improves, your population declines. Okay? Why? Why did people have a lot of children in the old days? Because that was their pension plan. And they had lots of children because if 3 out of 10 survived, you were lucky. I advise you all to read a book called The Weaker Vessel, which was the lot of English women in the 15th and 16th century. And when I tell you that Queen Anne had 19 children, and she outlived all of them, only one of them lived to the age of 7. These are conditions we can't even relate to Africa today. The average woman in the 17th century had 23 confinements, that is 23 pregnancies. And what they did was, the child was, the second it was born, it was baptized because they didn't want it to die with original sin. They baptized it and say, oh, this child is Elizabeth. And then if Elizabeth died, the next girl that was born was called Elizabeth. They kept using the name till the child lived. We don't even relate to those things. You don't understand what history was like and what it was all about. And by the way, Antonia Fraser wrote about that in a book called The Weaker Vessel, which was the description of women in the 15th and 16th century. But the demographic transition shows if you allow economic development, the population goes down. And in fact, in those countries that are not allowing immigration, they've got serious problems. Because if you go to Japan, you normally need 2.6 children per family. Okay, I was the 0.6 in my family. And you've already figured that out, haven't you? But if you have below 2.6 children per family, then your population rate's going to decline. Japan is about 1.3. And what they've got now is an aging population because people are living longer and in better health, and you've got a smaller and smaller young people to support that. Many countries, Russia, they're paying white Russians to have a third child. Italy's paying couples to have a third child. Province of Quebec is paying French Canadians to have a third child. See how political it becomes. Okay, well, we decide which ones we want, which we don't want. Japan is one of the most racist nations on the planet. Doesn't allow immigration. You see that Aoki, the golfer, who's Japanese, he's actually third generation Korean. But they won't allow him to be a Japanese citizen. And so, as I say, when you allow proper development, it's a situation in the US. Amongst your American population generally, the birth rate's going down. It's being offset by immigration. Right? You're
creating this, oh, we need them for the jobs, to do the jobs. Now you know why. So this demographic transition actually is the solution. So you allow development, you don't block development. This is Maurice Strong, a Canadian, who it was interviewed, and he said, isn't the only hope for the planet the industrialized nations collapse? Isn't it our responsibility to bring that about? He's a member of the Club of Rome. Okay, a very good friend of the Canadian Prime Minister, and he started all of this. He took it from the Club of Rome and put it into the United Nations. How would you do this? How would you bring about the end of the industrialized nations? Well, if you think about the industrialized nation driven by fossil fuel like the engine of a car, you can stop the engine of the car by squeezing off the fuel line. But if you do that, people scream right away. You've experienced that. The price of gasoline goes up, everybody's in a riot. Right? But you can also stop the engine by plugging the exhaust. So if you could tell people, hey, the exhaust from your engine or your industrialized nation is causing runaway global warming, and we've got to stop it. And what is the exhaust from that fossil fuel engine? CO2. So now we come full cycle around, why did they choose CO2? Because it wanted to fulfill this. Got to shut down the industrialized nations. And of course you see that's what Obama's doing. The coal plants and all the rest of it. And if you want to see the effects of what happens when you institute those policies, in the same year that he chaired the Rio Summit in 1992, he became the head of Ontario Hydro, which is the public utility in Ontario, Canada, that controls all energy in that province. And he shut down the nuclear plants, he shut down the coal plants, and he built wind turbines. And ever since, Ontarians have been paying a surcharge on their electricity bills. And they'll be paying it for 40 years as they attempt to catch up with the damage that he did. But he wants that for the whole world. That's what he wants for the whole world. And so this guy, I mean, he's got a lot to answer for. By the way, when Elaine Dewar, who interviewed him for her book, said, well, that's a good idea, why don't you run for politics? He said, you can't do anything as a politician. I'm going to the United Nations where I can get all the money I want, not be accountable to anybody. But he's become accountable. You know where he is now? He's hiding out in China, where he's saying China's the greatest country in the world. Right? Yeah, great, if you can live there on your billions. Do you know why he's hiding out in China? Because the US government want him for fraud. Because he and his son, and Kofi Annan, who was the head of the United Nations, and his son, made millions of dollars off of that food for oil in Iraq scam. And we've actually got photographs of a South Korean businessman with $1 million check being handed over on this deal. So and by the way, I should tell you, there's a Canadian by the name of Conrad Black who was put in jail in Florida. He's now out. He never did anything illegal, but he never ever in his life did anything that was moral or ethical. But he gave the game away because they said, why aren't you in politics? He said, I don't need to be. That's one of those statements that's just a sleeper, isn't it? The more you think, I don't need to be. In other words, I can get everything I want, do whatever I want, not be accountable to anybody. And so, unfortunately, that's the sad truth. And here's what Elaine Dewar, and I spoke to Elaine 5 years ago, said you should redo the book. She said, I got hate mail, I got death threats, I wouldn't go near it. Worst thing I ever did. She said, Strong was using the United Nations as a platform to sell a global environment crisis and the global governance agenda. So that's what he did. And that's what you're suffering under now. In the United States, this is Senator Tim Wirth. He was the guy that put this on the political table because he wanted a scientist that would say that humans were causing the global warming. And he found a guy by the name of James Hansen who was working for NASA. And Hansen said, yeah, I'll come before your committee and I'll say that. It's not possibly true, but yeah, he said, I'll say that. He was rewarded by being made head of NASA GIS for the rest of his career. Okay? While he was a senior bureaucrat, was protesting before the White House, which completely defies your Hatch Act, which limits the political activity of senior bureaucrats. While he was the head of NASA GIS, he flew to Britain and defended 4 Greenpeace people who had bombed a coal plant. And they got off on the grounds that here was this senior American scientist saying that what they were doing was justified. But what happened with Wirth? He said, well, we got to get this Hansen to appear before a Senate committee. And so they set it up, and this is the level of corruption. And you can Google this on Frontline, PBS Frontline, Wirth's interview. They figured out which was the hottest day of the year in Washington from the record, June the 6th. And they said, okay, that's the day we'll have we'll have Hansen in to talk about global warming and the heat, the runaway heat. But the night before, they went into the Senate and they opened the windows and shut off the air conditioning. So the whole thing was held in sweltering heat. And of course, what better ambiance to make your argument about global warming? That's this man. Guess where he's working now? Gave up a nice Senate seat. He's now with the United Nations. Okay? So when you start to look at, we'll go through this fairly quickly, but here's Maurice Strong, the political United Nations, Rio in 1992, and then of course the scientific. They set up the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to create the science that they needed to prove their political point, to focus on CO2. How did they do that? And I just want to very quickly, I used to think that government commissions of inquiry were great ideas. Wonderful. Finally, we're getting the politics out of it. The first commission I got appointed to, boy, was I rudely disabused. I was appointed to be on a commission investigating lake levels in a large lake in Canada. And by the way, if you think people get angry about climate, water is a much more vicious issue, much more vicious issue. Anyway, we then got the terms of reference from the government for our investigation. They were so narrow that they literally determined what the outcome of our report would be. And I said to the chairman of the commission, Mr. Duncan, I said, you go to the minister and tell him, unless we get full access to all data and all information, I'm going to go to the media and say, you're trying to predetermine the outcome of this. Well, we got all the information. And guess what? I found out there have been 4 previous commissions of inquiry, all identifying the problem, all recommending changes. None of them ever acted on. And here we are in our 5th commission of inquiry. But of course, you see, it's in those terms of reference that they control the commission of inquiry. But that's where the conspiracy theories start. What's one of the biggest conspiracy theories in the US? Who shot Kennedy? Kennedy inquiry. I was watching Judge Warren on ABC television. They said, well, Judge Warren, why didn't you look at the Mafia connection with Jack Ruby in Dallas? You know what he said? It wasn't in my terms of reference. And I'm sitting there thinking, I know exactly what he's telling me. He's told not to go there. But of course, most of the audience wouldn't know what he was saying. They wouldn't understand what was being said. That's how they control these things. Well, here's how they controlled the climate thing. By the definition, they were told to look at a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, which is in addition to natural climate variability observed over considerable time. In other words, only look at human causes. Don't look at what nature's doing. You can't possibly determine this if you don't know what nature's doing. It's impossible. So the IPCC were very restricted right from the start to only looking at human causes. And of course that narrows it to CO2. So here they did the science report, and from the science report they say, yeah, oh yeah, CO2 is causing it, we're 95% certain. So then the second group say, okay, it's humans causing the warming, so we'll look at the impacts. And these guys say, oh, you know, the polar bear is going to die, this is going to happen, all the negative things. That's all you hear in the media. They never look at the positive sides of warming. You know, these Canadians up there saying, come on, warming. You never think about that. It's like an economist doing a cost-benefit study and only looking at the cost. It's exactly what's going on here. And of course, then they corrupt it even more. Because here's the science report, and then once all of this is finished, they keep that, they don't disclose that, they produce a summary report. And the summary report doesn't agree with what the science report says at all, because it's produced by different people.
And it's released to the public with all the scares and all of the false claims. And somebody asked me coming in here tonight, have you read the 816 pages of this summary? And yes, I have. And it's unbelievable bunch of lies. Completely false information. And then they release this, and then this goes back to the scientists saying, make sure that your science report agrees with what we told the public. This is like an executive doing a study of his company and then saying to the employees, make sure you find evidence to support the conclusions I've already reached. It's exactly what they're doing. It's exactly what they're doing. I love this. This is the cartoon. The other thing that's driving so much of this, of course, is the funding. This is Dr. Bagshaw, discovery of the infinitely expanding research grant. The billions that have gone into climate research, just frightening. And yet they still can't forecast any better. Let's look at the data. This is NASA GISS. The number of stations starting in before 1900 reached a peak in 1960. They've been closing weather stations ever since. One of the reasons they argued was because of the satellites. But the satellites can't see through cloud. It can't tell you whether it rained or snowed or whether any precipitation fell at all. In fact, you remember when the first satellite images came in, here's the satellite, they had to draw the outline of the state so you could tell what you were looking at through the cloud, okay? But they declined. But then they reduced the number of stations, but they selected only stations that showed significant warming. And so here's the number of stations declining, and then the drop in 1990, but look what happened to global temperatures. And let me show you how bad that was. Here's Canada. These diamonds are the only stations that they use to determine Canada's average temperature. Look at the Arctic. This whole Arctic archipelago, which is larger than the continental US, they got one station. For the whole of the Canadian Arctic. And I know Eureka, and I've been in there, and I've done studies with people. It's a uniquely warm spot in the Arctic. That's why they chose it. Okay? In fact, there are plants there that survived the last ice age. That's how unique it is. So when you start to look. There's a lawsuit that I've been part of in New Zealand, because what every government in the world has been doing is been lowering the historic record to make the slope of the temperature increase look greater than it actually is. This is for Auckland Airport. The blue line is the actual readings. The red line is the government adjusted readings. And here you can see what they've done for the whole of New Zealand. They've done that for every single country, every record in the world. And when we brought the lawsuit against the New Zealand government said, oh yeah, we'll go to court over it. And then a week before we were going to go to court, they said, oh no, we won't go to court. We'll have a commission of inquiry. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And who did they choose to do the commission of inquiry? The Australian Weather Bureau, who were doing exactly the same thing. So I just got one record here. This is Ruth Glen. Here's the actual original, and here's the adjusted record. They've all been doing it. So they can claim that the temperature's gone up much more than actually happened. The IPCC reports, this was in 1998, and I hope I'm not going on too long, but it's such a long story. And I'm very aware that the mind can absorb what the behind can endure. Okay, so I'm conscious of that. But this is one of the first bits of corruption. This is an upper atmosphere temperature record from 1955 to 1995. That's the actual record. Here's what went into their report. They selected, this was done by Benjamin Santer, the lead author, so they selected this portion which showed an increase. They said, oh, there it is, it's warming. But look at the original record. I mean, this is so corrupt that you don't know where to start talking about it. And when Santer was challenged on this is what they had agreed to. I'll just show you, I think there's 3 here. Yeah. This is what they agreed to go into the report. All the scientists agreed. None of the studies cited above have shown clear evidence that we can attribute the observed causes to the specific cause of increased greenhouse gases. While some of the pattern-based discussed here have claimed detection of a significant climate change, no study to date has positively attributed all or part of climate change to man-made causes. Any claim of positive detection or attribution of significant change are likely to remain controversial until certainties in the total natural variability of the system. That's what they were going to put into the report. All of the scientists combined. Santer went off on his own, and when he submitted the report and it came out, this is what he put in there. There is evidence of an emerging pattern of climate response to forcing by greenhouse gases. Completely contradicts this. And he said the body of statistical evidence in Chapter 8, when examined in the context of our physical understanding of the climate system, now points to a discernible human influence on the global climate. But these guys said there was no evidence of that. But guess what the media picked up on? A discernible human influence. That became the headline in the New York Times. Santer, of course, said, oh, I'm having a nervous breakdown, I can't cope, and he went off to Lawrence Livermore, and he's still sciencing out there. I mean, just absolutely amazing. But we go back to this graph that I showed you earlier. This is the 1,000 years, the warming of the medieval optimum, and this medieval warm period. This graph created a great problem for them because it appeared in the first report in 1990. And it was produced by Hubert Lamb. And of course, here they were saying this is as warm as it's ever been. And people like me were saying, well, what about the medieval warm period? It was warmer 1,000 years ago. We had all this evidence to support that. This is testimony from David Deming, who I've known for 30 years. This is his testimony to the U.S. Congress, so it's given under oath. And he said, with the publication of the article in Science, I gained significant credibility in the community of scientists working on climate change. They thought I was one of them. Sounds almost paranoid, doesn't it? But one of them. Someone who would pervert science in the service of social and political causes. So one of them let his guard down. A major person working in the area of climate change and global warming sent me an astonishing email that said, we have to get rid of the medieval warm period. We have to rewrite history. Can you imagine? We have to rewrite history. And that's what they did. And they produced this graph, infamously called the hockey stick. Right? And to be full disclosure, the person that produced this is Michael Mann, who is at Penn State. He is now suing me. I have a large lawsuit against me by him because I showed how they corrupted the data and what they'd done. And the interviewer said, what do you think about Mr. Mann? And I flippantly said, he's at Penn State, but he should be at State Penn.
No sense of humor.
No sense of humor. And of course, by the way, in Canada, no protection of free speech. That's why the lawsuit was filed in Canada. I would never have had the lawsuit here in the US. If you want to get a measure of how valuable your free speech is to you, wait till you've been sued for saying something and you find out just how nasty it is and how bad it is. I mean, it was a flippant comment. In fact, we've discovered since that one rap singer had already made the comment, but he didn't get sued. But what Michael Mann did was he used tree rings to produce this decline in temperature. You see the medieval warm period's gone. What's the mistake with this? Tree rings don't show temperature. They're precipitation driven. And he only selected one tree ring set which showed the declining temperature. But then they had a problem because the temperature on the tree rings kept going down into the 20th century. So what they did was they cut it off at 1900 and they tacked on modern instrumental record, which is completely scientifically corrupt. And what we got from the leaked emails, what they were doing. They instructed the computer to hide the decline. That was the phrase that was used. That, oh, we can't have that decline, so we've got to hide it. So whenever the thing starts to go down, plug in this data and that'll make it go back up again. Okay? That's what went on.
And two Canadians by the name of McIntyre and McKittrick reconstructed some of the data, and of course there the medieval warm period shows up again, and here you can see. But look at this blade of the hockey stick. That's instrumental record. This was produced by Phil Jones at the University of East Anglia, who was heavily involved in this corruption. And he claimed the global average surface temperature increased by 0.6 to plus or minus 0.2 in the late 19th century. So the temperature went up 0.6 degrees in about 120 years. That's what he claimed. But look at this. 0.6 degrees plus or minus 0.2. This is a range of error of plus or minus 33%. It's meaningless. It's like the radio station said, "Oh, I've done a poll for this vote coming up, and it's accurate to within plus or minus 33%. But that's in the official report. It's in the official report. And when the Australian, Warwick Hughes, the Australian climatologist, sent an email to Jones and said, he asked for the data. He said, "Show us the data. How did you get this blade of the hockey stick?" And this is what Jones replied. "With 25 years or so invested in the work, why should I make the data available to you when your aim is to try and find something wrong with it?" I mean, people don't believe that this is going on amongst world-class scientists. That's the problem. You know, it's almost like the priest thing, that you can't believe and you don't want to believe. But that's the difficulty. And so, of course, and by the way, and in the leaked emails, Jones is saying, I hope they don't find out that they can get the data through freedom of information. And so they found different ways to hide the data. Finally, they got pushed hard enough, and oh, lo and behold, Mr. Jones lost his data. He lost his data, okay? And Michael Mann, of course, is now refusing to disclose his calculations of how he made the hockey stick. All right? He's refusing to disclose it. And you remember the old math exam in school? Show your work. Show your work. All right? Because you might have cheated from your neighbor, right? Very quickly at the end here, omissions. In the computer models, they leave out so much because they're only looking at human causes. I don't know how many in the room know this. This is called the Milankovitch effect. We've known about it since 1863, or most of it. The orbit of the Earth around the Sun changes from almost circular to extreme ellipse. That's going on all the time, a constant changing, caused by the gravitational pull of the planet Jupiter, okay, or primarily by that. The tilt of the Earth is constantly changing from 24.5 to 21.9. Tilt's constantly changing. We tell everybody it's 23.5 degrees, but that's just close enough for government work. Change the tilt by 1 degree and think what happens to the latitudes of, you know, the Arctic Circle, Antarctic Circle, the tropics. The whole distribution of energy changes. And then what's called the precession of the equinox, the day on which the days and nights are equal length, is constantly changing. And you want proof of that? We have to keep upgrading our calendars because they're fixed and nature isn't. If you go back and look at the Hudson Bay Company journals in Winnipeg, and you look at September the 3rd is followed, or September the 2nd is followed by September the 13th. The government of Britain in 1752 ordered to add 11 days to the calendar. Okay? There were riots in Britain. People died in the riots in Britain, and because people thought the government had shortened their lives by 11 days. Incidentally, I was teaching a course and I was talking about this in a penitentiary in Canada, because I wanted to have a captive audience for a change. And I was telling them about how this year got shortened by 11 days, and I said everybody was angry, and one of the prisoners said, I know a group that weren't. It's all relative, isn't it? And so all of these changes are going on all of the time. They're not included in their computer model because they say, oh, these are long-term changes. No, every single year the tilt's changing. Every single year the orbit's changing. And you're telling me this is a forecast for 100 years. This is significant, but they don't include it. And they don't include this. They don't include the fact that cosmic radiation from the sun, the amount reaching the Earth, is determined by the strength of the sun's magnetic field. And so as the sun's magnetic field strength changes, cosmic radiation reaching the lower atmosphere determines the amount of cloud cover on the Earth. So it's like putting up a screen in the greenhouse. And I'll show you just this one graph. The blue is the low cloud cover, and here's the cosmic radiation variation. None of this is included in their computer models, yet we've known about it since 1991. These are major, major causes of controls of climate change, not included in their computer models. We've known for decades about sunspot numbers, and of course, remember I showed you that little ice age? This is another painting. This is called The Great Frost by Jan Griffier, and it's the Thames in 1683. You see down the middle of the Thames at a medieval ice fair. Queen Elizabeth and her court skated regularly on the Thames. And you can see St. Paul's Cathedral here, Westminster Abbey, Lambeth Palace. And again, the ice, as I said, was 3 foot thick that particular year. There's a coach and 4 horses out on the ice, so it gives you an idea. Now, the last time that you had ice of any significance on the Thames was in 1836. Some wag has said that the Thames doesn't freeze over anymore because they built the Houses of Parliament here and the hot air from the politicians. But the correlation between sunspot numbers and global temperature is, of course, because of the cloud cover and the sun's magnetic radiation. None of this is included in their climate models. The current situation is, here's cycle 23, 2010. We're down to sunspot numbers this year comparable to around 1800. And so, of course, the Earth is cooling down. We'll continue to cool down because the sunspot numbers are declining, solar activity is declining. And we're expecting that to cool to at least till 2037. But what's the government doing? Preparing you for warming. Exactly the wrong direction. They're better to do nothing. Actually, that sounds good for government. And so we end up with this situation. These are 2 cavemen, and I'll read the caption. It says, "Something's just not right. Our air is clean, our water is pure, we all get plenty of exercise, everything we eat is organic and free range, and yet nobody lives past 30. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it? Kind of sums it up. But of course, a lot of people want to go back to these conditions. I can tell you, having talked with Aboriginal people all across Canada, the elders, they say, "You crazy? The good old times? No, it never existed." And maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe we have become so successful, we've become complacent in what I call the complacency of superabundance. That people can't imagine shortages. They can't imagine being without. And it was brought home to me one evening when our power went off and my children said, "We're going to go down to the basement and watch television till the power comes back on again." It is at that level of detachment for the young people, unfortunately. It really is. And so, as I say, I've summarized all this, and I'm very grateful Ken Kaufman, my publisher here in Mount Vernon, has helped with me and his good daughter Stacy with this book, The Deliberate Corruption of Climate Science. But I hope I've given you a brief insight there. I mean, there are so many other stories of corruption and misdirection, but at least it gives you an idea of why I talk about the deliberate corruption of science.
The theory of man-made global warming is now so firmly entrenched, the voices of opposition so effectively silenced, it seems invincible, untroubled by any contrary evidence, no matter how strong. The global warming alarm is now beyond reason.